GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
The reset agenda. If we are not able to sanction, it will be difficult for us to reset. So on that note, I want to end the presentation here, and we wait for His Excellency's remarks so that SIGA stands ready to follow his lead on the path of resetting. Thank you very much.
The picture is dire indeed. Well, see, such is the situation. So we hope that we'll be able to turn it around. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We hear the President will be joining us pretty shortly. So kindly sit back and relax, please. All CEOs who haven't got seats, I think we've brought some more seats. Do take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we rise as we welcome the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and welcome to today's meeting with state-owned enterprises and other special entities. I would like to acknowledge the dignitaries who are here gathered, and before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Honorable Nana Oye Letha. The man of the moment is in our midst, Autonomics, the Honorable Kesiel Atuforsen, Minister of Finance, is in our midst as well. All sector ministers who are here and gathered, we acknowledge your presence as well. Professor Michael Pesa-White, who is hosting today's meeting, Director General of the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, we acknowledge your presence. Madam Alexandra Toto, who is the General Manager, Finance and Administration of SIGA, we acknowledge your presence, as well as Madam Millicent Atuguba, General Manager, Operations of SIGA, we acknowledge your presence. The entire SIGA Management Board, Mr. Talesio Robert O'Brien, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone Division Director of the World Bank, sir, we acknowledge your presence. Madam Clementine Dadi, who is the Country Director for Ghana and Liberia for the AFD, we acknowledge your presence as well. Heads of specified entities who have just been giving a presentation that is very honest and challenging. Mr. President, I'm sure we will apprise you of the picture we have just been given through that presentation. I'd also like to acknowledge the heads of other agencies who are all here, representatives from specified entities as well, comprising senior management and key stakeholders, and our friends in the media who are here to cover this very important conversation. Before we proceed, I would like to invite to give us the opening prayer, Mr. Eduji Tamaklo. Please welcome him with a round of applause. For today, he's a pastor.
Thank you so much. Yaira was supposed to pray, but he said I was closer to God, so I should do the prayer for him. Thank you. May we be upstanding? Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this glorious opportunity to discuss profitability and issues involving state-owned enterprises. Father, bless the President, bless Ghana, and bless all CEOs with the knowledge and wisdom to transform their agencies. Amen.
You see, redemption is close to all of us. Thank you very much, Eduji Tamiklo, who is the CEO for the NPA. Next, I'd like to invite to give us the welcome address, the Director General of SIGA, Professor Michael Pesa-White.
Thank you very much, Shamima, and thank you, colleagues, for being here. It is indeed a great honor to welcome all of you to this very important gathering, which in many ways brings the leadership of state-owned enterprises and other state entities together in the presence of His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, President of our great republic. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to strengthening our public sector institutions, enhancing efficiency, and achieving sustainable national development. As we convene here today, I am reminded of the immense responsibility that rests on our shoulders. We are custodians of Ghana's state assets, entrusted with the sacred duty of managing these resources for the benefit of our people. It is therefore our collective responsibility and duty to ensure that our SOEs operate with utmost integrity and sustainable national development. As we embark on this journey, I want to assure all of you that SIGA is committed to supporting you every step of the way. We will work tirelessly to ensure that our SOEs operate with the highest standards of governance, transparency, and accountability. In our quest to promote efficiency and profitability in Ghana, especially with respect to the SOEs, we must view good governance not only as a moral imperative, but as a business imperative as well. At SIGA, we firmly believe that our relationship with SOEs must be horizontal, not vertical. A partnership based on mutual respect, shared responsibility, and a common goal of improving performance. We are not here to dictate to you, but to collaborate. However, we would demand that which is enshrined in the Act of SIGA from all entities. Ladies and gentlemen, the foundation of any high-performing enterprise, whether public or private, is sound corporate governance. As stewards of national assets, we must adhere to the highest standards of transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership. Weak governance structures lead to inefficiency and financial mismanagement. But where there is strong governance, there is resilience, growth, long-term success. I urge you all to continuously strengthen governance practices in your respective agencies and entities, ensuring that decision-making is guided by professionalism, integrity, and strategic foresight. Beyond governance, we must embrace the challenge of transforming our SOEs into world-class enterprises, entities that are not only financially viable, but also globally competitive. The time has come to move beyond survival to sustained value creation. This means investing in innovation, digital transformation, capital and human capital development, and operational efficiency. It requires us to rethink our strategies, optimize resource utilization, and foster a culture of excellence. I dare say that the key to unlocking the potential of our SOEs in Ghana lies in their ability to adopt best practices, innovate, and adapt to changing markets and societal circumstances. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are at a turning point where incremental change will not suffice. What we need is a bold, decisive action, a collective commitment to make our SOEs models of efficiency, profitability, and national pride. We will therefore reflect in our negotiated performance contracts with SOEs and other state entities for the 2026 financial year, which will be signed in December this year. Mr. President, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude for your unwavering commitment to reforming Ghana's SOEs. Your leadership and vision have inspired us to strive for excellence, and we are honored that you are here with us today. I trust that today's engagement will be productive, and I look forward to an open and insightful conversation on how we can collectively drive this agenda forward. Once again, welcome, and let's work together to make Ghana great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, Professor Michael Kwesa-White, Director General SIGA. We would now invite for his own remarks the Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone Division Director of the World Bank, Mr. Talesio Robert O'Brien. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Director General of SIGA, Professor Michael Kwesa-White, Minister Cassio Forson, other ministers, members of Parliament, chief executives of SOEs, colleagues from AFD and other development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the DG for inviting me to make a statement at this very important event. As one of your partners, we really appreciate the opportunity that the government has offered us to be a part of this discussion on how to improve the performance of SOEs. And we had a really excellent meeting with the DG and his team, the colleagues who presented a couple of weeks ago. And I think the presentation is really indicative of the excellent work that they're all doing on this in SIGA. Let me also thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to participate in the recent National Economic Dialogue. It was an honor for the World Bank to hear firsthand about how the administration plans to reset Ghana. Today's event is a further testimony of your resolve to accelerate the reset agenda as outlined in the dialogue, and also Minister Forson's budget speech earlier this week. And I assure you of the World Bank's partnership and support in this journey. I think the President Mahama and his cabinet have really set a tone of candor the past couple of months. And there's a term going around in management circles now called radical candor, about the value of that when we speak very candidly with each other. So I would like to continue that in that style. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, state ownership remains critical in Ghana and other developing economies, given the role SOEs play as providers of public goods. Many SOEs have social mandates, which require them to remain in business, even when they are subsidized by government. Indeed, evidence from the World Bank suggests that state ownership is more prevalent than previously thought. The bank did a really good report called The Business of the State a couple of years ago, which identified 76,000 enterprises with state ownership of more than 10% in 91 countries. I'd recommend that one for you to give also a sense of the global experience. Given the multiple ways in which government can assert its ownership rights, even in enterprises in which it only controls a minority share, the concept of the business of the state goes beyond the traditional SOEs to include firms with minority, indirect, or majority ownership, as we heard from the colleagues this morning. In this sense, the performance of the entirety of the 177 public enterprises should concern government and make it critically important that they are reformed and managed better. Your Excellency, given the critical role they play, it is paramount for SOEs to be fit for purpose. There is a need to constantly look at state ownership and interrogate the quality of the state's participation across different dimensions. The first dimension is the social mandate. Does the state need to perform this role, or could the private sector do it better or more efficiently? If yes, if the state needs to perform the role, is it in favor of the state? Are new measures needed to rejuvenate the operations of SOEs generally and also in particular cases? Is the SOE commercially viable or not? If yes, what is the compelling reason for the state's continued involvement? And does the environment provide sufficient competitive neutrality to permit the participation of other private sector players? Does the state play a regulatory role or direct service provider role? If yes, what is the nature of the regulations and also vis-a-vis the extent of the state's presence in the sector? And if no, the state should take measures to leave commercial activities to the private sector and dedicate resources and expertise to manage non-commercial SOEs better. Let me take COCOBOD, for example, in this regard. COCOBOD currently plays multiple roles to support farmers' income and productivity and support Ghana's position in the cocoa market. So it's a regulatory role, but it's also a commercial role. On the commercial role, there's a procurement monopsony, and there's a sales monopoly on cocoa beans, as well as the physical distribution of inputs to farmers, which have created significant distortions over time and driven a significant wedge between the market price and the price farmers receive. The results are clear, a vicious cycle that undermines Ghana's position in the cocoa market. Cocoa production has dropped nearly 50% over the past 3 years. Many countries in Latin America and Africa are ramping up production to fill global demand. I used to work in Latin America before I came here for this job, and I can tell you firsthand, countries are seeing this and looking to take advantage of it. So there's really no time to waste. Existing forward sales contracts locked in lower prices than current market rates. The potential impact for this season could be as high as $1.3 billion of foregone revenues for COCOBOT and the farmers due to these rolled over contracts. Large gaps between market prices and farmer payments, with potential losses of about $4,000 per ton for farmers, encourage smuggling and shift towards galamsey, as we all know. It's therefore critical for a comprehensive and holistic look at the cocoa sector, including unbundling and rationalizing the responsibilities of COCOBOT to allow private sector participation in procurement and sales of cocoa beans and inputs to farmers, and reforming COCOBOT's governance structure to strengthen its regulatory and enabling environment functions. Your Excellency, the second dimension is financial and operational sustainability of SOEs. As we all know, we've heard now this morning, SOEs have been a burden on public resources in Ghana. I'm asking my team to look where we're working in many of the sectors with you to try to support you in the particular sectors. We're already working quite a lot on COCOBOT and ECG, but also water. Ghana Water, I think, is another one, which clearly needs some support. As the 2023 State Ownership Report demonstrates, a significant number of SOEs in Ghana would fit the definition of entities facing financial distress. The report highlights the underperformance of SOEs, which continue to operate at a negative net profit margin with significant liabilities. I'll just take one more example, another famous one, which is ECG, which together with Volta River Authority and the Northern Electricity Company account for approximately 63% of these liabilities that have been identified. ECG total debt of Ghana cedi 68 billion, unpaid legacy arrears at the end of 2022 were 1.3 billion USD. Annual cumulative sector shortfalls in 2024 stood at 2.2 billion USD, despite government transfers of 2.1 billion in 2023 and 24. So projected cumulative financial shortfall for the energy sector is over 9 billion USD by 2026 without intervention. These are our World Bank modeling projections. In terms of COCOBOT, the total debt estimated at Ghana cedi's 32.5 billion, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September this year. The performance of SOEs thus needs to be enhanced now more than ever. So again, I'm really excited the government is doing this, and we're very happy to help every step along the way. Improved distribution of operations and strengthening billing and collections through enhanced internal customer and meter management systems and deploying smart prepaid meters in the energy sector is also critical, and we're working with the government on supporting that as well through a sectoral project. In this respect, Excellency, I'm pleased that under your leadership, the government has made it clear that it intends to undertake difficult reforms, such as those in ECG and COCOBOT. A comprehensive reform is really what's needed in ECG in terms of reducing aggregate technical, commercial, and collection losses. Your Excellency, the bank has been deeply invested in improving governance and financial and operational performance in SOEs around the world, and we're very happy to bring this experience as well here. Among Latin American countries, for example, Chile has been a trendsetter in corporate and public sector governance, particularly in terms of promoting the role and independence of boards of directors. Uruguay has focused on improving SOE performance through use of performance contracts, as has South Africa. So in the case of Uruguay, management agreements are set, clear objectives and performance targets are then monitored by the Ministry of Finance to ensure that those are met. Closer to home, in Gambia, the National Water and Electricity Company has since 2017 pursued reforms and achieved good results. For example, reducing transmission losses from 28% in 2015 to 20% in 2020, reducing blackouts and improving bill collections. In Senegal, with World Bank support, the energy utility company, Senelec, recent recovery rate improved from 79% in 2013 to 82.7% in 2022, And bill collection rates have improved from 79% in 2013 to 98.8% in 2022. Can ECG be as good as Senelac? Of course it can. Of course it can. All it will take is strong leadership and good governance, and I believe that's what we have now. Excellency, SOE sector reforms require strong measures, such as improving the SOE's corporate governance, namely strengthening autonomy and accountability and professionalizing the composition and operations of the boards of directors. In Ghana, additional measures could include strengthening internal financial management, controls, and audit, and adopting performance incentives for managers and other personnel. Under the USD $150 million Public Financial Management for Service Delivery Program, the World Bank will provide $15 million to the government if SIGA achieves agreed targets towards improving the performance of SOEs. The successful preparation and publication of the 2023 State Ownership Report is the first important milestone under the program, and I'm confident that there will be more to follow, including the finalization of the proposed performance evaluation of the 16 SOEs that SIGA has identified. The World Bank is also supporting reforms through the $300 million budget support instrument with policy actions, including those targeting reforms of ECG. Your Excellency, to conclude, I would like to thank the Government of Ghana once again and SIGA for recognizing the bank as a partner. We look forward to working closely with you going forward and to realizing the promise of SOEs as a generator of revenues for the people of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert O'Brien, for that presentation and that commitment to support the government of Ghana as we take steps to reform our SOEs. So, Mr. President, you would have heard a presentation earlier on by Mr. Joseph Sapong and Eric Bonsu on the real state of our SOEs. So I want to help you to do something, okay? I'm going to put the question again. All those, after hearing the presentation on the real state of our SOEs, all those in favor of carrying on in their new positions, say aye. Mr. President didn't hear. All those in favor of carrying on in their new positions, say aye. Mr. President, did you hear them? There is your social contract with our SOEs and their CEOs. Thank you so very much. Next, I'd like to invite the Finance Minister to give his remarks. Let's welcome to the podium Honorable Dr. Kasia Atto-Forsen.
Your Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff, Acting Director General of SIGA, the chairpersons and members of the Governing Board of Specific State-Owned Enterprises, the Country Director of the World Bank, colleagues, our brothers and sisters from the media, distinguished guests, all other protocol observed. Your Excellency, it gives me great pleasure to address this important governance session in assessing specific state-owned enterprises and their performance in the years past. This meeting could not come at a better time than this. In fact, it has followed two important meetings of state. The first is the National Economic Dialogue, and the second is the National Budget. Your Excellency, our state-owned enterprises are going through very difficult times. times that profitability has eluded almost all of them. Mr. President, some specific numbers that we've seen so far indicate, for example, that the Electricity Company of Ghana, for example, has recorded consistent losses from the year 2021. In the year 2021, they made a loss of 1.46 billion Ghana cedis. 2022, 8 billion Ghana cedis. 2023, 5.96 billion Ghana cedis. The Ghana Grid Company made a loss of 93.5 million Ghana cedis in 2022, 8.6 million Ghana cedis in 2023. Gihok Distilleries reported a loss of 25.1 million Ghana cedis in 2022 and 25.5 million Ghana cedis in 2023. Mr. President, this one surprises me. Even the alcohol making company, is making losses. Graphic Communication Group also saw a consecutive losses of 3 million Ghana cedis in 2021, 4.4 million Ghana cedis in 2022, and 15.1 million in the year 2023. The Ghana Cocoa Board, the largest loss-making company, also saw 2.4 billion Ghana cedis loss in 2021 and 3.8 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. To put these figures in perspective, in the year 2018, only 2 state-owned companies, state-owned enterprises made some profit or paid dividends. Your Excellency, they are the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority and the Ghana Reinsurance Company. In the year 2019, this number increased from 2 in 2018 to 3. The GPHA, Ghana Re, and TDC. And they contributed 14.4 million Ghana cedis, all 3 of them. However, in the year 2024, Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority started making losses. And we recorded a new company that has declared dividends. The State Housing Company replaced the GPHA. And the 3 of them, being the State Housing Company, the Ghana Re, and TDC, together contributed a dividend of 28.7 million Ghana cedis. Mr. President, these persistent losses does not reflect the potential of our state-owned enterprises. Unfortunately, some of them are posing significant fiscal risk to the economy of the Republic of Ghana. The 2 most threatening and most worrisome is the ECG and the Ghana Cocoa Board. To reverse this trend, we must implement a bold turnaround strategy that transforms loss-making state-owned enterprises into financial viability and self-sustaining institutions. The strategy will include capacity building initiatives to strengthen leadership and operational efficiency. The second will be the enhancement of corporate governance training to ensure strict regulatory compliance in all state-owned enterprises. The third is the financial discipline and strategic decision-making to restore profitability. Your Excellency, I would like to highlight a critical issue facing specific state-owned enterprises. And this has to do with the compliance of the financial reporting obligation. Mr. President, the Public Financial Management Act, Act 2016, Act 921, outlines a clear financial management and reporting requirement for all state-owned enterprises. Section 95 of the Act mandates that state-owned enterprises must prepare annual accounts no later than 2 months at the end of each financial year. State-owned enterprises must submit audited financial statements to to the minister within 4 months after the end of their financial year. Moving forward, the Ministry of Finance will be working closely with SIGA to ensure strict compliance of this regulatory requirement. Your Excellency, I came here with copies of the Public Financial Management Act to distribute to all state-owned enterprise heads. And I expect that Section 95 will be strictly adhered to. Mr. President, I want to end by urging all state-owned enterprises and heads of institutions to buy into your vision. A vision to restore hope, a vision to work in transparency, and the determination that you have always led us, the determination to do good to the people of the Republic of Ghana. I thank you.
Let me adjust the height. Thank you very much, Atufosin, the Honorable Doctor and MP, as well as Finance Minister. It is now my singular honor to invite to speak to us the CEOs herein gathered, His Excellency the President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rise as we invite His Excellency to give us his address.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you be seated? Let me acknowledge the Director General of SIGA, and to save time, just say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all of you are welcome. Thank you very much for being together with us. I hear I missed a horror movie. And Shamima put the question whether after watching that movie you are still prepared to go forward. And I heard aye. She didn't say as many as are not in favor say no, so I'm putting that question. As many as are not in favor say no and just walk out. And we know that you are not prepared to be part of this reset and this reform. I think you all voted aye. So you're part of the reset agenda, and we expect something completely different from you. The reports we would look at next year will be the report for 2024. So really, your performance will show when we do the 2026 review. That will show for 2025. And I'm going to come and sit in that review, and we will mark you based We'll mark you based on your performances, and if you're not matching with the pace of the reset agenda, you might be asked to step aside. And so, if that adds to the horror movie, that's the intention. Thank you. Thank you for your presence this morning and the opportunity to address you. This morning's activity is not just a forum for discussion, but a decisive call to action, demanding bold leadership, accountability, and an unwavering commitment to excellence from you as chief executives of state-owned enterprises. This meeting reaffirms my commitment to the promise of a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realigning them to break even and transition into profit-making. As you have all noted, my 2024 campaign promises and the 120-day social contract with the good people of Ghana were not mere rhetoric. The 2023 State Ownership Report produced by the State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, reveals the inefficiencies affecting many of our SOEs. And this demands that we act with conviction and courage to tackle the systemic challenges confronting these enterprises. Many of our specified entities have operated inefficiently for far too long. They've been burdened by waste, underperformance, conflict of interest, and a complete detachment from national interest. Many of our SOEs have been used as mere instruments for generating personal wealth for persons appointed to positions within the entity. And who are the ones responsible for this situation? It's the chief executives, the management, and the management boards of these enterprises. Some of these enterprises have become perennial loss makers, draining public funds with bloated budgets, unjustified allowances and perks, and unnecessary expenditures, while relying on government bailouts as if they were entitled to them. Indeed, many of your entities are at their lowest point in the entire history of the Fourth Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of impunity, mediocrity, and financial recklessness must end today. I'm happy you clapped. It's not going to be business as usual. We are going to reset your entities. The Ghanaian people have entrusted me with the responsibility of resetting our nation and our economy, and I don't intend to betray that trust. My administration's first 120 days has set the foundation for a new era of governance, anchored on efficiency, integrity, and tangible results. In fulfillment of this social contract, we have implemented a lean government as promised, confirmed a complete list of cabinet ministers within the 14 days promised, and will soon publish a strict code of conduct for all public officials. As I said yesterday, you are among the category of public officers obliged to declare your assets upon assuming office, and also upon leaving office. A lot of your predecessors have failed to declare their assets, including ministers and CEOs who have left. And so the Auditor General must follow them and get them to comply. The Director General of SIGA will ensure that you all comply with your assets declarations. The Auditor General will submit a list of those who have complied by an agreed cut-off date, and those who fail to comply would be sanctioned, including possible removal from office. My vision for reform is clear, anchored on performance, accountability, and national interest. Under my leadership, specified entities will be transformed into engines of growth, aligning with our goal of a 24-hour economy that expands job opportunities and drives industrialization. At the center of this transformation is SIGA, which will evolve from a passive observer into an empowered enforcer of national interest. SIGA will act as a command center and be equipped with executive authority to 1. Negotiate and enforce performance contracts with heads of entities. 2. Conduct regular in-depth assessment of SOE finances, ensuring transparency and exposing mismanagement. 3. Issue binding directives, implement compliance mechanisms, and intervene directly in underperforming entities. 4. Commission independent audits to identify inefficiencies and financial leakages. And 5. Set and monitor performance metrics with tangible consequences for non-performance. Loss-making SOEs will no longer be tolerated. They will be swiftly reformed, they will be merged, privatized, or shut down. Corruption, procurement fraud, and financial mismanagement will be prosecuted strictly, and boards that rubber stamp poor decisions will be replaced. The practice also of, in a few cases, using entity resources and funds to indemnify board members from accountability must cease immediately. SOEs must deliver strategic value, particularly in energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, and finance, to support Ghana's industrialization and the 24-hour economy initiative. Entities like the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, the Ghana Grid Company, Ghana Water Company, Ghana Cocoa Board, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Metro Mass Transit, Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, Agricultural Development Bank, National Investment Bank, and Telecom SOEs must play pivotal roles in ensuring that the people of Ghana have stable electricity, water supply, production efficiency, transportation, digital banking, and a cashless economy that operates 24/7. Additionally, our SOEs must be at the forefront of Ghana's economic transformation. They must play a vital role in implementing our administration's key initiatives, and these include the 24-hour economy policy to stimulate job creation, enhance industrial productivity, and optimize national output. The Accelerated Export Development Council, which has commenced work to promote exports as part of our broader strategy for economic transformation. The Women's Development Bank, which has received its initial seed funding and will soon be operationalized. The Jumaura National Apprenticeship and 1 Million Coders Program, all of which have been funded in our first budget to expand employment opportunities for young people. Ladies and gentlemen, we appointed you because we have confidence in you. And we expect that each of you will lead with professionalism and urgency to fulfill your mandates as follows. One, to operate your entities as competitive businesses, not political offices, by innovating new revenue streams and eliminating dependence on government bailouts. To conduct operational audits to cut waste, streamline procedures, and enhance service quality. And to achieve this, you have to think outside the box. Don't say that is how it's always been done. To tie compensation to measurable performance metrics, including financial results, operational efficiency, and transparency through public financial reporting. Your entity cannot be making losses and you are demanding salary increases and bonuses. It's not acceptable. To comply with statutory requirements by submitting audited financial statements to SIGA no later than April 30th of every year. This, as the Finance Minister told you, is non-negotiable and indeed is part of the PFMA, and we're going to exact compliance. Embrace research and development to boost productivity and reduce reliance on public funding. And then collaborate with SIGA to drive transparency, accountability, and innovation. I've directed SIGA to compile and submit a report to the Senior Presidential Advisor on Governmental Affairs by mid-May each year, detailing all entities that fail to meet the deadline for submission of audited financial statements. We will enable swift action against non-compliance. Failure to deliver results in any area will not be excused. And as I said earlier, if you are not prepared to be part of the reset, now is the time to just walk out. The Ghanaian people deserve better and will not accept mediocrity. A World Bank assessment report, and I thank our World Bank rep for the statement he made. A World Bank assessment report revealed that governance gaps, fragmented oversight, and outdated regulations are the root cause of our poor SOE performance. To tackle these challenges head-on, the Public Financial Management for Sustainable Development Program will be supported with support from the World Bank, is undertaking a study under the auspices of SIGA, as he told you. These in-depth analyses are expected to produce comprehensive reports with actionable recommendations for Cabinet approval and implementation. The selection of entities for evaluation is meticulous. It targets 120 specified entities, including 50 state-owned enterprises, 16 joint venture companies, and 54 other state entities. The evaluation process will commence with the first batch of 16 selected entities. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a future where our state-owned enterprises are beacons of efficiency, innovation, and excellence, driving growth and prosperity for our nation. That future is within our reach. But to exploit this potential, we must embark on a transformative journey. We must streamline governance structures. We must eliminate redundancies and infuse our decision-making processes with discipline and agility of the private sector. By embracing public-private partnerships, we can access specialized expertise and boost operational efficiency without sacrificing our core values. This bold new approach requires a national rebirth marked by courageous decision-making, calculated risk-taking, and an unwavering dedication to excellence. Together, let's revolutionize and reset our SOEs and unleash a brighter future for generations yet unborn. And my final word, our nation Ghana stands at a turning point. We cannot afford the complacency and incompetence of the past. We have confidence in all of you who have been appointed to these agencies. We've made significant progress in less than 120 days, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform will not waver. Under the guidance of God Almighty and our own resources and expertise, and working hand in hand with the people of Ghana, we will build the Ghana we all want. And I'm committed to leading this transformation, and I call each of you to join me in doing this. Together we shall reset our economy and build a prosperous future for our country. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate. Right. So we are going to have to quickly run through the remaining items before His Excellency takes leave of us, and then we move on to the second part of today's program. We're going to provide an opportunity for 2 CEOs, preferably from the famous 10, to come and share a few words with us. So you can also respond to 2 volunteers. 2 volunteers, preferably from the famous 10 agencies, institutions, corporations. 2, gender balance. Should I volunteer? Randy Abbey, Cocoa Board, please. Yes, there was a hand mic. Otherwise, if you can just come this way too, it's fine. And I'd prefer a female voice too from any of the agencies. MFA. Yes. So that the cameras will capture you, I think you should come this way.
Thank you very much, Shamima. When your mentee puts you on the spot, but it's all good. Your Excellency, Ministers of State and colleague CEOs, I guess it's not a pleasant time, and it's of course not a pleasant opportunity. Of course, Cocoa Board keeps coming up, whether it's 10, it's 5, it's 3, it's 2. I guess the only time we miss out is when it's 1, because ECG is there. But, well, Cocoa Board is just a microcosm of the situation of Ghana. So to the extent that His Excellency the President believes that Ghana can be reset. We also believe that Cocoa Board can be reset. It's a very difficult situation, but it's very doable. And I am excited about the charge given us by His Excellency the President. I've had interactions with the Honorable Finance Minister, and I'm very excited to be working with him. I'm optimistic on the basis of the discussions that we've had. And we've also been putting together quite a strong team at Cocoa Board. And we believe that with a turnaround strategy, in 2026, when His Excellency joins us here, we'll see a positive trajectory for Cocoa Board. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Excellency. Shamima, you put me on the spot. I don't know why. One of the main sectors that was mentioned was the energy sector. I've spent the last 3 or 4 days in Takrady, and I came in last night for today's program. And I must say that there's quite a lot of interesting things happening with the indigenous Ghanaian companies in the sector. Autonomics. I'm looking at you because I'm coming back to ask for some support from the Public Petroleum Fund to be able to support as regulators what some of the things that our indigenous Ghanaian companies are doing to ensure that oil and gas goes down from upstream into downstream, so that my brother Eduji will have no problems with petroleum products, so that we have no problems ECG with Dumso, so that we can maximize the gas that we've all been speaking about. And it was good to hear from our sector minister a couple of days ago about the new gas processing plant and the very tight deadlines. We in petroleum are quite excited about the few things that are happening. We have quite big international players like Shell speaking to us. Chevron is coming this next week to visit. Got some came and bought some data from our repository, doing some analysis, the Voltaine Basin. So there's quite a few interesting things happening in the sector, and our aim, vision, goal is to be able to support that sector through regulation, fiscal regime, so that at the end of the day, it trickles down into the economy, and hopefully the downstream players, the power sector, ECG in particular, will have more of a success story, so that in 2026, when we come here, energy will not be flagged. Or will be flagged positively. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MFA and Randy as well, for doing us the honors. We'll just now invite the Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado, Deputy Chief of Staff, to give us the closing remarks, and Madam Justina Nelson would also give us the closing prayer, and we'll take a group photograph, and His Excellency will beg leave of us then. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Shamima, and good morning to you all. The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Presidential Advisors, the Acting Director General of SIGA, Professor Michael Pesa-White, our development partners, distinguished heads of specified entities, the media, ladies and gentlemen. This gathering marks the beginning of a new era. I'm sure you would all agree with me. As newly appointed leaders of our specified entities, you have been entrusted with the responsibility of steering your respective entities towards efficiency, towards accountability, and towards financial sustainability. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has outlined his vision, and the Honorable Minister for Finance and the Director General of SIGA
have also provided further insight into what is expected of you. Now it is your turn to take up the mantle and deliver results, results, results. The theme for this engagement is resetting state-owned enterprises for sustainable growth and fiscal stability. This captures the essence of what must be done. We cannot afford to maintain the status quo. The public sector must evolve. It must embrace innovation and function with discipline and efficiency required to meet the demands of today's economy. Your leadership will be very central to achieving this transformation. SIGA is at the heart of ensuring proper oversight and accountability. It is imperative that all entities fully cooperate to SIGA and adhere to its regulatory framework. Please note that if you have not signed your performance contracts with SIGA, you must take immediate steps to do so. These contracts are not mere formalities. They are binding commitments to achieving measurable results. The government will not countenance institutions that fail to meet their performance targets. Beyond compliance, you must cultivate a productive working relationship with SIGA. There must be strong collaboration. This will not only improve your performance, but it will ensure that your institutions contribute meaningfully to the broader national agenda. And let me add that I saw that for the gender quota representation of females, it scored 24%. We are operationalizing the Gender Equity Affirmative Action Act. So please, let's move to the critical 30% in our 2026 report. Thank you. Fiscal discipline is the backbone of all successful institutions. One of the most pressing challenges in the public sector has been financial mismanagement and poor reporting practices. As new leaders, please set a new, proud standard. It must be excellence, it must be integrity, and it must be ethical leadership. All entities must prioritize the preparation and submission of management and audited reports. As directed by His Excellency the President, SIGA is to compile and submit a report to the Presidency by mid-May 2025. So please, we entreat you all to comply with this directive. Our goal is to transform specified entities into engines of economic growth. Those with commercial mandates must prioritize profitability, whilst those that are service-oriented must ensure maximum efficiency and value for money. Waste and inefficiency must no longer define public institutions. As Ghana works towards implementing the 24-hour economy, public institutions must position themselves to support this vision. Another critical avenue for transformation is the public-private partnership. The private sector remains a vital partner in driving innovation, investment, and job creation. Please actively explore partnerships that will help unlock revenue streams and modernize your operations. Government is fully committed to ensuring that you perform at your highest potential. You will have policy support, oversight, and resources necessary to succeed. We in turn expect efficiency, transparency, and measurable results. This administration is all about resetting expectations, financial discipline, service excellence, and institutional accountability. These are paramount. As you take your responsibilities, please approach them with a sense of urgency and purpose. The expectations are high, but they are not beyond reach. With strategic planning, collaboration, and commitment to excellence, we will together build a public sector that is efficient, that is profitable where applicable, and a driving force for national development. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance Minister, all protocol observed. Shall we please be upstanding for the closing prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you and bless you. We honor your name. We started with you for this program, and this program has really gone well. We have seen the state of our economy in the various spheres of various sectors and our SOEs. We pray for the spirit of excellence so that come next year and next 2 years, 2026, we would be able to showcase our scorecard and show that, yes, we have indeed reset Ghana. This and many blessings we humbly ask of you through your Son, Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so very much, Madam Justina Nelson. So we're going to take quick photographs. Mr. President, please, if you come back. The national anthem before. I beg your pardon. All right. Hello. Hello, please. So Mr. President will come upstage.
A teacher, they are from Lada de Kotopon, and they are 73 in numbers. Honorable members, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish our children a fruitful visit to the House. You are welcome. Honorable members, we move to item numbered 6. Questions time. The Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources is scheduled to respond to some questions. Honorable Minister, may you kindly take your seat. Honorable members, let's proceed to take the question numbered 50 on today's order paper. In the name of Honorable Anthony Mie Otobri, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Can I go ahead?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Minister. My first question is to inquire when the ministry intends to introduce a legislative instrument to regulate the operation of the Lands Act 2020, Act 1036, to ensure uniformity in the land administration throughout the country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I respectfully, let me take the liberties to inform this Honorable House that I was here exactly at 10 o'clock. As a former deputy leader of this House, I respect this House and the rules of this House very much. Unfortunately, the House was not ready, and I had to rush to give a speech at the 56th anniversary of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. As soon as I finished, I rushed back to do this very important duty. And I will continue to respond to the call of this House with the urgency and importance it deserves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, having said that, I'll go ahead and answer the Honorable Member's question. Honorable Speaker, following the passage of the Land Act 2020, Act 1036, the Lands Commission engaged the services of two consultants to assist in the preparation of the required regulations to operationalize the Act. The Commission, in collaboration with the Office of the Attorney General, constituted an in-house team of staff to work with the two consultants. After extensive stakeholder engagements across the country, a draft legislative instrument was forwarded to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for onward submission to the Office of the Attorney General. The draft was thus submitted to the AG's office in July 2024. Subsequently, the Office of the Attorney General, upon review, provided some comments to be addressed by the Ministry through its agencies, the Lands Commission and the Office of the Administrator of True Lands. Responses to the comments and the final draft of the LI has been submitted to the Office of the Attorney General by the Lands Commission and the Office of Administrator of True Lands through my office on the 28th February 2025. Once finalized by the Attorney General's office, the legislative instrument will be laid before Parliament for consideration and passage. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, any follow-up question?
I don't think so. I think I'm satisfied with this answer. The follow-up would be to the Attorney General's Department. I'm very grateful.
Any supplementary? Yes, Honorable Asafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister for Lands, because the stakeholder engagement started somewhere 2020, because of the lapse of time, would you consider engaging, or if you like, having another stakeholder engagement before it is laid before Parliament? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Extensive stakeholder was done and is on record. We believe that those engagements have been very extensive enough. We believe that once the Attorney General's review is done, it will be brought to this House. This House has the liberty to always engage the public once it's here. But I believe on the part of the ministry, we've done a very exhaustive work. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in the absence of any further supplementary, can we move to question number 51? Also, in the name of Honourable Anthony Mie of Otobri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second question is to inquire from the Minister what the Ministry intends to do in digitalization of the services being rendered by the Lands Commission across the country to ensure easy accessibility.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor for your response.
Speaker, there has been some modification to this answer on the second paragraph and then the very last paragraph. And so I want the record to note that. And it will reflect in the answer I gave. So, Speaker, efforts to modernize the operations of the Lands Commission has been ongoing for quite some time, since the introduction of the Land Administration Projects Lab 1 and Lab 2, funded by the World Bank and other donor partners with investments of over $92 million. These projects covered other sectors like the Judiciary, Land Use and Spatial Authority, formerly the Town and Country Planning Department, and culminated in the merger of the 4 land sector agencies into the current Lands Commission. The passage of the Lands Act 2020 also introduced the Client Services Access Unit of the Lands Commission, which set the stage for the digitalization of the operations of the Commission. The World Bank agreed to extend the Lab 2 project to support the digitalization of the operations of the Lands Commission and offered preparatory funds of about $3 million. Unfortunately, these funds did not materialize. I think this is the area that the modification and the correction is. The Lands Commission over the years has leveraged on 33% retention of its internally generated funds to undertake some limited digitalization of about 15% of its manual records and introduce several digital platforms to support its operations and the general services to the public. These are, however, not enough to transform the Lands Commission into the land service delivery agency we all desire. The Lands Commission has designed a project that seeks to completely digitalize the operations of the Commission by implementing several interventions that will see the land service delivery space providing national digital map data for all purposes available for use by multiple agencies and private sector, well-demarcated and registered boundaries of allodial landowners, decentralized Lands Commission at the district level, as well as fully operational online services, easy access to cost-effective and quick acquisition of site plans for registration, real-time online access to credible up-to-date land records reflecting the ground situation searches, quick transparent stamp duty assessment and electronic stamping of documents, convenient payment, receipting and reporting platforms, less cumbersome and fast services by Lands Commission, gradual introduction of systematic tilting in other 8 regions, where strengthened land sector institutions, including the customary land secretariat with professionally competent and motivated staff. So, Speaker, it is estimated that an amount of $165 million will be required to implement the various interventions that will help us achieve these outcomes. Working with the Honorable Minister of Finance and other private sector sources, we are going to pursue all various options to provide funding for this very important project, including going back to the donor community to continue to express interest in supporting this very important initiative. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Asafua, please allow the maker to exhaust the supplementary before. Very well, very well.
Thank
Any
you,
supplementary
Minister.
question?
Yes, respectfully, I would like to know if you would consider amending the formula for apportioning or distributing the funds, internally generated funds from the Lands Commission. I understand 33% is retained by the Commission, which means that 67... Right. My question is, would you reconsider the formula for distribution of or apportioning of internally generated funds from the Lands Commission, where the Lands Commission gets only 33% and 67%, I believe, goes into the consolidated fund? You find yourself in a situation where you are struggling to raise funds to ensure that digitalization is completed. Would you consider reversing the formula to enable the Lands Commission utilize the 67% in promoting digitalization?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue of capping has really been a very challenging one for institutions like the Land Commission. I am very happy that in the recently read budget, the government of President Mahama has begun this journey to uncap, to decap, and liberate some of these institutions like the National Health Insurance and others. I am believing that this journey to decap will continue and will not stop at the National Health Insurance and what else? A GET fund, but it will get to the Lands Commission. I thank you.
Any further supplementary question? Honorable Asafua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, considering your government's commitment to digitalization, which reflects in the fact that your president or our president appointed a minister for digital technology and innovation. I never heard you if you had any plans to collaborate with the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation in realizing this ambitious program at the Lands Commission. If there is, please let the Ghanaian people know. Thank you so much.
So, Honorable Member, what is your question?
My question is that, is the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources having any plan to collaborate with the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation in addressing this problem?
Well, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. At the tail end of my answer, I had said that we are going to continue to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance and other agencies, including private sector. And that's exactly what we do, including the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Honorable Speaker, this collaboration is very critical. But as you know, the NDC it does not believe too much in the jargons and sloganeering. We believe in results, and we will do exactly that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Professor Kinsiri Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. The Honorable Minister, very hard-working minister, in providing his responses, was giving futuristic answers. In the last paragraph, he said, working with the Honorable Minister of Finance, we are going to pursue all the various options to provide funding for this important project, including going back to the donor community who continue to express interest in supporting this initiative. Brilliant. However, I would like to know from him, considering the significant role digitalization plays in our daily lives, when is it going to be done? We need some time frame for this to be done. For me, this is a brilliant response, but kindly tell the House when exactly is this important intervention going to be implemented? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important question, and this is to assure the honourable member that engagements with other sector agencies and other sources where we can get funding is a top priority of mine. I'm very happy to inform you that barely 3 months in office, I've already had engagement with the reps of the World Bank on the possibility of going back to funding of a Lab 3. And these discussions has also continued with the Ministry of Finance. We will continue to engage to make sure we can get the necessary funding to this very important work. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, is that your seat?
That's on my seat, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, ask the question from your seat. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister whether they have an intention, the Ministry has an intention to explore the local Ghanaian companies, to take advantage of local Ghanaian companies in the area of the digitalization process, because normally when these projects are donor funded, you get to realize that the support comes from their side. So I want to know if they want to take advantage of local companies in assisting them in the digitalization drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our doors are very open to all companies, local and international, who has the capacity to help us achieve this goal of digitalizing our lands records and making it more efficient. And I'll use this opportunity to say it again. Ghanaian companies that have the capacity and can provide the efficiency that is required to achieve these goals are all welcome. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Sosu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the answers of the Honorable Minister, he indicated that the World Bank agreed to extend the Lab 2 project. However, the then government refused. Yes, the then government. Oh, you modified that one. Oh, very well. So I wanted to know whether the ministry came across the reasons why the previous government did not take advantage of the World Bank facility. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
It's important to say that the records at the ministry is that those funds never materialized. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Honorable Minister if the challenges in digitalization has been the cause of the partial halt in registration in the lands commissions as we speak now. Okay, I'll come again. There is a partial halt in registration in lands commission. Registration, land commission activities have been halted partially. Is it as a result of the digitalization challenges, or is an operational directive? And when will it be restored?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are two things going on. We are working overtime to try to make sure the boards at the regional levels are also constituted. We are also working to make sure that we deal with the issues of referees as quickly as possible to make sure that these operations can go forward. Thank you.
Honourable members, having regard to Standing Order 773, can we limit the supplementary questions and move to question number 52? Honourable members, question number 52, stand in the name of Anthony Mie Otobri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, my last question for the day is, could you tell us what government policies your ministry intends to undertake to curb corruption within the land sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, to curb corruption in the land sector, we must tackle the issue of efficiency and transparency. This will be tackled both at the level of land-owning groups who are responsible for the sale and allocation of land and the administration of land, that is the public and school and family land. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Land Act 2020 Act 1036 has a number of clauses that seeks to address corruption in the land sector and criminalizes some of these, like land gas, forgery of documents, impersonation, multiple sale of lands, among others. The policy of government towards the strict implementation of the provisions of the Land Act will be reflected in the legislative instrument that will regulate the operationalization of the Act. Government intends to strictly enforce these clauses. The digitalization efforts already described is also expected to introduce several interventions that will ensure transparency in land administration, both at the customary and state levels. The improved level of transparency is expected to significantly reduce the opportunities for corruption. Mr. Speaker, another area of addressing corruption in land administration, especially with respect to state public land, is by introducing a clear policy on the management of public lands. The Lands Commission has prepared a draft policy on public land management, which has been submitted to my office. I intend to subject the draft policy to a larger stakeholder consultations for inputs and to implement some same to guide the allocation and management of public lands. This, Mr. Speaker, is intended to be undertaken as part of larger review of the 1999 National Land Policy. Recognizing that the existing National Land Policy of 1999 is outdated and does not fully address current challenges, the Ministry has initiated steps to review and update that policy. One of the recommendations of the National Land Conference held in 2022 was the review of the 1999 National Land Policy under the guidance and leadership of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and in collaboration with the Office of Steward Lands, the Land Sector, multiple stakeholder platform, and other partners have developed a roadmap for the review and preparation of a new National Land Policy. A technical committee comprising the various land sector agencies have been put together to address this issue. Mr. Speaker, the revised policy, once in place, will address the following. The Land Act 1036, ensuring coherence with recent legislative reforms, current socio-economic and technological realities, addressing emerging land-related challenges such as urbanization, climate change, and digitalization, international best practices, that is incorporating globally accepted land governance principles to enhance efficiency and transparency, and also serve as the foundation framework for land management in the country. The policy is expected to address issues such as land encroachments, multiple land sales, unapproved development schemes, aiming to harmonize laws and practices to facilitate equitable access to land and enhance tenure security. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako, do you have a right to tell the member not to follow up?
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. He was sitting down, and I asked him if he has a follow-up question. I was just asking him.
Well, that is for me to ask. Honorable member, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I am grateful.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako, you can now have the floor.
Honorable Badahiafo, the Speaker in chair, my very good friend, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, before the policy is done and implemented, what are the concrete steps that your outfit is taking now to deal with corruption within the land sector? Thank you.
I laid it out clearly. We must strictly enforce the Act that currently has been passed to address the issues, the land guards issues, the forgery of documents, impersonation, multiple sales. These are all clearly laid out, and the punitive steps have all been laid out. We must strictly enforce them, and working with law enforcement, I think that's what we should start doing. Thank you.
Honorable Lukuto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister mindful of the fact that Lands Commission generally is the Minister mindful of the fact that there are a lot of issues relating to incompetence of some staff, usually because of family and friends dealings within the Lands Commission, and that people are there by virtue of the fact that they have their parents working with the Lands Commission. And most of these workers, there is no strict policy on transfers. So you see some of them being there for about 15 years, 20 years. They are never transferred anywhere. And so they know the ins and outs of the whole Lands Commission. And these are the ones that are able to forge and to clean some records and replace for the sake of their personal benefits. Are you mindful of this fact, and what do you intend to do about these transfer policies, especially about people who have stayed in the Lands Commission over 15 and 20 years?
Honorable Lokutor, do you have any evidence to that effect that those who stay for a longer period are likely to be those who will be involved
Mr. Speaker,
in the corruption?
Mr. Speaker, if you may want to know, I'm a licensed surveyor. I've practiced in the field of Lands Commission for over 20 years. And so these are facts. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, honorable members, I would advise that we are guided in making certain statements, particularly on the floor of the House. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. the issues raised are very, very important issues. And I'm happy that the honorable member brought it to my attention. We will aggressively look into these matters. I thank you.
Honorable Former Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made mention of the need to raise 165 million to fix the problems at Lands Commission. I'd like to know from the Minister whether he is considering PPP to raise and implement this project, and also how far is he also looking at the issue of making Lands Commission the sole sales agent for all lands in Ghana. Sole sales agent for all lands in Ghana. So the issue of boundary disputes, issues of land gas and double sale do not arise anymore.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Speaker, I think in my answer I had said that all options were on the table, including engaging the Ministry of Finance, other sectors, including Minister of Communication, Digitalization, and the private sector. And in that area, I was thinking more of those PPP, proposals. We already have some of them we are reviewing, and so we'll continue to do that. I think you meant transactions, not just transactions, land transactions. Those are matters that we can review at the ministry. I thank you.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, if you may, let's reference your answers. I think paragraph 5 and 6. You are basically talking about stakeholder consultation and then the need to have a review of your 1999 land policy. Will you be kind enough to let this House know? I'm asking this question because oftentimes we are...
Is that in respect of question number 52?
Speaker, 52 years. It's in respect of 52. Yes. We tend to be in a hurry to amend policies, to amend our laws. Would you share with us the trust of the success story of the 1999 policy? And what is it about the 1999 policy that you want to review, specific to what needs to be reviewed? And then maybe your consultation, can you give us some timeline? It's not new, I'm within the fall. So you got consultation that you intend to engage, that's on your 5th paragraph. Can you give us some timelines? Please.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the question was related to how we kept corruption at the Lands Commission, and I had laid out various steps. As part of that answer, I talked about the need to look at the 1999 policy. If the honorable member wants us to comprehensively address the issues of the achievements of the 1999 policy, I'll be happy to bring that in a comprehensive answer once he asks that question. I thank you.
I know he's the sector minister. I am not seeking a comprehensive answer. So I'm asking this because we tend to be in a hurry oftentimes to change policy and to amend laws. I'm saying, what has been the success? You can give us a gist of it. And what is the motivation? Why do we want to amend that policy? What is the motivation? You don't need to give me a 3-page answer. Just give me 1 paragraph answer. That should be enough.
Madam Speaker, I think in my answer, this is what I stated. Recognizing that the existing national land policy of 1999 is outdated and does not fully address current challenges, including the issues of digitalization and all these modern tools that, quite frankly, are not included in the 1999 policy. On the recommendation of the National Land Conference, which was held in 2022, a review was recommended. A review was recommended. And I have said it is important because of these reasons that we undertake that review and bring a new policy. Join us to do that work. I thank you.
Honourable members, we have 3 more questions. And given question time being regulated by Standing Order 77, I intend not to take any further supplementary question, but to thank the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources for attending upon the House and providing answers to all the 3 questions posed to him. We'll have to move to the other questions on today's order paper. Honourable members, I have been informed that, so Honourable Minister, you are discharged. I have been informed that the answers to questions number 40, 63, and 64 are going to be programmed and given to us by the order paper addendum. So in the meantime, let me vary the order of business and then we move to, well, honourable members, I understand it has been loaded, the answer has been loaded on the console. So if you are comfortable, then we proceed to take question number 40. Honourable members, question number 40 is in the name of Honourable Vincent Akor Asafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker.
You may take your seat.
Respectfully.
Well, what is the pleasure of the House?
Speaker, if my colleague will agree with me, may we rather go on to the statement, because I get a signal colleagues are finding a bit of a challenge in reading the answers. So, Speaker, may we proceed to go on statement. I'm sure after a while we'll get the other people addendum with the answers advertised. Then we can revert.
Thank you, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed, that was the original suggestion.
Yes.
Until we're informed that the answers have been loaded. So
that is so.
So we have no objection at all.
Honourable members, the sense of the House is to move to statement. Accordingly, I vary the order of business to take the item number 7. Honourable members, the Minister for Foreign Affairs is invited to apprise the House on the deportation of Ghanaian citizens in the United States of America and related matters. Honourable members, the Minister is here. I proceed to give the floor to the Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement on the deportation of Ghanaians from the United States of America. By way of background, Honorable Speaker, upon assuming office as President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald Trump instituted several executive actions, including Executive Order on Deportation. Central to President Trump's immigration agenda was his firm commitment to carrying out mass deportations of individuals living in the U.S. without legal status. This initiative primarily targeted those who either entered the country illegally or overstayed their visas. As of 23 February 2025, the United States has implemented significant changes to its immigration policies, leading to profound consequences for migrant communities. These changes have resulted in mass deportations of undocumented migrants and heightened enforcement measures along the southern border with Mexico. Initially, the deportation efforts under the Trump administration prioritized undocumented immigrants and non-citizen residents with serious criminal records. However, reports indicate that individuals without criminal histories, those with final deportation orders, individuals with expired visas, and even recipients of temporary protected status, TPS, have also been subject to deportation. According to data from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, approximately 37,660 individuals were deported in January 2025. No Ghanaians were included in that number. However, 94 Ghanaians were deported from the U.S. in 2024. The ongoing raids by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement and reports of mass deportations have fostered a climate of fear and uncertainty within migrant communities. Actions taken by U.S. authorities to further bolster deportation efforts, President Trump signed a memorandum on 29 January 2025 directing the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to expand the Migrant Operations Center at Guantanamo Bay. This expansion will facilitate the temporary housing of up to 30,000 undocumented immigrants. Following this directive, 178 Venezuelan migrants were transferred to the facility and subsequently deported to Honduras, from where they were repatriated to Venezuela. As of now, no Ghanaian national is reportedly detained at this facility. Increased border security. The Trump administration's strengthened border enforcement has led to a notable reduction in illegal migrant crossings, particularly along the southern border. According to data from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, daily arrests in the El Paso sector of the border fell dramatically from 1,800 in 2023 to fewer than 100 in January 2025. This decline in illegal crossings is largely attributed to a comprehensive government strategy that involved collaboration across multiple federal agencies. The Department of State, Defense and Justice, alongside Homeland Security and ICE, work together to enhance border security and tighten enforcement measures. These efforts included increased border patrols, the construction of additional barriers, and the deployment of advanced surveillance technologies to monitor and prevent illegal crossings. The concerted strategy appears to have significantly disrupted migration patterns in the region, contributing to the reduction in arrests and crossings. However, Mr. Speaker, while the administration views this as a success in border control, it has also led to ongoing debates about the broader impacts of migrant communities and the human rights concerns associated with such stringent enforcement measures. In partnership with Panama and Costa Rica, the U.S. has established agreements to temporarily detain deportees in these countries before they are returned to their home countries. Under these arrangements, migrants who are deported from the U.S. are often held in detention camps in Panama or Costa Rica as part of the deportation process. However, reports from detainees have highlighted concerning conditions in these camps. Migrants held in Panama, for example, have complained about harsh living conditions, limited freedoms, and restricted access to legal assistance. These complaints have raised concerns about the treatment of individuals awaiting deportation in these temporary detention facilities. The Ghana mission, Mr. Speaker, in Washington has reported that 2 Ghanaian nationals were recently deported to Costa Rica by ICE. The mission is working with the International Organization for Migration, IOM, for eventual transfer to Ghana. The involvement of these third-party countries in the deportation process reflects a broader U.S. strategy to manage its deportation efforts and control migration flows. Targeting of unaccompanied migrant children. A recent directive has instructed U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents to locate and deport unaccompanied migrant children who entered the U.S. without parental guardianship. This initiative targets over 600,000 unaccompanied minors who have entered the U.S. since 2019. The measures being implemented as part of this initiative include the use of DNA testing to verify familial relationships, to ensure that children are returned to their families or home countries safely. However, the initiative has raised concerns regarding the potential removal of children who have been living in the U.S. for extended periods, particularly those residing in state shelters or with non-relative sponsors. Among those potentially affected are Ghanaian children. As at now, there are 4 children who are known to the Ghana mission who fall under this category. These children, like many others, may face the possibility of deportation if they are unable to prove familial connections or guardianship under the new ICE directive. The move has raised alarm within advocacy groups who have expressed concerns about the impact it may have on the safety and well-being of these vulnerable minors. While checks indicate that there have been no large-scale deportations of Ghanaian nationals, the immigration enforcement measures implemented by the Trump administration are having a significant impact on the Ghanaian community. One of the sources of confusion and concern has been reports that suggest that U.S. immigration officers are closely scrutinizing individuals with dual citizenship, particularly those who travel abroad using both their U.S. and Ghanaian passports. This has further heightened uncertainty within the Ghanaian community, as many individuals fear that their travel may lead to complications with immigration authorities. So, Mr. Speaker, currently, the mood within the Ghanaian community is one of fear and anxiety. Several leaders from various Ghanaian associations have expressed concerns about the growing apprehension among community members. There has been a noticeable decline in attendance at events, with many individuals opting to avoid public gatherings to reduce the risk of encountering immigration enforcement. Similarly, some Ghanaian churches have reported a significant drop in participation, which they attribute to the strict immigration measures enforced by the Trump administration. Many community members are reportedly hesitant to engage in social or religious activities due to the ongoing fears surrounding their immigration status. This trend, Mr. Speaker, is expected to continue unless the Trump administration eases its hard stance on immigration, offering reassurance to immigrant communities as long as these measures remain in place. The climate of fear and uncertainty is likely to persist, affecting not only the Ghanaian community, but also other immigrant populations across the U.S. These are the measures the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have taken so far. In response to the ongoing concerns about potential deportations, the ministry has begun engaging with all relevant stakeholders to prepare for the possible deportation of Ghanaian nationals from the U.S. A key step in this process was the stakeholder meeting held on the 17th of February 2025. The meeting aimed to develop comprehensive preparatory measures in anticipation of potential deportations, evaluate vulnerabilities within the Ghanaian community, and establish necessary support mechanisms. One of the key outcomes of the meeting was the identification of resources needed to provide assistance to deported nationals, including transportation to their final destinations and any available reintegration programs. Additionally, the stakeholders discussed the importance of coordinating efforts between the ministry, local organizations, our international partners, to ensure that Ghanaian nationals who are deported are adequately supported upon their return to Ghana. The meeting also focused on the need to secure budgetary allocation to address these challenges and ensure that the ministry can provide the necessary resources for deportees, as well as address the broader humanitarian aspect of the deportation process. The ministry's proactive engagement with stakeholders reflects a commitment to minimizing the impact on affected individuals and ensuring that proper support systems are put in place for those who eventually return to Ghana. Institutions represented at the meeting were the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of the Interior, the National Security Secretariat, Research Department, the Ghana Immigration Service, the National Investigations Bureau, the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, the National Ambulance Service, the Department of Social Welfare, and Port Health. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the 21st of February 2025, I held a very constructive meeting with the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Virginia E. Palmer. The meeting sought broader cooperation and understanding of exactly what U.S. authorities were engaged in, and we also sought to ensure that the deportations are carried out in a very humane manner. It will be recalled that there have been times in recent years where nationals have been deported in conditions which were most appalling. For example, deporting people in chains, in handcuffs, chaining them to their seats as they are flown into our country. We have stated that we will want these matters to be an incident occurring in the past, and that we do not want them to recur. These deportations must be carried out in a humane manner. During the meeting, it was also emphasized that the affected Ghanaians do not have criminal records, and that any Ghanaian currently serving a jail term will not be deported until their sentence has been fully served. And we have received full assurances from the U.S. Ambassador in Accra on these matters. Updates from the Washington mission indicates as follows. Currently, there are 150 Ghanaians in detention across various centers in the U.S. who are awaiting deportation for crimes such as rape, internet fraud, and illegal entry. None of the affected Ghanaians from the courts. Their deportation is expected to take place by mid-year, mid-2025. The remaining 100 cases are either under appeal or have been dismissed. Representations have been made to U.S. authorities on behalf of one Ghanaian on the grounds of ill health, and he has been released to seek medical care. On the 20th of December 2024, our embassy in Washington was informed of another one Ghanaian with a medical condition who requested expedited removal, as his condition was not improving with the treatment he was receiving in detention. ICE was promptly notified and the individual was processed for removal, departing the U.S. on the 30th of January 2025. So that individual is now within our jurisdiction. 3 Ghanaians have also been processed and are scheduled to depart from the United States on commercial flights on the 19th of March 2025, the 28th of March 2025, and 1st April 2025, respectively. 10 Ghanaians have also been interviewed by the embassy to verify their nationalities and ensure that they have received a fair hearing. They are now awaiting the Department of Homeland Security to purchase their flight tickets before their travel documents for their deportation can be issued. The Ghana Embassy in Washington, in collaboration with Ghanaian immigration attorneys in the U.S., have been organizing virtual town hall meetings to offer legal guidance and support to nationals facing immigration challenges. Upon the issuance of final removal orders, the individuals' names will be forwarded to the ministry for further processing. It should be noted that the aforementioned cases existed prior to President Trump's assumption of office, with the exception of 2 Ghanaians who were deported to Costa Rica, as outlined in the actions taken by the U.S. authorities. In line with the ministry's established practices and in collaboration with the relevant authorities, arrangements will be made to ensure the reception of our compatriots upon their arrival in Ghana. This will include health screening, psychological support, assistance with specific needs, and transportation to their final destination. Reintegration. The ministry is in discussion with NADMO and other partners, including the International Organization for Migration, to extend support in reintegration and providing additional sources of livelihood to our compatriots upon arrival. Options include arranging skills training, microfinancing opportunities, and psychological support to help individuals reintegrate into the society and rebuild their livelihoods. Additionally, we will work with local authorities and communities to ensure that those returning are supported in their readmission into the society to enable them contribute to their communities. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the ministry continues to closely monitor developments related to the potential deportation of Ghanaian nationals from the U.S. to inform further actions. This ongoing monitoring will allow the ministry to stay updated on any changes in immigration policies, enforcement practices, or shifts in the situation that may affect the Ghanaian community. The operationalization of the Consular Fund, as approved by Cabinet, will be critical in supporting our affected compatriots returning home. It is anticipated that the ministry's budget, which is before this August House and awaiting approval, will receive your kind approval of the $2 million we have allocated to operationalize the Consular Fund. Mr. Speaker, based on these developments, the ministry will assess the need for additional measures, resources, or interventions to support affected individuals. By staying proactive and responsive, the ministry aims to ensure that Ghanaian nationals are well supported throughout this process, whether through legal assistance, reintegration programs, or other necessary forms of aid. Further actions will be determined in coordination with all stakeholders. But the message we want to send to our compatriots very clearly is that they are not alone in these difficult times. Their government and the people in Parliament will make sure that their needs, their consular needs, are supported. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do all we can to make sure that we are with them throughout these processes until they arrive and they are fully reintegrated in our communities. This is the update on the situation involving the deportation, the potential deportation of some 150 Ghanaians from the United States of America. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that's a statement from the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs. I will therefore open the floor for comment. I recognize Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to catch the Minister's attention, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, if you go to the website of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO, November 2024, you realize that there's a table that the ICE or the U.S. agencies put out, which has listed all the countries and the persons to be deported. On that table, Ghana has about 3,228 of our nationals listed to be repatriated or deported. In your statement, you mentioned about 150 or so, 50 of whom have gotten final deportation orders from the U.S. Institution. So I would want to seek further clarification from you on this one. Secondly, I listed the budget and you came at the end of your statement to talk about a $2 million consular support fund for its operationalization. That I will not belabor that. But with your stakeholder engagement, I also realized you left out the engagement with the IOM. You listed a host of institutions, RD, the ministry itself, and other institutions. But I realized you didn't engage the IOM, which is very important in these matters. And your engagement with the U.S. ambassador is also very important. Thirdly, you mentioned that 3 people are to buy their own tickets and fly down as per the U.S. requirements, and also 10 are being interviewed. The person or those who have already been deported, what has been the ministry's engagement? Because at the tail end of your presentation, you spoke about reintegration. What has been some of the follow-ups? Has the ministry gotten any response from this person ever since he or she got back into the country? Those are some of the preliminary matters I would want you to address. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Xavier Soso.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for Foreign Affairs for this very detailed briefing of the House, and also to commend the Ministry for the proactive measures that the Ministry is taking in respect of these compatriots. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, going through the process of deportation obviously will be a very traumatizing situation. And the least we can do as a country and as leaders of this country is to be available and provide support and assistance to these compatriots who unfortunately find themselves in this space. And I'm really excited, particularly about the preparedness to receive these people who are already received their deportation orders. And I would want to urge this House that when that time comes, I think the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the leadership of this House should also be very interested in how we receive these people and how we assist them to integrate. And we all know that immigration and migration is a fact of life. And many of these compatriots who find themselves on the other side went with really good intentions, sometimes just to find greener pastures and so on and so forth. So if they find themselves in this unfortunate situation, then the state must indeed protect and support them. And I just want to commend the ministry and their various agencies for what they are doing, getting in touch with them, and ensuring that when they come back, we are even preparing to get them counselors that can counsel them and properly integrate them into the society. I believe that this is a caring ministry, and we need to commend the minister for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me give the floor to the lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a comment and have a couple of questions. We know that the United States of America has long been a beacon of hope to a lot of people across all over the world, Ghana included. So we do have a lot of Ghanaians over there. Some may have overstayed their visa, gone through other means, which is why they're being deported. But one thing for sure is, and I'm sure the minister who probably has done the research will agree, if you do a profile of the Ghanaians who are being deported, probably they don't have criminal records. If you have maybe one or two, maybe traffic tickets or something, but a large number of them, you find that they don't have criminal records. They're there, they're living there responsibly, they work, and they're basically abiding people over there, but for their visa overstay and their immigration problem. So I'm glad to hear that the minister said he's basically negotiated with the United States to not have them be brought over in handcuffs, because they're not prisoners, and they're not prisoners of war, and they're certainly not slaves to be brought back in shackles. So I'm really glad to hear that. Another important thing that I'd like some clarification on is reintegration, because reintegration is extremely, extremely important and critical for the Ghanaian deportees coming back. Most of them have left Ghana for years, probably decades, and they may not even know their way around Accra. Accra has changed. If they've not been here, which they haven't, because there's no way, they didn't have their papers over there, they wouldn't have been able to travel back to Ghana for years. So they will even be lost in Accra, let alone find their way to their village or their hometown. Secondly, this is very traumatic. It's a devastating experience for each one of them, and I can't even imagine what it's like for the children who are involved. So we really must have reintegration action. Aside from the long term, we must have a long-term reintegration strategy, because it's not just going to be 150. Trust me, with the way Trump is going, it's not going to be just 150 who are going to be deported. There are probably going to be thousands of people who are going to be deported. So I would urge the Minister of Foreign Affairs to have a long-term reintegration strategy. And then I also heard he mentioned, I think, IOM, that normally supports reintegration. However, with a string of orders that President Trump signed right after he got into office, which was one of the mass deportations in the history of America. Secondly was funding cuts. The IOM has been cut deeply, deeply. Because I know that even they're actually laying off about 5,000 workers, and there'll be more. So I know that the IOM funding in Ghana has probably been hit as well. So we need to find that, because normally I believe that they would have supported the reintegration. So my question is, will the Ghana government, provide funding for reintegration of these deportees? Because it's critical in terms of the economic hardship. They're going to face economic hardship. They'll come, they won't have jobs. They will not have any money on them, because when they are picked up by ICE, they're not allowed to go home. They're not allowed to go to their bank account to withdraw any money that they've saved from the work that they're doing. They're coming with nothing, with no clothes on. Their only clothes on their back is what they're probably coming with. So we really have to make sure that we help them with the economic challenges they're going to face, and the stigma, because there's a stigma, unfortunately, in Ghana when people are deported. It's like you failed over there. And it's not about failure for these people. Because if you go into their profile, which I hope the ministry will do, you find that they were responsible people over there. Some of them probably even have mortgages over there where they bought property, they have kids in school, some of them even pay taxes. You'll be surprised. Okay, so they're not criminals, and there's no failure about this. The only thing is that they went over there in search of whatever hope that they were seeking over there, and unfortunately they weren't able to get their papers right, so they're being deported. So my question is, in terms of the long-term strategy for the reintegration, and if IOM is going to be depended on, we really need to take a look at that, review that, because there's been serious deep cuts in IOM all over the world, where they're actually laying off 5,000 people, and their programs are also being withdrawn. It's not even suspended, it's being withdrawn, so we really have to look at that. And then the unaccompanied migrant children too. I would like some more information on that, because they are unaccompanied. Who are they coming to? And we have to really focus on the reintegration. Otherwise, we probably have some homeless deportees when they get here, especially for those who may not have
Honourable Member, I think your time is up.
I'll wait till
Honourable Members, order. Order. Please conclude. Please conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to hear more about the reintegration strategy. Thank you.
Yes, leaders. You want to yield? Because the guidance is we are taking
Speaker, I'm
2-2.
sorry, I'm not yielding.
And leadership.
I want to speak.
Very well, speak. You have the floor.
Speaker, I think this House must pat its shoulder for what it has done. Show more responsibility and response to the need of our people. Speaker, I must commend the speakership for inviting the minister to apprise the House. We are listening to our colleague and the minister, giving details on the statistics, the engagement that have gone on so far, and what he seeks and his outfit seeks to do in the future. I cannot agree more with him when he says the action has fostered uncertainty and fear. And it's something we cannot gloss over. We can't play it down. It's a grave matter and we have to be up and doing. The statistics and the figures he put out, the 150, and he reflects on a certain 50 who the minister spoke to have received their final deportation orders, 50. And he goes ahead to talk about the 100 where the minister says is either on appeal or dismissal. And for me, there was no conclusion on that. At this point, I expected the minister to give us some conclusive statement that out of the 100 outstanding, 50 are on appeal or some numbers are also being dismissed. But he's telling us the truth, and I have no reason to worry to have a problem with him. But I am just saying that at this point, we as a country should be able to be on top of the situation and be able to tell with certainty the number that has been dismissed and the number that is still on appeal. Speaker, the minister spoke to reintegration, and then he mentioned the consular fund. It's something we've all been, I recall in our other world when he was ranking member and I was chair, it's been a matter that we've been passionate about. Thankfully, it's seeing the light of day. But I'm afraid to say the consular fund is not enough. We can't rely on the consular fund at this time. This is a case of emergency. We are yet to even pass the budget. We are yet to pass the budget. And because it's an emergency, I want to implore the minister that we have to work around the clock and find some oxygen to support our compatriots. Fortunately, Minister, you put out some solutions. I was expecting that you would define these solutions in the short-term, medium-term, and long-term solution. Then we would know that in the next 1 month, this is what the ministry will be doing to deal with the challenge at hand. And my minister at the 8th Parliament, when he was a ranking member, we worked together. Very typical of him. I'm sure if he was ranking by now, he would have been visiting some of the centers of detention. Up to this time, he hasn't told us if he has been to Costa Rica or not. Would you go or not? I want to, and I see my chair, Honorable Vanderpoy. You should be advising the minister or go together, get our ranking, the ranking member, the chair, and the minister. But now you should be on your way to Costa Rica. You have to visit the detention centers. I know he will do it, but minister, you have to do that. Go there, and you have spoken. Is it the pipeline? Speaker, so let me plead with my minister. In fact, he has given a vivid, a detailed report, which is good enough. That one, I won't take it away from him. It's good. He's giving a detailed report. But to the extent that report on human rights abuses, we must go there and see for ourselves. I commend you to also have engaged the U.S. ambassador to Ghana. And you can't put out all details. On the note that the interventions needs to be defined. Honorable Ablakwa, the interventions, your short-term, medium-term intervention should be defined. And don't overly rely on the consular fund. Work around it, find some support, and which will be an interim intervention before the passage of the appropriation. I think if we're able to do this, it will go a long way to help our compatriot. Also, our Committee on Foreign Affairs, this cannot be one-off intervention. It has to be a sustained and well-regulated and monitored effort. Speaker, the next 1 month, the Committee on Foreign Affairs should be briefing this House as a result of a briefing they have received from the sector minister on interventions, fallout, and what has become of the effort of the ministry. I think if we do that, it will not be one-off efforts which will not be good enough. Having said this, I want to commend our colleague for a detailed report, for him to note that we are also going to monitor in the coming days. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to you and for the House for inviting the Minister here to come and update us on the situation going on in the United States. And Minister, thank you very much for a very comprehensive statement that you have made here today that should be comforting to Ghanaians, that we have a minister and a ministry who are basically being responsible in trying to deal with this situation. From what you have said, I am absolutely clear in my mind that you have plans in place in dealing with this, whether short-term, medium-term, long-term, as the Honourable Member has indicated. We cannot actually, as a country, blame President Trump for doing what he's doing. We may not like what he's doing, but he's doing it for America, for his country. We have to do what we have to do and that's first and foremost, we have to be law-abiding citizens, as we are in our country and wherever we go. The people who have gone there are not criminals, but they are actually being brought home for a reason of not having the right documentation and all that. So we have to also advise our brothers and sisters that when they do travel, they make sure that they do what they have to do to make sure that they live in that country as legally as they can be. Just as Ghanaians, we want people to come and live here legally. But when such a situation arises, we have to be able to help our brothers and sisters. We cannot just leave them because we think they've either made a mistake or. So I'm very happy with what the minister has said today. All the people that he's managed to meet, including the American ambassador here. It is important that we take our case, to where we should take it, and that's the closest you can get to Donald Trump is actually to go to the ambassador. So I'm very happy with all the things that the minister has put in place. I wish the minister well, and I hope that his team that is in the states and around here are actually able to help the minister. I'm sure the necessary travels will be done to make sure that our people are fine. Minister, thank you very much for coming to brief us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you may respond to the questions and make your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank honorable members for the very useful insights and comments that have been made in response to this statement. Mr. Speaker, I must also salute members for the empathy and solidarity that they have demonstrated in contributing to this statement. There are a few matters that require clarification, and I want to do that very quickly. The apparent contradiction in figures, the 3,228 on the ICE website, that has been there for more than 2 years. And we have probed those numbers. And what our mission tells us when they have inquired is that a lot of people contained in that ICE database have gone through appeals and they have been successful with the appeals. And so the ICE will have to amend that data. They haven't done that, and that's why you have that figure on their website since that period, since it was first put out there. But what we are dealing with now are the confirmed cases for deportation, the 150. We have been given names, and we are going through the processes, identifying their nationality, confirming that they are truly Ghanaians. So we are working with 150. So officially, what U.S. authorities have communicated to us is 150. And we will urge the Ghanaian people not to panic because of those earlier figures put out on various websites. Then I can also confirm that we have engaged the IOM. The Honorable Patrick Boama said that we didn't include that in the list. Yes, we didn't include IOM in the list for the 21st, the 15th February meeting because they were not at that meeting. We were just reporting on what happened at the stakeholders meeting. As for the IOM, when you pay regard to page 7 of my presentation, you see that we engage them separately on another day. So I said at paragraph 22 that we are continuing discussions with IOM, NADMO, and other partners on their reintegration and supporting them with other livelihood interventions. So I can assure honorable members that we continue to engage with IOM. But there is a matter that we also have to be concerned about. We cannot expect much from the IOM because they themselves have become victims of the executive orders by President Trump. And so they don't have a lot of funding these days for what they have traditionally been doing, which means that we have to look within. We have to be more resilient and come up with our own resources to take care of our people. We cannot rely on international partners. We don't really have much support coming from our international partners. We must look within, and that's what the government has been doing so far. There's another issue I must quickly speak to, which has to do with the tickets for the returnees. Let me place on record that the U.S. authorities are bearing the cost. They are paying the ticket fares for the deportation of our nationals, and all of these deportations they are doing, they are taking care of the cost. We are only to facilitate providing the travel certificate and making sure that as receiving countries we are ready to receive them when they arrive. But we are not paying for the tickets. The U.S. authorities are handling that. Then in terms of the profile, so far I can confirm that the profiling we have done, these are indeed Ghanaians, but they are Ghanaians who did not commit any crimes. They are not hardened criminals. They are decent people. They were just in search of greener pastures, did not regularize their stay as quickly as they should and have been caught up in this. But I can confirm that these are hardworking, decent Ghanaians, very harmless. And so there shouldn't be concern in Ghana that when we accept these people and reintegrate them, they may attack anybody or undermine the safety of our nationals. They are not hardened criminals. They are not dangerous. What they need is our empathy and our care, and we should really look out for them and show them compassion. That's what they need. I do agree that the consular fund will have to be supported, and we are hoping that when it comes to the approval of the estimates, honorable colleagues will help us in that regard so that we will get the fund which has been allocated for in the budget. We hope that you will join us to approve them. In terms of the children, we can confirm, as I said in the statement, that there are 4 Ghanaian children affected so far, but we are putting in place measures to make sure that they receive all the care that they deserve when they arrive in Ghana. A matter to do with stigma has been raised, which is a very important point. We need not stigmatize these 150 Ghanaians facing deportation. We must recognize that this can happen to anybody, and any of us could have been in their shoes. That is why in today's presentation we have kept their names out. We are not mentioning who they are. And indeed, when we welcome them at the airport, we also do that off camera. We don't go with media, and we do not disclose their identities. It is particularly because of the issue of stigmatization. We do not want them to be stigmatized, and so we are protecting their identity, and we will continue on that path. Now, on Panama and Costa Rica, and why I have not visited Assad yet, I can confirm to you that under this arrangement, the persons who are held in Panama and Costa Rica have the opportunity to opt for integration in these countries. That is, if they do not want to be moved to their final destination. And the checks I have done, I did make efforts. I wanted to explore the possibility of visiting. But the information that we have received at the ministry is that there are only 2 Ghanaians in this category, this Panama situation, and they have opted to be integrated and to go about their normal activities in Panama. And so if I go to the camp now, I won't find any Ghanaian there. And if any of you go to the camps in Panama or Costa Rica, you will not find Ghanaians there because of that opportunity they have. If you want to be hosted and to integrate in those transit countries, you can do that. And they have opted for that. So let me be clear, for the record, there are no Ghanaians currently in these detention camps in Panama and Costa Rica. The only 2 who made it there have opted to be integrated in those countries. And so we are fine on that score. We don't have anybody to visit in those detention camps. I believe that, Right Honorable Speaker, I have adequately responded to all the matters that have been raised. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that we are keeping an eye on their arrival, on their reintegration. We are following up. We are working with NADMO very closely. So we have their records. We call to check up on them regularly. And those who have arrived are doing fine. And as I said, we are looking at the budgetary allocations that have been made. When we get your approval, we'll look at skills training, how to support them, those who may want to start up. Because the way they were arrested, they couldn't even have access to their savings, they couldn't have access to their valuables. It was all done in a very rushed manner. And so we will need to extend support services to them. And I can give you that firm assurance that we will do that. We continue to look out for them. We will not abandon them. They are our fellow compatriots, and we are here to serve them. And that is the philosophy guiding the whole attitude towards their return and reintegration. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, I express our gratitude for you attending upon the House and making this valuable statement in apprising the House on the deportation of Ghanaian citizens in the United States of America and related matters. Once again, thank you. Honourable members, question numbered 40, 63, and 64 are directed at the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs. And once the order paper addendum is ready and has been loaded on the console for some time, can we proceed to take that question by coming back to item number 6 on today's order paper? Yes, Honourable Minority Chief.
Speaker, with respect, as you do recall, we engaged at conclave. I recognize the Minister is here, and as he's delivered the statement, ordinarily we should allow him to proceed to take the question. Speaker, we stand in breach of Order 208. Speaker, I had apprised you the need for us to make some amendments to the composed committees. So if it finds favor with you, I think we can quickly do that. I'm going to make this application to you if we can quickly do that before we proceed. Because we got the estimate are going to be considered by the various committees. And we have instances where some members belong to only a committee, which is in breach of Order 208. So if you may permit me, let's do those amendments before we proceed to take the questions.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this was actually discussed, pre-sitting, I think, the conclave. And I think the agreement was that it cannot be done, with the current vote and proceedings. So it will have to come as a motion. And that will be done tomorrow after putting the reports and lay it tomorrow. So I think suggestion is that we'll do that tomorrow. Thank you.
Very well.
Speaker, with respect to mine, you can appeal. No, that was not the decision. Speaker, the day the Right Honorable Speaker presided, check the records. When we were correcting the vote, the Right Honorable Speaker intentionally left out those pages which contain the committees. And the advice was that he's spoken to the two whips, and the agreement, we've reached the agreement that we'll find appropriate day. We were supposed to take it yesterday, and the chief whip pleaded with me, and I acceded that we should make it today. So don't tell me I should come by a motion. No, leader, with respect to you. If it's by a motion, the speaker would have advised. Is it by a motion? We can correct it here, because we have given prior notification to the speaker, and the speaker himself had directed. Where from this your motion?
The vote and proceedings today and even yesterday, we've approved both. So you cannot do it through the votes and proceedings, Mr. Speaker. That is the whole idea, that we think the report should be put together. You do your amendment, and then tomorrow. Yes. So,
Honorable members, I guess the pages containing the composition of the committees has been left out because of certain irregularities that needed to be addressed by the leaders. I sense that the real composition is not ready. That is why they are seeking to do that for tomorrow. So, Minority Chief Whip, just bear with them so that tomorrow we'll effectively deal with the issue. And then I urge the Majority Chief Whip to also tirelessly work on whatever corrections that needed to be done so that holistically we can take both sides tomorrow. Yes.
Speaker, we are amenable, no problem, but Hansard will bear me out that you said tomorrow. Let's stick to tomorrow. We don't want tomorrow comes and you say next week. I hope you won't do that. I hope you won't do that. Speaker, we are in agreement.
Well, I will also urge leaders to work on the delegations so that we can also take that tomorrow. Minority Chief Whip, please let's quickly work on the delegations and then the groups so that we can as well take that tomorrow. So, honorable members, we'll then come back to item number 6 on today's order paper and go to question number 40 in the name of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs the plans of the government to ensure the accessibility of the chip-embedded passport launched by the previous government on December 2nd, 2024.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to appear before this House to respond to parliamentary questions. Right, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's journey with chip-embedded passport began in 2010, where biometric passports were introduced, which should have featured a microchip embedded with the holder's biometric data, including fingerprint and facial recognition, but chip aspect was left out during the production. The plan to include chip was reactivated in 2016, but could not take place. Mr. Speaker, since it was a laudable idea to introduce chip in our passports, the previous administration in 2018 established Passport Chip Embedded Implementation Committee to ensure that the new passport is birthed. So they farmed out a portion to a private partner under a PPP arrangement. The introduction of the chip-embedded passport aligns with the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, standards, specifically ICAO Document 9303, which provides guidelines for implementing machine-readable travel documents and e-passports. This modernization effort is designed to enhance border security, reduce identity fraud, and streamline international travel for our citizens. Right, Honourable Speaker, to ensure accessibility for all eligible citizens, the government has developed a comprehensive implementation strategy inspired by best practices from other African nations that have successfully rolled out chip-embedded passports, including Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. The strategies include the following key measures. 1, decentralization of passport enrollment and issuance. 9 out of the 16 regions currently have passport offices. The office of the Upper East region, that's Bolgatanga, is expected to become operational later this year. The government intends to expand passport application centers to the remaining 6 outstanding regions. Those are the newly created regions, ensuring that citizens do not have to travel long distances to apply for their passports. For our citizens outside Ghana, all Ghanaian embassies and consulates are equipped to provide similar services to our compatriots abroad. Mobile passport application centers are also utilized to provide door-to-door passport services to Ghanaian communities abroad. Additionally, mobile biometric registration units can be deployed to remote locations to facilitate enrollment for those who may face challenges accessing passport offices. As honorable members may attest, my ministry recently established a studio here in Parliament to process diplomatic passports for members of Parliament. Enhance digital services for convenience. Right, Honourable Speaker, we are currently, as part of our ongoing passport reforms, integrating an online passport application system, payment and appointment to allow for citizens to initiate their applications from anywhere, reducing congestion at our passport offices. A passport application tracking system will also be introduced to keep applicants informed about the process of their applications. The system will be linked to the National Identification Authority database so that all personal information of applicants is transferred automatically directly onto the NIA system to the passport office system via the confirmation of the Ghana card number and biometric verification. Any changes to personal information such as name, date of birth, or place of birth will be done at the NIA through an update of records with appropriate documents. Right, Honourable Speaker, a nationwide sensitization campaign will be launched this month to educate the public on the benefits, security features, and application processes for the new passport. Special focus will be placed on engaging communities in rural areas and vulnerable groups to ensure that they are not left behind. Affordability and phased implementation. Right, Honourable Speaker, the government recognizes concerns about the affordability of the new passport and is committed to ensuring that the cost remains reasonable while maintaining high security standards. In our efforts to make passports more accessible to all Ghanaians, and per instructions I have received from His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, we are pleased to announce a reduction in the cost of the ordinary passport booklet, that is the 32-page booklet, from the 500 Ghana cedis to 350 Ghana cedis. We will in the coming days be presenting an amendment to the fees and charges to ensure that this reduction is approved by the House from 500 Ghana cedis down to 350 Ghana cedis. That is the new policy position of the Mahama administration. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you might have read that a passport reform committee has been set up to study and review the contract which we inherited. That review is underway, and indeed all the partners are meeting tomorrow to conclude the exercise of the review. When the review of the contract is done, we will move into a phased-out rollout of the chip-embedded passports, and we expect a smooth transition from the current biometric passports to the chip-embedded passports. It is useful, Mr. Speaker, to add that we are also introducing a 24-hour passport service. The 24-hour passport service will also come with a door-to-door delivery, ensuring greater convenience, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. Applicants can now apply at any time during the day, including outside the regular working hours, and have their passports delivered securely to their doorstep, eliminating the need for in-person collection. We think that in the 21st century, when you apply for your passport and you indicate that you want it delivered to you, courier services should be able to deliver to you. You don't have to go through the stress of going back to the passport application center. So Ghanaians are going to have their passports delivered to them at locations of their choice once they indicate during the application where they want their passports delivered. Mr. Speaker, applicants must provide accurate addresses and contact details to facilitate a seamless delivery. In partnership with reputable courier providers, the Ministry guarantees secure and reliable passport distribution. The Ministry remains committed to enhancing accessibility and efficiency in passport services for all citizens. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, through these measures, the government remains committed to ensuring that the chip-embedded passport is accessible, efficient, and beneficial to all citizens, in line with international best practices and our national development agenda. So by the month of April, next month, within the month of April, the good people of Ghana can expect a seamless transition from the current passports to chip-embedded passports within the month of April. That is the full assurance I can give to honorable members. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Any supplementary question?
Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Minister for a well-researched answer, except to add another question to it. Honorable Minister, I hold in my hands the committee report of the Foreign Affairs on the 2024 budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. In that report, there was a proposal for the review of the passport fees, which proposal indicated that the cost of producing a passport is 400 Ghana cedis. The cost of producing a 32-page passport is 400 Ghana cedis. On this floor, you have indicated that the amount, or if you like, the price of the 500 Ghana cedis that is paid for a passport is to be reduced to 350 Ghana cedis. How are you going to make up for the loss of the 50 Ghana cedis? And per my indication, I do not see budget lines to take up that 50 Ghana cedis that you are reducing it to. Can you let this House know how you are going to deal with the 50 Ghana cedis?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the Honourable Asafua's supplementary question. As ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee at the time, I recall that we asked for details, for evidence of the supposed government subsidy at the time. We did not receive it. Having gone to the ministry, I still haven't seen evidence that we were subsidizing passports. Some figures were put out, but there was no supporting evidence. And the work we have done with our colleagues at the ministry, we are confident that the 350 Ghana cedis will not put us in any indebtedness. There will be no loss to the state. We will not be causing financial loss and will not require subsidies. We will not have to subsidize. And don't forget that this 350 cedis is still an increment from the previous 100 Ghana cedis at the time that this PPP arrangement was negotiated. So we have seen a jump from 100 cedis to 500 cedis the last time the increment occurred. And you recall that my position at the time as ranking member is that having one increment, such a quantum leap from 100 cedis to 500 cedis, was just unconscionable, and it was too draconian. And you could tell that the Ghanaian people have not received this well. There's been a lot of considerable agitation across the length and breadth of our country. And as MPs, we can all confirm our constituents are complaining about the high increment from 100 to 500. That is why the new Mahama administration is saying that we have listened to Ghanaians. We want to make our passports more affordable. When we make it affordable, we believe that Ghanaians will even access it more, and there will be an eventual benefit, a win-win situation for all. So be assured that there will be no indebtedness, there will be no need for subsidies, and there will be no shortfall requiring an allocation in the budget. The 350 cedis is a good reduction that the good people of Ghana deserve. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any further supplementary question?
Right Honourable Speaker, I am quite surprised to hear from the Minister that there's no basis or no documentation to support the 400 Ghana cedis that had been stated in a committee report, a committee that he was the ranking member to. But I will not litigate it. But the impression I'm getting here is that the 400 Ghana cedis that was given
Honourable
Asafua,
you are to ask a supplementary question.
By the passport office, it's not something that has any basis. That is the indication we are getting in this House. But I will go on with my second question. My second question to the Honourable Minister is from his own answer. The basis is from his own answer. If you check paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, paragraph 9, you said, additionally, mobile biometric registration units can be deployed to remote locations to facilitate enrollment for those who may face challenges accessing passport offices. As honourable members may attest, your ministry recently established a studio here in Parliament to process passport for members of Parliament. My question to you is, with respect to persons who are in urgent need of passport, who may be found in our various hospitals, what are your plans to deal with such requests? Are you going to collaborate with the Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, so that it will not be an issue of whom you know? I am hearing that there are some persons who will be in need of passports at a time, and they may not be able to get any support from the passport office, because the passport office will tell them that even with the mobile facilities, they may have to go to a certain point. How are you going to deal with the Ministry of Health to be able to make sure that such persons can be supported or assisted to be able to get the passports, even at the hospitals?
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to Honourable Asafua's second supplementary question. It's a very important question on the mobile services that the Passport Office is currently rendering. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you'll be happy to hear that apart from the deployment we did recently for members of Parliament, there is currently ongoing, as we speak, a special deployment we have done at the Hajj village. Our Muslim brothers and sisters who have to perform that important pillar of Islam, they don't have to stress to go to the passport application centers. We have set up an application center for them at the Hajj village. And so it's another evidence of the reforms and the dynamism that we are introducing. For people who need urgent passports on medical grounds, as the Honourable Asafua has raised, I want to draw attention to the fact that as part of the services that the Passport Office carries out is a service known as expedited service. So for those with emergencies, those who probably medical emergency, business emergency, a student who has to meet a timeline, we have in the structure of the services that the Passport Office renders what is known as expedited service. You pay a little more, and then you can have your passport within the same week. So that expedited service is available, and we will urge. I think that sometimes it's probably lack of public education, public awareness. So we are intensifying that so that Ghanaians would know, nurses, doctors who are attending to these patients who may have to fly them out can make themselves available for this service. So we have the expedited service which takes care of emergencies, and that is available in those circumstances. In terms of whether we can create an avenue where these expedited services can be made mobile and relocated to hospitals, because you are not too sure where the emergency call will come from. I think that it's better for us to maintain the expedited arrangement so that once you call and there's evidence that this is a medical emergency, then our people will respond promptly. And I can tell you that the Passport Office is doing very well. Our staff there, they are very responsive. There was an expedited case this week. One of our colleagues needed a passport done the same day, within 24 hours. And our colleague can confirm that we were able to do that. Our Passport Office is really delivering, and they are very efficient. And so I think that the emergencies that our people will require in those times, they can rely on the expedited service to solve those problems. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Asafua, your last supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must commend the Minister. This is a huge relief for persons who sometimes on medical grounds suffer to be able to attain passport, except to add that when such requests come, we have to find a way where Ghana Health Service will have a role to play, so that even if you don't know anybody in political office, you would be able to be attended to. My last question to you stems from the committee report in 2022 of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the 2022 annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. And item number 14.2, chip embedded passport. I'll read the second paragraph. The committee was informed that the project will be executed in partnership with a private company within a 10-year period, and the total cost of rolling out the project for the first year is $23 million. The profit sharing structure for the first 4 years is 30% for government and 70% for the private entity. For the subsequent 6 years, it is expected to be 35% for government and 65% for the private entity. The weighted average cost of the capital is rated at 9.75%. So, Minister, my question to you is that at least this is the terms of the contract that is existing. In the event that you finally roll out the chip-embedded passport, maybe somewhere around this year, are you going to maintain this terms of the contract between the government and the private sector? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did say in my response to an earlier question that the contract is currently under review, and we have a crucial meeting tomorrow. I'm very transparent. I have indicated that I think that we can do something about those terms, and the government of Ghana can be in a better position than what has been earlier negotiated. Because we have not concluded the review, but we are pushing towards better terms for government. As it is now, it's skewed 70-30, 60-40 in favor of the private investors. But we are reviewing and pushing for better terms. So since we have not concluded, I do not want to preempt the negotiations. But just to say that we are fighting hard in the national interest for some better terms for the government and people of Ghana. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Patrick Yabwama, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your answer, you spoke about the principles of reasonability and affordability as the driving force to your quest to reduce the passports from 500 Ghana cedis to 350 Ghana cedis, subject to an amendment to the Fees and Charges and Miscellaneous Act that the Minister of Finance will be presenting to this House. But you cannot, Mr. Speaker, my question is, a minister cannot review the contract without the Attorney General's involvement. Two, what I know, Mr. Minister, is that a transaction advisor has been requested by you, by your ministry, to provide scenarios for the extension of the contract under which is being operated from 10 to 12 years to give you an indication whether you can take care of their losses or their profitability levels. One, because you haven't seen the scenarios. Two, you are going to be looking at the operating cost, maintenance cost, the software and staff and other resources that the PPP arrangement has put in place. So my question to you is that you not having gone through the scenarios, not a review, how sure are you that you are telling the good people of this country the truth that you want to reduce passport price from 500 cedis to 350 Ghana cedis? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues that the Honourable Patrick Boama raised. The review of the contract. I can assure the Honourable Patrick Boama that certainly the Attorney General's opinion will be sought. At this point, we are negotiating, and certainly the Attorney General, I've told you that it's under review. We have not concluded. I made that point clear, that we have not concluded the review. Once we conclude, it will be sent to the Attorney General for the Attorney General's final advice. On pricing, I can assure you that we have spoken with the transaction advisor and we've looked at all the modeling. So when you work on the fees, it will have some possible impact on the duration of the PPP arrangement. So we have analyzed all of that. But the firm assurance I can give you is that what we'll be presenting to this House, the fees and charges amendment, you will see a reduction from 500 to 350. That we have agreed. We are not compromising on that. And it is a fait accompli. Nothing is going to change about the fees. What may change in the review process is the duration. Do you do 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, 13 years? But as for the pricing, you know, because there are two factors. Once you hold one constant, the price, the 350 cedis, you have flexibility to deal with the other factor. So you can be well assured. You can be well assured. As for 350 cedis, we are not compromising. We are not compromising on that aspect. We are here for the Ghanaian people, and we must ameliorate their plight. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Kumbugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And then let me commend the Minister for tackling the challenges of the passport industry head on. My quick question is, what plans do you have to decentralize the passport services at the district level?
Well, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the plan now is to regionalize and make sure we have passport application centers in all the 16 regions of Ghana. We do not currently have plans to have district offices. We take the view that the reforms we are carrying out, the delivery, the 24-hour operations, reducing the waiting period and all of that, should suffice. Once you have regional offices, the courier service will make sure that your passport is delivered to you wherever you are in the region. So we do not think that it will be good use of taxpayer resources to say we are going to be building district offices. We think that the regional offices should be enough. It should suffice so that the courier services will then carry out the remaining legwork, make sure that you get your passports in good time. So for now, we don't think that it is prudent use of taxpayer funds to say we are going to build district offices across our 276 districts or constituencies in Ghana. We just want to build the regional passport application centers and then do the mobile delivery through courier service. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable former Minister.
Okay. Okay, I would like to know from the Minister when you will start printing the booklets in the regions instead of only in Accra.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important question. The contract I have seen so far, the printing is centralized, even for those outside the country. Our missions abroad, they have to rely on Accra, the headquarters, for the printing. Because it's a security document and because it's chip embedded, how sensitive it is, I have been told by the experts that it is advisable that it remains centralized. But what we should do is to strengthen the delivery network so that once it's printed, it can be delivered across the country and then to our compatriots abroad using our embassies in an efficient manner. So since the experts have advised that we should keep the printing centralized, I want to go with that. And I think that what we should now focus on is to make sure that the delivery is done in good time, so that particularly those who may need expedited service, they do not have challenges, so that they can get their passports in good time when they require them. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Francis Xavier Soso.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answers of the Honorable Minister, he has justified the major policy shift from 500 cedis cost of passports to 350 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I would want the Minister to elaborate what factors really justified this major policy shift, because changing the price of passports from 500 to 350 is a major one. Would we lose revenue by doing that, or are we going to get more revenues by doing that? If the Minister could elaborate what factors led to this major shift in the change of prices. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the overarching factor is affordability. We have received numerous complaints from the good people of this country about the high fees. And you recall there was quite an uproar and an outrage when the new fees came into effect. And so we are responding to the concerns of the people as a listening government. The analysis we have done in terms of the cost to the country, we believe that with this reduction, many more people are going to now apply for passports and renew their passports. And ultimately, looking at the figures, it will rather bring in more revenue. So we are not going to have revenue losses at all. On the contrary, because it's going to lead to an uptick, many more Ghanaians are now who are staying away. And so we're not getting the numbers as anticipated. We now are going to have higher volumes. And with these higher volumes, we would rather rake in more revenue for our country. So we've done the analysis, and it's a win-win situation. We'll benefit in terms of the national coffers, and then the affordability concerns of Ghanaians will also have been addressed. So I don't see any loser in this equation. Even for the private partners, they would also eventually find this beneficial, because it will also increase their profit margins. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip. Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor. Leadership should wind up. We have two more questions.
Speaker, let me take the minister back to parts of his own answers, I think paragraph 5. As answers to question 45, introducing 24-hour passport services with door-to-door delivery. Speaker, the minister do know that the government is yet to bring a policy on the 24-hour economy to Parliament. I am also aware, up to this stage, we don't have a definite explanation what the 24-hour economy is all about. In fact, then candidate John Mahama says the 24-hour economy is not compulsory. My question to the minister is, now that we don't have a definite policy, What are you anchoring your 24-hour passport delivery on? Because we don't have a definite policy yet. We are told they are yet to bring it to Parliament. So what are you anchoring this on? And he also mentioned expedited action or services. And he says the reason for the reduction is for affordability. But he also says the expedited service would have to be paid for. Why won't government be absolute in terms of bearing costs if you are reducing from 500 to 300, 300 plus or 300? And then on the expedited service delivery, you are saying that people will have to bear the cost. Is it a question of you picking and choosing or not sure of what to do?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minority Chief Whip will agree with me when I say that there is a recent example that they have demonstrated in this country. They implemented free SHS successfully without a policy and a law. And after many years, they came here a few weeks ago before the elections of 2024. They came to this house saying that they want us to support them with a law, long after they have implemented. So that scenario teaches us that it is very possible to implement government programs without a policy blueprint or without a law. It is very, very possible. So there is no need to say that you haven't seen a policy or a blueprint, and so we cannot go ahead with our 24-hour services. Your own example teaches us that. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the Honourable Minority Chief Whip that very soon you are going to see the 24-hour blueprint. It's a very, very exciting policy. The TUC has called it a game changer. AGI is excited about 24-hour. And we don't know what is complex about 24 hours. Ghanaians working 3 shifts, increasing productivity, creating more jobs for our people. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. It is as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the Passport Office will implement the 24-hour operation very successfully. The second aspect of your question to do with expedited service. For expedited service is really a service that is in the fees and charges arrangement already for those who want to pay more. Normally for entrepreneurs, business moguls, and it is even those who want a fatter booklet, probably the 48 pages, they normally utilize that service. And once you are paying more, you are getting more pages, and you are getting your passports less than 3 days. I believe that it's good if you pay a little more for the premium service. So we are not discriminating at all. It is those in the elite category who feel that they have the means to pay for more, they are using that service. But you know, under the 24-hour service, once we roll it out, you can get your passport within a week, within 5 days. I'm sure that there wouldn't even be any difference really between getting your ordinary passports and then going for expedited service. So this is a clear confirmation that the 24-hour policy is a game changer. It works and it's in the benefit of the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader. Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no question at all.
Honourable members, we proceed to ask question number 63. standing in the name of Honorable Frank Asiedu Bakwin. So whom?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to know from the Minister, how Ghana intends to reconcile the new alliance of Sahel states, AES, with ECOWAS, taking into cognizance the foreign policy of Ghana, i.e. Pan-Africanism, good neighborliness, and non-alignment and multilateralism. Thank you.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to commend the Honourable Member for this very important question. We are the pioneers of a united Africa, and our people form a cardinal part of our foreign policy. We are also founding members of ECOWAS, and that is why this year the heads of state have decided that the ECOWAS at 50 celebrations should start here in Accra, and it will be launched next month to herald the ECOWAS at 50 celebrations. We also have to be cognizant of the fact that Article 40 of the 1992 Constitution enjoins us that in pursuit of our international relations, we should promote and protect the national interest of Ghana, and that is the foundation, the principle that guides our foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, the evolving relationship between the ECOWAS and the newly formed Alliance of Sahel States, AES, is a matter of great significance to the sub-region. Ghana remains firmly committed to the ideals of regional unity, peace, security, and economic cooperation. Ghana recognizes the need for diplomatic engagement to bridge the current divide and prevent further fragmentation within West Africa. Despite the AES country's formal withdrawal from ECOWAS, which was finalized at the end of January 2025, free movement of people, goods, and services remains intact. As confirmed by both ECOWAS and AES member states, trade under the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme continues, and AES passports remain recognized. Additionally, ECOWAS-funded development projects in AES countries will not be disrupted, ensuring continued economic and infrastructural support. Security cooperation remains a shared priority, particularly in the fight against terrorism, violent extremism, and money laundering. The Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa, of which Ghana is a member, will maintain its collaboration with AES nations. AES countries have already applied for a 6-month extension to formalize their GIABA membership processes. ECOWAS has also granted AES nations a 6-month grace period until July 2025 to reconsider their decision to leave, with the ECOWAS Commissioner for Peace and Security urging them to explore the possibility of rejoining as a bloc. Diplomatic engagements between ECOWAS and AES are ongoing to facilitate cooperation and potential reintegration. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana's foreign policy has always been guided by the principles of Pan-Africanism, good neighborliness, non-alignment, and multilateralism. These values continue to shape the country's approach as we work to restore trust, foster reconciliation, and promote a common vision for regional development and stability. Mr. Speaker, I have outlined in greater detail the building blocks for these ideals, and for the sake of time, I will ask that Hansard captures all of these principles and how they have been further expatiated upon. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's role as a bridge in regional unity. Ghana remains fully committed to peace, security, and economic prosperity in West Africa. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's diplomatic outreach to the Sahel states and his engagements with key leaders in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali reflects Ghana's dedication to fostering dialogue, rebuilding trust, and preventing further division within the sub-region. Ghana will therefore continue to champion dialogue, economic cooperation, and security collaboration among all West African nations. The sub-region's future must be built on partnership, not division, cooperation, not conflict. Ghana will therefore work closely with our brothers and sisters in the AES to rebuild trust, restore good neighborliness, and reaffirm our commitment to a stronger, united West Africa. Ghana stands ready to serve as a bridge for reconciliation and cooperation. Given Ghana's diplomatic influence, it is well positioned to support renewed dialogue and encourage collaboration between ECOWAS and AES nations. As a nation committed to Pan-Africanism, good neighborliness, regional integration, and multilateralism, Ghana will continue to champion constructive engagement, economic cooperation, and security collaboration, ensuring a stable and prosperous future for all West African nations. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any supplementary?
Sure. I would like to know from the Minister, the previous administration instituted the Accra Initiative. What the Accra Initiative aims to prevent the spillover of terrorism from these Sahel states and to address transnational organized crimes and violent extremism. With the appointment of a new envoy to the AES from Ghana, what is the fate of the Accra Initiative?
Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is right that the Accra Initiative is a very strategic intervention that was carried out by the former administration. Ghana spearheaded it, but got 7 other countries to come on board, largely as a security and intelligence gathering platform to fight violent extremism and to also carry out counter-terrorism because of the threat of insecurity coming down south from the Sahel, particularly after the overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya. The challenge with the Accra Initiative now has been funding and the commitment of member countries to fully support this. There are some countries that are quite hesitant in welcoming the platform and working with the Accra Initiative. But I can assure you that we remain open to any intervention which will be a multilateral intervention, bringing all our international partners on board, because the threat of terrorism, extremism, money laundering is not a threat that only one country can handle. You need all your international partners to come on board, to work with you to combat that and defeat that. If you go in isolation, you will not succeed. You need a concerted multilateral approach. So we remain open to that initiative and that approach. That really is how to fight these global threats. Having said that, the appointment of the special envoy, Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bavlo Latte, is not to undermine the work of the Accra Initiative. Rather, that will help to enhance the prospects. It is to create a channel of dialogue so that we can pay particular attention to these AES countries, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. And because we are the closest neighbor, and we need to make sure that we are not overtaken by events, the extremism going there, the terrorism that is taking large parts of that country. The president, in his wisdom, thought that we should have a special envoy so that we can have a dedicated, effort at bridging the gap, making sure that we keep talking. Because remember that even ECOWAS has a special envoy dealing with these AES countries, trying to, negotiate with them, dialogue with them to get them back into the fold. So as a closest neighbor with all the historical ties, same ethnic groups and trade, our truck drivers on a daily basis traveling to and fro, and there's free movement of people. We need to keep engaging, and that is why the special envoy has been appointed. But have our fullest assurances that his work will not undermine the Accra Initiative. It will also not undermine efforts of the government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to make sure that we keep engaging with these countries. To suffice, it will rather enhance all of these objectives so that we can work together to achieve continental African unity, which remains the dream of all of us, right from our founding fathers.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I saw the Honorable Minister and the President in these three Sahelian states. I would like to know from the Minister, what really has the President done to assure Ghana and ECOWAS that these trials will come back to ECOWAS in the shortest possible time?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the matter the Honourable Bequin has raised is a matter that requires a lot of circumspection, a lot of tact, and a lot of diplomacy. These three member countries are entitled to their own self-determination. They are sovereign countries. Another president cannot come from another country and dictate to them, tell them what to do. So we have to be very careful. I think that the approach of the president really is to keep the dialogue channels open, to keep engaging, and as the engagements continue, and we all see that it's better to work together instead of going alone, and that there is much more we can achieve when we are together and united. I'm sure that a roadmap will evolve towards the hopes and aspirations that we are all seeking, that ultimately, I think that will help us to achieve the democratic ethos that we all want to see within these countries. But because of the principles of sovereignty, of self-determination, I think that we should accord those three countries that, and then ECOWAS should continue to engage. The president's good relations, right from his investiture when they attended, and he going back there this week to thank them and to continue to engage at the bilateral level. I think now ECOWAS has an opportunity in President Mahama, because they said it when he visited, that he's the first non-AES president to come visit and to receive such, a reception. So I think ECOWAS and the AU can now leverage on that opportunity that President Mahama has provided to keep the dialogue channels open, even as we all concede that they have their sovereignty and they have their right to respect, and we must respect their right to self-determination and all of that. But I think that the prospects are good. They are looking positive, and it's good that Ghana is giving the continent that hope and that channel of dialogue. And I think that it gives us that great advantage that we need to move forward with the dialogue.
Honourable Member, the last supplementary question.
Last but not least, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all these enterprise, where did Ghana and ECOWAS go wrong? As far as the moving away by the AES from the ECOWAS is concerned, where did Ghana and ECOWAS go wrong? Did we do anything bad that spoiled the relationship between ECOWAS and these three countries? Did ECOWAS and Ghana do anything bad?
No, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are sovereign countries taking their own decisions, their right to self-determination, and their right to chart whatever path that they consider to be in their national interest. So I don't think it is a matter of who may have done a wrong thing or who may have carried out any misstep. At this point, I think that we should not pursue a path of blame games. Let us open a fresh page and let us commit to dialoguing, to working together, and being guided that when we come together, I mean, ECOWAS, when we are together, we're talking about markets of about 400 million, and if we decide to trade amongst ourselves, if we decide to really go back to the ECOWAS protocols and create opportunities for our young people, I mean, the potential is enormous and is really boundless. So at this point, I would not want us to engage in any blame game. Let's rather open fresh pages and get everybody to the negotiating table, and let's see what the future will be for ECOWAS and AES.
Honorable Nitiwul.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to ask him a supplementary question, but I'm quoting from your answer. You say that despite the AES countries' former withdrawal from ECOWAS, which was formalized at the end of January 2025, free movement and place emphasis on free movement of people, goods, and services remain intact, as confirmed by ECOWAS and the AES member states. As you may be aware, Honorable Minister, the only protocol allowing ECOWAS members to stay in Ghana was signed in 2014 in Abuja by President John Mahama. And that means that if you're an ECOWAS passport holder, you can stay in Ghana without looking for the normal 3 months visas and renewing and that kind of stuff. In fact, Honorable Minister, you are also aware that ECOWAS released a statement saying member states should recognize their passports, that the AES member countries, the passports that they are holding. That means that it applies to the 2014 protocol. Are you saying that if an individual is holding an AES passport, that person is allowed to stay in Ghana and enjoy the rights that an ECOWAS member enjoys, even though he's not holding the ECOWAS passport? Is that what you are saying?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Nitiwul has raised a matter about passports. That's why I said at the beginning of my response that we have always been pioneers for a united Africa, for full integration. We want a borderless region where all these artificial borders from the Berlin Conference will be removed so that you can move freely. We espoused this 1975 and even earlier. 1975, ECOWAS was formed. Even much earlier, Kwame Nkrumah's vision, Africa must unite. So we take the view that it is consistent with those ideals to just respect all of these passports and consider the fact that these are fundamentally our brothers and sisters. They are already here with us. We belong to the same ethnic group, you know, and even without the AES passports, if they are to use ECOWAS passports, they are allowed free movement to come into Ghana and to be here, you know, as long as they want to be here. So we are in a period of transition, of talking to each other, of dialoguing, and there is even a suggestion recently by the ECOWAS to even get the AES to join ECOWAS as a bloc, not as individual member countries. That is the latest, you know, offer that has been made to AES, which they are considering. And that is a strong possibility. From what we are gathering, they will even prefer that to rejoin ECOWAS as a bloc than as individual, you know, countries, separate countries. So I think that consistent with our ideals and our, you know, status as founding fathers of regional integration, I think we should be open to them, and that is our approach now. But let's keep negotiating, let's keep talking, and let us unite. There is more as that we stand to gain as united countries than dividing our ranks. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister is communicating
Honorable
to the immigration
Member,
officers.
how many supplementary questions are you entitled to? You know the rules.
No,
you
it's the same
know the
question.
rules.
But, Mr. Speaker, it's the same
Honorable
question.
Member, you know the rules.
I know. But, Mr. Speaker, he's communicating to immigration officers. This is a serious matter.
Honorable Native Wood, you know the rules.
Thank
so
you.
let's go by the rules.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give it to
Thank you
somebody
very
to
much.
answer. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. To the Honorable Minister, considering the position taken by the government, I want to know how Ghana intends to advocate for good governance and democratic principles within the AES whilst maintaining our commitment to ECOWAS, considering the recent coup in the Sahel regions. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, to respond clearly to the Honourable colleague. Ghana remains committed to good governance, to the ideals of the rule of law, the rule-based order, and all of these democratic values which are time-tested, which we should not compromise on. In opening dialogue and serving as a bridge for unity, we are not, in our considered opinion, undermining these principles. Rather, we are taking advantage of these principles to have a united Africa and to have a roadmap towards full democratization, which should evolve with time. So we take the view that it is in our strategic national interest to keep engaging. We shouldn't, because of these democratic values, say that we will not engage them. We must keep engaging, and with our model, with the example that they see in us, it will help with their own transition. onto a democratic path. So that is the strategy we have adopted. We think that this ultimately will help in the restoration of the democratic order in those three countries.
Honorable John Darko, then I'll come to leadership.
Honorable Minister, following from that, I would like to find out, first of all, whether we have that clear roadmap and whether we have that clear roadmap to democratization. In your earlier submission, you mentioned that the engagement with these AES member states, you've seen that the prospects are very good. And clearly, I want to understand, when you say the prospects are good, do you mean that they have now agreed to lay down their arms and now to take the path of democratization?
Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the honourable colleague has asked a very important question. When I talk about the prospects being good, let's remember where we have come from. We have come from a point where nobody could engage, no leader could be given access, none of the neighbors of these AES countries could even be entertained, be allowed to come speak with them and all of that, to where we are now, where President Mahama has been given access, he has been granted audience, and dialogue has opened, engagements are going on. So you can see a marked departure from where we are. And those are signs that the prospects are good. And as the dialogue channels remain open, then we can begin discussions about how we trade better, how we lift some of the initial blockades that they imposed towards also eventually a democratic transition and all of that. So that's what I mean by the prospects are good. If you take into cognizance where we have come from, what the situation was. I mean, this is the first time that they are opening up to a president outside the AES bloc. And so that's what I mean by the prospects being good. And I am quite confident that as these negotiations go on, next week, President Mahama will be in Nigeria to discuss. President Tinubu has asked for a report on how things have gone. They are all quite excited about the dialogue channels that have been opened. He will be presenting a report to the ECOWAS leader, and then ECOWAS will be acting on that. So I think that it's better. You remember what happened? There was a time that even an ECOWAS emissary was returned. He was asked to go back, that they were not going to talk to him. So I think that we are making progress, no matter how small, but in diplomacy, it can take a long time, but at least we can count a few successes, and I think that it gives a good opening towards a full democratization of the sub-region. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, leadership. Very well, Honorable Aframpong.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister if what he's telling us that these citizens from these countries, Saharan countries, holding the passports of that organization, can come and stay in Ghana without going through the ECOWAS protocols. Is he telling us that this thing, he has the authority of the president to say this to us in Parliament? Is that the official position? That's what I want to find out. Is that the official position?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I have said that there is already a lot of free movement I have said that ECOWAS has not placed any ban on any national of whether ECOWAS or if you are from the AES bloc. You are allowed to travel. You can travel into Ghana, travel to Nigeria, and that is already going on. And we have heard about the prospects of an AES passport. That has not yet been done. They have not yet outdoored that AES passport. But for now, our immigration officials know that they can admit people from Burkina Faso, from Mali, from Niger. They can come into Ghana. They are free to travel. ECOWAS passport, if it's whatever, Niger passport, Mali passport. But the AES passport has not yet been outdoored. That is not existing. It's not existing now. So that question doesn't arise. But you can't stop a fellow, ECOWAS national from Burkina Faso, from Mali, from Niger. They are allowed to enter into our country. They are also allowed, to travel anywhere within ECOWAS. ECOWAS has not stopped them from traveling and from taking advantage of the free movement protocols. So that's the clarity that I want to provide.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, you also know the rule. You also know the rule. So kindly resume your seat. Leadership.
Thank you.
Very well, very well. The leader is yielding to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You see, to avoid any confusion on our borders, that's why I'm probing into this matter seriously. Because if somebody is coming from any of these countries with their passports, holding their passports, so what do our immigration officers do when they show that passport? So to avoid that confusion, Mr. Minister, this matter shouldn't have been raised at all in Parliament here, because if you mix it up with the ECOWAS passport, they are ECOWAS nationals, you agree, free movement, everything. But let us tread cautiously when we are dealing with this issue because of the nature of the situation we are dealing with. And mind you, these countries seriously under threat from rebel activities, insurgencies, and all that. So we need to be very, very careful as a country. Thank you.
So it's a suggestion that we should tread cautiously. Majority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have
we move to number 64.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the second opportunity. I am to ask the Foreign Minister whether the current government fully Article 4 and 4P of the AU Act, taking into account the relationship between government, military leader, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I can read the AU.
Member, a question has been admitted, and you are to ask the question. So please go ahead and ask the question.
I'm done. Thank you. Let me repeat it. I'm saying that I'd like to ask the foreign minister whether the current government fully subscribes to the Article 4 and 4P of the AU Constitution Act, taking into account the relationship between this government and the current military leader in Burkina Faso?
Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 4 on the principles of the AU Constitution Act states the Union shall function in accordance with the following principles: and respect for democratic principles, human rights, the rule of law, and good governance. Rejection of unconstitutional changes of government. The African Union position. As you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, the re-emergence of all constitutional rule of governments in Africa has unfortunately been an occurrence in recent years, with military coups and takeovers gradually making a comeback on the continent. Africa continues to face the resurgence of political to the efforts we have all made towards the achievement of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Towards management of the by adopting a number of normative frameworks, such as the Constitutive Act of the AU 2000, the AU Protocol on Peace and Security, the Lome Declaration of July 2000, and the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. Frameworks and responses of the regional blocs and international organizations towards peace and stability in the continent continue to identify lapses, such as lack of conceptual clarity on the UCGs, varying application of sanctions and their outcomes, lack of a structured continental early warning mechanism for constitutional changes of governments, weak early response, insufficient human and financial resources, and coordination between the AU and the regional economic communities, among others, as contributing factors. Commission, in collaboration with the government of Ghana, sessions, the Accra Reflection Forum on Unconstitutional in Ghana. Deliberations explored issues in the Constitutive Act and critically assess its relevance for the process of democratization in Africa, taking into consideration the political atmosphere on the continent at the time. The fora, amongst others, resharpen the strategies to promote constitutionalism and the rule of law towards entrenching democracy and inclusive governance for the overall enhancement of peace, security, and stability in Africa. The sessions also offered an opportunity to review the last reflection on the structural root causes in Africa and further review the continued relevance and effectiveness of various treaty-making frameworks at regional and continental levels, including the African Charter on Democracy, Elections. It is worth noting that the AU says that the Union shall function in accordance with the following principle: peaceful resolution of conflicts among member states of the Union through such appropriate means by the Assembly. In this regard, Ghana will continue to play a leading role in collective efforts to promote peace, stability, and economic development on the African continent. A principle of Ghana's foreign policy is to adhere to the principles of the charters, treaties, and international organizations such as UN, AU, ECOWAS. Ghana upholds the AU principles, including, however, in Ghana's interaction interest is, among others, focused on enhancing security cooperation in the Sahel and West African region to combat terrorism, cross-border crimes such as illicit trafficking, smuggling, drug trafficking, as well as to improve trade and strengthen existing bilateral ties. Ghana continues to promote and protect the interests of Ghanaian nationals living in these three countries. It is worth noting that trade relations, particularly in agriculture products, continue to flourish between our areas of cooperation in sectors such as energy. Ghana intends to increase exports of electricity to Burkina Faso, alongside enhancing the transit corridor for petroleum products. Burkina Faso recently acquired a fuel storage terminal, as both countries are considering extending existing pipeline from Bolgatanga to Ouagadougou to streamline fuel and diesel supply. The Volta River takes its source from the highlands of Bobo Dialoso in Burkina Faso. The river is crucial to both countries with regards to water supply, agriculture, irrigation, hydropower generation, and remains essential to the livelihoods of our peoples. Government is also considering the introduction of a direct Ouagadougou flight with an airline in Ghana showing interest. On the security and stability front, as you the Sahel region, but also countries further down the coast. Ghana, having recognized the imminent threat, places priority on strengthening existing ties to find collaborative solutions to address this pressing regional menace. As such, there is the need to continue dialogue and reconciliation between ECOWAS, AU, and the Alliance of Sahel States. It should be noted that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama appointed former National Security Coordinator Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bevlolate as Special Envoy to the Alliance of Sahelian States in this endeavor. The appointment demonstrates the President's commitment to prioritizing regional security and diplomacy. He will act as a liaison between the government of Ghana and the Alliance for Sahel States and formulate engagements with member states of ECOWAS and the African Union. Mr. Speaker, upon assumption of office, His Excellency the President of the Republic indicated his intention to engage in pragmatic ways with our neighbors, in this case Burkina Faso. This is a cardinal foreign policy objective.
Member, any supplementary question?
With the
supplementary question.
With the coming into office of this current administration through a democratic means, would the current government condemn the coup d'etats in
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, as I have emphasized all afternoon, we are in a very strategic period of dialogue, of engagements. We want to serve as a bridge. And when you are serving as a bridge, and already ECOWAS is looking up to Ghana, many of our nationals who are already traveling, moving, trading together, want to see a united ECOWAS. You do not want to engage in blame game. You don't want to single out anybody for what may be perceived wrongly, and which will undermine our efforts at dialogue, at negotiations towards the aims and the objectives that we all want as a people, as a house. So I will recommend a different strategy. I do not think that what you are suggesting at this point will be helpful to the ongoing rapprochement, the engagements and the dialogue that is ongoing. I think that we should remain on this path. This is a path which is in our national interest and which will ultimately help our sub-region.
Any further supplementary question?
Yes, I submit that as a democratic country, We should not be seen to be encouraging coups in the sub-region. My next supplementary question is that, is there any cooperation between the AES, Russia, and the current government?
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because the honorable member preceded his question with a remark, and this is being a House of Records, let me state without any equivocation that the John Dramani Mahama administration will at no point be seen either overtly or covertly engaged in any effort that will undermine democracy. We remain committed to democracy, to the principles of rule of law, of good governance, and we want to state that for the record. And we will continue to be apostles and champions of democracy, particularly in the Africa region. Having said that, your substantive question about the role of Russia in AES and in Ghana, this, I can speak for Ghana. As Foreign Minister of Ghana, we are a non-aligned country. As we speak, we have diplomatic relations with Russia, with Ukraine, with the EU, with US, and with many other countries. There are some 73 and counting diplomatic missions here in Ghana. We also have diplomatic missions open in all of these countries, including Moscow, Kiev, and what have you. And we remain very cordial. What we have said is that we espouse the principles of self-determination, protection of sovereignty, and the rule-based order. So when our allies or friends violate this, we have been bold enough to criticize and to be principled in our position. That we will be unwavering. We will remain committed to the principles that we have always stood for. But remember that even under the previous administration, the Akufo-Addo government did not cut ties with Russia. There's still a Russian embassy here. They are operating. We have good relations with them. And our non-aligned posture, which allows us to be friends of all and enemies to none, will continue. I can confirm that. So in terms of the role of other countries, what I know is that we are pursuing our strategic national interests. No other sovereign will determine for us what is our national interest or will dictate to us. Nobody will dictate to us. So what we are pursuing is our national interest, and that I can confirm strongly.
Honourable Member, your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honourable Bakwin, hold it.
Mr. Speaker, before his last supplementary question, just an observation. Mr. Speaker, and with utmost respect to you, if you look at the chamber at the moment, on their side, Mr. Speaker, there are 40, which is about 21%. We are 26, which is 30% of our number. Mr. Speaker, I just want to urge you, and so that you talk to the majority side. The minister responsible for finance is here to present and first reading of 8 important bills, and it is just about 21% of them that are in the chamber. It doesn't speak well of us, and we need to take government business serious. Mr. Speaker, tell them not to shout, because I'm not raising quorum. I'm drawing. Mr. Speaker, so I just want to urge the front bench that they should bring their numbers in, so that we'll take business serious, so that we can proceed on what we are doing. Rather than that, it doesn't. Mr. Speaker, as I rightly said, the majority side, they are 187. At the moment, they are 40, which is 21% of their number. We are 88, I have counted, and we are 26 now, which is 30% of our number. It doesn't make seats. So for that matter, they should try and come in there so that the finance minister's important bills and first presentation and first reading, it can be done. Rather than that, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't speak well of this House. It doesn't speak well of this House, and we don't take our business, especially the majority side. It doesn't speak well of you, that you have 187 and you are less than 40 in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I think you should direct the minority side so that they bring their numbers in, and then we can continue with the business. That is my prayer to you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Member, your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will rise to ask the minister what informed the invitation. What informed the invitation of the Burkinabe military ruler to the president's inauguration? I'm saying what informed the invitation of the Burkinabe ruler, military ruler, to the president's investiture.
Honorable Member, your question is what? Minister, hold on. Minister, hold on.
I am asking the minister what informed the invitation of the Burkinabe military ruler to the president's investiture.
Honorable Minister, the question is accordingly overruled. Honorable members, the attention has been drawn to an absence of a quorum. I would urge the majority from bench to do the needful. Yes. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving some directives to the majority front bench. The minority leadership is concerned, and those concerns were earlier raised by the Deputy Minority Whip. A parliament with a majority of 187 cannot only be majority on ceremonial days, cannot be majority only on ceremonial days. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I watched the swearing in for the deputy ministers and a minister of state. A lot of the MPs on the majority front bench were at the Jubilee House. They were there, it was all over on the TV. Your business is in this chamber, not Jubilee. Mr. Speaker, it is very important. It is very important. I saw a lot of them. I watched the TV and I can produce evidence, show you the video evidence. Mr. Speaker, you being in majority is not only by words. but by your action, your own attitude towards your own government business. And when we talk and you'll be shouting behind, honorable members of the majority, even now, your 40 has reduced. Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter, and I want to tell them that until you bring your numbers in, the Minister of Finance is not going to lay any paper. It's not going to happen. You are less than 40. You are not going to lay any paper because you don't have the quorum. So this is the time for you to bring your numbers. You do. You need quorum. Okay, all right. You are now talking law. You want to go to procedure. You want me to show you where we need quorum to start business? All right, very well. Go to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the President has 4 more nominees to present for us to deal with. If that 4 is causing anxiety, then your duty is to prevail on the President to bring the 4. It's delaying. Is this anxiety that is even causing you to be absent in this chamber? It's left with 4. You said 60. The Finance Minister was here applauding the government that, oh, we promised 60 minutes, we've delivered. Where are the 4? Are you being indecisive? Agriculture, you said, you promised. Agriculture for transformation agenda. Go to page 152 of your budget, Finance Minister. Go to page 152. You promised 1.5 billion only to allocate 924 million Ghana cedis. What is your seriousness on agriculture? You are rendering the Minister of Agriculture redundant. And you don't come here to do business. Well, the Finance Minister
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would end. Mr. Speaker, I will end. But we are not formally going to raise this quorum because we believe that the Minister of Finance, after presenting budget, must go through the necessary protocols so that this House can function. Deputy Majority Leader, today is your last. Your side must show seriousness. The NDC majority must show seriousness. We will let him lay his papers so that he can go back to the ministry. But this House is not for ceremonial days. Only sooner, then you come here. When it gets to budget, then you dress and come here. And then when it's left with government business, you don't want to come. Then you are all at Jubilee, negotiating for board, deputy minister, looking for appointments. Absent majority. And they won't even keep quiet. Where are your numbers? Where are your numbers? Where are your numbers? We need your presence in this chamber. We need your presence in this chamber. Echinasu tomorrow.
Honourable members, any supplementary question for the Minister for Foreign Affairs? I think you've asked your supplementary question. Very well, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, Mr. Minister, with your approach that the NDC or this government.
Honourable members, order.
Honourable Dafabeko, please, if I may put my question.
Honourable Dafabeko, I will listen to you after him.
Okay. So, Minister, with the approach that this administration finds it difficult to condemn coup d'etats, don't you think that this will embolden would-be coupists to engage in coups in the sub-region, knowing that there are no consequences, especially when it comes to mere condemnation. If the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana cannot just condemn coup d'etat, don't you think that that is going to embolden would-be coupists?
Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when these coups occurred more than a year ago, the position of ECOWAS, the position of Ghana, was made clear and well articulated. As a government, we have not departed from that position. We remain committed to the principles of democracy. The 1992 Constitution in Ghana enjoins all of us to be committed to deepening democracy. And we, our political tradition, is credited for bringing us this far in our democratic credentials. This is the longest dispensation of democracy under this Fourth Republic since the 1992 Constitution was promulgated. And we are very proud of that, to have led those efforts. So our commitment to good governance, to rule of law, to democracy, to the rule-based order is not in doubt, and nobody can question that. What is happening now is, in pursuit of Article 40A, our strategic national interests, making sure that we create a bridge, a dialogue. Here we are faced with violent extremism, with terrorism. We need to share intelligence. We need to have bilateral engagements that will protect our territorial integrity. We need to make sure that the peace and stability of our country is protected. So we are engaged in a strategic dialogue, positive engagements that will lead towards the attainment of the goals and objectives that we all espouse. That is what we are doing in the strategic interest of our country and the people we serve. So this is not a period that requires, if you like, unguarded statements, bombastic statements, calling out people, attacking people. That will not help us. This is a period that requires diplomacy, that requires tact, that requires sober reflection. It requires a lot of wisdom and cautious rapprochement. That is what President Mahama is pursuing, and he is being applauded all over. Ultimately, this will lead us to deepening democracy in the region and making sure that our commitment, if I can be protected, Mr. Speaker. So our commitment to democracy, to good governance, to the rule of law is enhanced by the new engagements and the new channels of dialogue that President Mahama has opened. And I think that we need to join the global community in applauding the President for his tact, his leadership, the vision that he has brought to bear, which has made him the lead mediator between ECOWAS and AES. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of tact, a lot of maturity, a lot of vision to be able to achieve what President Mahama has achieved. And I think that we need to commend him for that. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable John Jinapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in answering the question, the minister talked about strategic dialogue. He also re-emphasized positive engagement and capped it up with wisdom and a sense of tenacity and purpose, and ensuring that good governance permeates all facets of society. Mr. Speaker, having re-echoed these positive commitments, I wish to find out from the Minister of Foreign Affairs whether His Excellency President Mahama and this government would consider extending these positive tenets beyond the West African sub-region and take across the world in the spirit of ensuring that there's good governance. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I commend the Honourable Energy Minister for his very important question. And Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that President Mahama will continue to bring these attributes to bear in his engagements with the rest of the world, even beyond the sub-region. Because, Mr. Speaker, the world is looking for leaders like President Mahama. There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of inward-looking leaders, isolationist leaders, leaders who are only looking within. But President Mahama is a leader who has demonstrated that multilateralism, positive engagement, reaching out, working together, working collectively, that is what the world needs. That is what guarantees global stability. That is what guarantees global prosperity. So, Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that this sterling quality, this very admirable posture of President Mahama will be brought to bear on the global stage, not only in the sub-region. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs. Just before the Minister responsible for Energy asked his question, in your answer, you said that President Mahama had been applauded by many countries. This is a house of record. Is there any evidence to that he has been applauded, or name the countries that have applauded him, individual people who have applauded him for that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, if the Honourable Deputy Minority Whip was listening carefully, I had said that President Mahama is being applauded by many. I didn't say countries. So his question does not arise that I list countries. I said he's been applauded globally, applauded all over. And Mr. Speaker, evidence abounds. Those who have been reading the international literature, read if you read the international media, you see analysts, you see pundits, you see experts, contributors who are all saying that.
Honourable John
President Mahama's approach, his very skillful and tactful approach, that is the way to go. And I've already told you that he has received invitations from a number of leaders on the continent to come and have discussions on the recent tour that he has carried out within the AES bloc. So there is no doubt that President Mahama is being applauded. Here in Ghana, if you follow even media reports, media reportage, he is being applauded by many for the skill, the tact, the maturity that he has brought to bear. And I know that deep down the hearts of my colleagues, they are also in awe. They are very proud of President Mahama's diplomatic prowess. I know that if they were allowed to admit that publicly, I know that they will do that. I'm thankful, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members' leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I have two questions. The respected Foreign Minister, in an earlier answer, said that there are world leaders who are inward looking and are isolationists. And these are not the attributes of President Mahama. I want to know from him. This is a House of Records. I want to know from him, who are these world leaders who are inward looking and isolationists? Who are these world leaders who are in office now that he's referring to? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minority Leader, did he say the world leaders are in office now?
Mr. Speaker, please, respectfully, context. He asked, maybe I'll give you a background again, though we are all in this chamber. Honourable John Jinapo talked about the attributes of the president and asked whether beyond the sub-region, the president would go extend his diplomacy across the borders, beyond the borders of West Africa. The foreign minister, in an answer, observed that there are current world leaders who are isolationists and inward-looking. And these are not the attributes that President Mahama has. In his own words, maybe we can pause and call for the transcripts. That's what he said. It's not a matter of he related it to past leaders. Mr. Speaker, he contextualized it to refer to current world leaders. That is why I want him to bring clarity and let us know, because he's a foreign minister of the country, of our country. If there is any world leader who is an isolationist and an inward-looking leader, he is now dealing with world leaders. He should let us know so that we'll be guided. That's the question to him. He said it, not mine.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the minority leader is right that I did use those words, and we are seeing a rise in isolationism and inward-looking leadership. But the minority leader knows that the good dictates of diplomacy does not permit me to mention names. It will not be in our strategic national interest to mention names. We all know we are describing the qualities of President Mahama. We are talking about his belief in multilateralism, his belief in the collective approach, his belief in reaching out, in making sure that we all work together as a people, and that once we are united and integrated, there is more we can achieve than being inward-looking and being isolationist. So I think the point has been made. It suffices for me to say that these are the two varying qualities, contradictory qualities. We are blessed to have a leader who has qualities of multilateralism, of positive engagement, reaching out, and working together. So I think that should suffice. We should not invite conflict or war upon ourselves. And I know that the minority leader is experienced in diplomacy and international relations, and it will not be good for this House to be listing leaders and trying to if you like, pigeonhole them in a negative context, which will not be appropriate at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Your
Speaker.
next question.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my respected colleague in part and disagree with him in part. Mr. Speaker, the metaphor created by him in his submission is entirely his. And I'm happy he says that we should not use the platform to mention names. However, I hold a view that he could have eloquently put out the attributes of President Mahama without the approach he adopted. To the extent that when he had the opportunity for the second time, he re-echoed that there is a current trend of isolationist leadership across the world. Obviously, this is a house of record. To the extent that you have anchored a submission on a trend, you are a diplomat. So if Mr. Speaker would agree with this prayer, I would pray that that aspect of the submission be expunged. It's entirely your decision, and then we are here to help each other, not to isolate one another and think that pound him. That's not my style in politics. And he knows that I've been engaged in international politics for some time, proud to he assuming office. I believe that you can still talk about the attributes of your leader. You don't need to make that point. So I pray, Mr. Speaker, that portion, that there is a trend of isolationist leaders and inward-looking leaders across the group be expunged. If you don't want it to be expunged, that is entirely yours. Is multilateral diplomacy, that posture, thus far, is received applause. And when he was pushed further, he said, well, the applause is coming from analysts, pundits, and contributors in the international tabloids, international media. Can the respected diplomats and member of this house give us these contributors by name, these pundits, which newspaper, which global newspaper, which tabloids, which dates, so that this house can fully apprise itself of these great attributes and join in celebrating our president and join him and others in celebrating the president. Mr. Speaker, that is my question, please.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, just to address the first part of the minority leader's concern. The minority leader should be assured that the trends that I've spoken to are trends that have been openly discussed, for which even international organizations like the UN, the AU, have had sessions to discuss this trend. So there is nothing we stand to lose, even as a House. Actually, in the coming weeks, I will be bringing a statement here on that threat and what we can do as a House to be more resilient, because the requirement of what is going on now in the international arena is that African countries in particular, including Ghana, must fashion out new foreign policies that makes us more resilient, that makes us more self-reliant, so that we do not have to depend, because the global order has changed. And the tapestry of global leaders now are not the same as it was. And this is a fact that international organizations are discussing. So this, we shouldn't play ostrich about this, and we don't need to mention specific names, but these are facts. These are facts. Even in our budget this year, new allocations have been made to take note of the current global order, and that is a fact. The second part of the Honorable Minority Leader's submission. The second part of the minority leaders, can the minority leader, I'm responding to you. I'm responding to you. The request by the minority leader is very much in order, and I'm willing to table that. I'll table all the links. There's VOA, there's Financial Times, there's Le Monde, there's New York Times. I'll table all of that and make all those articles available. So, Mr. Speaker, please be assured that is an exercise I'm very, very happy to produce. But, Mr. Speaker, on a lighter note, the minority leader and I, we like that. On a lighter note, I'm wondering where the minority leader was when his colleagues behind him were calling on me to condemn specific world leaders. Specific world leaders. They were calling on me to condemn them, and I stayed away from that. And he didn't advise them, but is now seeking to advise me. So it's quite interesting. Sometimes the double standards of the minority leader. But that's on a lighter note. It's on a lighter note. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let there be order. Honourable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this House, we say that this is a House of records. So when somebody says something and it's not for the records, same cannot be relied upon to make a submission, whether seriously or on a lighter note. So I would want my respected colleague, although on a lighter note, to withdraw the submission to the effect that I approach matters with double standards. No, that is not me. I mean, Hansard, 30 years from today, 20 years from today, our kids will come and read Hansard. So we have to deal with matters of record. So,
Honourable Minority Leader, we know you are a man of single standard, not double standard.
No, Mr. Speaker, let's.
Double standard should be expunged from the record.
So, yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want that to be done.
Yes,
so
that is what I have done.
Very well.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
that said, let me plead with our respected foreign minister. Although he says that he doesn't want to mention a name, which I agree with. But, Mr. Speaker, we are learning and will continue to learn. Doesn't he think that it wouldn't be too much for him to take away that phrase, a trend in isolationist leaders. Because, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are guiding ourselves as leaders. This is a serious matter, and I don't want our foreign minister to be cited in any tabloid to have said that, yes, President Mahama has the attribute of reaching out beyond the borders of his country and even beyond the borders of West Africa. And he is not acting like the way other isolationist and inward-looking leaders are doing now. I think it's a bit on the hard side, especially when this House is not being given the opportunity to know who these leaders are. Can that one go off? Again, I think that it will be in the best interest of our foreign minister to take that phrase out. It wouldn't hurt. Just for the good of his own diplomacy. That's all I want to say.
Honorable Minority Leader, he even stated categorically that he may bring a statement to that effect, and it's a matter being discussed at the international scene. Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, any question for him?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've done with all the questions. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I think we've done with all the questions to the foreign minister.
You don't have a question for him?
No, I don't have a question.
Very well, very well. Honorable members, let me thank the minister responsible for Foreign Affairs for attending upon the House and providing answers to the substantive question and many supplementary questions. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we pray you to consider the items listed on the addendum, other paper addendum 2. I'm seeking leave of the Speaker. You are in disagreement, but I'm leaving it in the hands of the Speaker. It's yes, we are all laying. So yes, I'm doing my job.
Honorable members,
yes,
the Finance Minister has been with us for some time.
Yeah.
May I plead with you so that we vary the order of business.
Oh, please, Mr. Speaker, this attitude of you have to stop this. It's not doing, no, please. You can't say that it's doing the front bench business for them. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot do that, please. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why we are seeking your leave to vary, yes, and so that we move to addendum, other paper addendum 2, so the instruments can be laid in agreement with the leader on the other side, on the agreement. We've already had agreement. We've already had agreement. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The Finance Minister has been with us for some time now. Application has been made to vary the order of business to representation of papers.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Chief Whip must learn the rules very fast as he's just in leadership. On which record did I say you are doing their bidding? On which record? Did I speak to the mic? on which record did I say that? So he cannot just be on his feet and allege that
Honorable
I have said
Habib,
so.
I've heard you, Honorable Habib, I've heard you loud and clear that the Speaker is doing the work of the front bench.
He was speaking to the mic. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib, though you didn't speak into the microphone, but I've heard you loud and clear that Speaker is doing the work of the front bench.
Mr. Speaker.
I've heard you.
Mr. Speaker, I have been on that side as a leader before. I have been on that side as a leader before. So, Mr. Speaker, I have been on that side and I have made several applications. So what I was seeking to tell you is that, Mr. Speaker, is to the effect that the majority whip, chief whip, was not even in the chamber when we start the discussion of this addendum paper. So on which you were not here. Yes, the finance minister have been here for some time, and the finance minister have engaged. The deputy majority whip, majority leader had engaged on the addendum, which we don't have a problem. But the majority chief whip was not here. So he cannot speak to it when he was not here, when we agree on that. On that note, Mr. Speaker, we have no difficulty in the minister responsible for finance to do addendum 2. But Mr. Speaker, after raising the issue, you can see that, they are now here for that matter. Even though they are still not up to 91, they don't still have the numbers, but we don't have any difficulty on this. Thank you.
Honourable members, order. Leave is hereby granted at commencement of public business. Order paper addendum 2. Presentation and first reading of bills. Honourable members, item numbered A on the order paper addendum 2, electronic transfer levy repeal bill 2025.
An act to repeal the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act
Honourable members, very well, repeat it.
An act to repeal the Electronic Transfer Levy Act 2022, Act 1075, and the Electronic Transfer Levy Amendment Act 2022, Act 1089, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports.
Mr. Speaker, if it will please you, even though you have referred the matter to the Finance Committee, if the leadership of or the entire Committee of Constitutional Legal can be attached to the Finance Committee, added to the Finance Committee, even though you referred it to the Finance Committee, but if the leadership of the Constitutional Legal, so that it could be a joint committee to look at this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Speaker, I agree with the Honourable First Deputy Minority Whip to the extent that we join the leadership of the Committee of Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs not the entire committee, but the leadership of the committee.
Honorable members, these are purely financial bills. I wouldn't have a problem if the leadership of Constitutional Legal wants to assist the Finance Committee, but it should not be a formal referral to a joint committee. Honorable members, this is not the first time we are going through bills of this nature, so the referral to the Finance Committee should suffice. And honorable members, let me also place on record that it is after the presentation and the first reading of the bill that copies of the bill are distributed to members. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, two issues on this rising. The practice has always been that even before the minister brings such a major policy matter, he engages with the leadership of the House. The finance minister was a minority leader and also a majority leader of this House. You have not seen, and I don't even know whether it's you're bringing it under a certificate of urgency or you've gazetted. No. I want to find out. I need to know. Yes, it doesn't matter. I need to know. So at least I should know. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at his budget, because I'm concerned, you proposed some 1.5 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture. And then if you look at the expenditure, the allocation, you gave them 924 million. So these engagements help. You know, when you were the ranking, you could spot some issues and engage.
Honorable Minority Leader, I believe strongly that next week the budget is coming forward for debate.
Mr. Speaker, don't get me out of context, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating the budget. But there are procedural matters that we need to bring to his attention. You are a man of procedure. Practices of this House must be respected. How does a minister bring a major policy issue? Leadership is not aware. He's only saying he engaged. So I've not seen it. The whole of yesterday, I was around. He has my number. I've been in the office. I've not seen it. And I'm seeing this the first time in this chamber. That is unacceptable. That is unacceptable.
Yes, Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today won't be the first time for a minister responsible for finance to lay a finance bill, either to repeal a bill or amend a bill. Mr. Speaker, I engaged the Deputy Minority Whip when I arrived in this House with the finance bills. At the time, the Honorable Minority Leader was not in the chamber. And I asked the Deputy Minority Leader that can I lay the following bills? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minority Whip is very much aware that we are laying the bills today. Mr. Speaker, I did the engagement even before the order paper was printed. Maybe my former colleague and my former friend, my former friend, now my brother, doesn't know the kind of engagement that we had. Mr. Speaker, I have now elevated him from my former, as a former friend to now brother. So he should understand that I did engage the caucus, and he was not in the chamber at the time. He was not in the chamber at the time. Mr. Speaker, all what I seek to do is to lay these bills for the Finance Committee to be able to consider the bills.
Nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Speaker, all what we are seeking to do is to relieve the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. That is all what we are trying to do. That is all what we are trying to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I will. Mr. Speaker, all what I seek to do is to lay these bills for the Finance Committee to be able to consider the bills. Nothing more, nothing less. Mr. Speaker, all what we are seeking to do is to relieve the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. That is all what we are trying to do. That is all what we are trying to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I will lay this bill and you urge the Finance Committee to urgently consider this to relieve the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, few minutes ago, we listened to the Deputy Minority Whip to the effect that at the time discussions were being held, leading to the other paper addendum 2, Honorable Majority Chief Whip Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamakwa was not even in the chamber. This is a testimony of the fact that some engagement has been carried out. So I will plead with the House, let's make progress and lay these papers to be referred to the Finance Committee. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want Hansard to always record the accurate facts. I am not saying that there was no engagement. I haven't said that. And I won't be dishonest in saying that. What I'm saying is that beyond the engagement, you should have given us copies, discussed the copies. When I entered the chamber, the Deputy Whip informed me that you've had discussion with him. But he didn't have copies. And you concede on that indeed you didn't share with us. When I asked, you said the clerk at table had copies. All my argument basically is on the fact that we didn't get copies. Now, we had to draw Mr. Speaker's attention to your absence for you to come. And when you come to, you keep quiet to allow us to work. Mr. Speaker, so we will proceed to cooperate with the majority side for these bills to be laid. But for the finance minister to say that he wants to do this to relieve the ordinary Ghanaian of the pain he's going through. What he is not telling the ordinary Ghanaian is that these taxes are what this government is relying on to pay for fuel for ministers, to pay for expenses at the presidency. Look at the amount they allocated to the presidency. You are giving in excess of 2 billion to the presidency, and you gave only 50 million to the women in banking. And then your 24-hour economy policy is not even ready. And you say you want to relieve Ghanaians.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want the finance minister to start his debates now. I don't want him to introduce any debate. He's here to lay his papers. He should lay them and go to the ministry in peace. Because the jobs he promised Ghanaian youth, he's telling us that this year there will be no employment. The youth who were in your party office looking for a job, what are you doing for them? What that Ghana for papa.
Honourable members, the item numbered A has been presented and referred to the Finance Committee. We now move to the item numbered B on the order paper addendum 2.
Mr. Speaker, please indulge me. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
you see,
Mr. Speaker,
Habib.
I know,
Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I know you said the referral. I know you said the referral is to the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, the majority.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, the majority chief whip also agreed to the fact that the leadership of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, these are laws that we are going to make. I know you are very passionate about that. And for us to make laws that we don't include the committee, that's for Constitution. So I don't think it will hurt Finance Minister, because these are laws that we are going to make. So if the leadership of this committee is added to Finance Committee, it will be a problem. It won't hurt.
I have been to several committees as a member of Parliament to help them make laws without those bills being referred to us jointly. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, was I not at a Gender Committee meeting to help in the Affirmative Action Bill as a ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee? It was not referred to the Joint Committee, but I was there to help. There are instances where the bill will not be referred to a joint committee. Myself and Honorable Anyimedu will be at that committee level to be able to help the committee. By practice in this House, financial bills are not jointly referred. Yes, Honorable Anyimedu.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is without prejudice that this application is made. And I have the authority of the Chairman of Constitutional Legal, Honorable Shaibu Mahama, that this application be made, that at least leadership of Constitutional Legal be added. Mr. Speaker, since you have the authority to make the referral to the Finance Committee, as has always been done, and to add the leadership of Constitutional Legal, I think we are only formalizing this. And if we all agree, because these are laws and these are financial laws, I agree. But I think the leadership would assist in assist the Finance Committee in coming out with good laws.
Honorable Anyimedu, the point that I am making is that by practice and convention, these bills are not jointly referred. However, the leadership of the Finance Committee is not prevented from joining the Finance Committee to do this bill. And I have used you and I, for instance. We've been to several committees to help them without the bill not be without the bill jointly refer.
But let me remind you that the affirmative action, Mr. Speaker, it was referred. It was so formally referred that Constitutional Legal, my style is not to join committee meetings when formally I'm not invited. So, Mr. Speaker, if you agree with me that what we are doing is to assist and make sure that the right things are done. So I'm only asking that this be made formal.
Honourable members, let us not belabor at this point. The bill is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered B on order paper addendum 2.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877 to remove the annual budget funding amount as a source of funding for the fund.
Honourable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is presented and read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item numbered C on order paper addendum 2.
An act to amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915, to reduce the percentage of the total revenue that is set aside by the minister in the Ghana Revenue Authority General Refund account and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Bill on Revenue Administration Amendment Bill 2025 is presented and read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item number D.
An act to repeal the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Special Import Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item number E.
An act to repeal the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Emission Levy Repeal Bill 2025 is read for the first time and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item numbered F on the order paper addendum 2.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to remove withholding on lottery winnings, remove withholding tax on purchases of unprocessed gold, and provide for other related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025 is read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Item numbered G on order paper addendum 2.
An act to amend the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2023, Act 1095, to extend the sunset clause to 2028, increase the rates of levy from 1% to 3%, and to provide for other related matters.
Honourable members, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Amendment Bill 2025 is read for the first time and accordingly referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Item numbered H on order paper addendum 2.
An act to amend the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, by expunging the National Health Insurance Fund, Ghana Education Trust Fund, Road Fund, transfers to Ghana National Petroleum Corporation from Petroleum Revenue, Mineral Income Investment Fund, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund from the schedule, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Earmarked Funds Capping and Realignment Amendment Bill 2025 is read for the first time and accordingly referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 1633. And with your permission, I read. After the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanation statement on the bill, and the sponsor shall comply. Mr. Speaker, and if you look at other paper addendum, item F, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, if the minister can offer a bit of explanation to this, a bit of a background, because when the minister responsible for finance was reading his budget, and I think in I don't know whether it's paragraph 142.
So,
when you are
honorable minority,
Mr. Speaker, I
honorable deputy minority whip.
For my.
So you are requesting the minister to make a brief statement about the bill that is laid. Which particular one? Because the last one laid is earmark funds capping and realignment amendment bill 2025. Is that what you are seeking the minister to give a brief?
Mr. Speaker, probably you didn't get me right. After referring to the specific order, I said item F on other paper addendum. That is the income tax amendment. And you know, when the clerk at table was reading it loud, they talked about the 10% withholding tax on winning of lotteries and other.
I will then proceed to give the floor to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, just a brief statement on Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment before us is seeking to remove the withholding tax on bet winnings. Bet winnings. The Speaker, as part of the NDC manifesto, we promised to remove withholding tax, being 10% withholding tax that was imposed by the previous administration, and that collection began in August 2023. What we are seeking to do is to remove the 10% withholding tax on all bet winnings, as promised as part of our manifesto. The Speaker, aside that, the same income tax amendment bill is seeking to remove the 1.5% withholding tax on all unprocessed gold from small-scale mining. That is what the income tax amendment bill is seeking to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
and the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to, that's the same income amendment bill. Minister, I want to refer you to your budget statement. You stated that we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lotteries, also known as betting tax. Is it the same thing, or is there any difference between that and the electronic one, also known as betting tax? Is it the same, or there are differences?
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, you've referred us to Standing Order 163. Is that not so? Read Standing Order 163 for us to know what is expected of the minister. Okay, whether he should be answering questions at this stage or he should make a brief statement.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, as I refer you to the order 1633, and then it states that after the presentation of a bill, a member may ask the sponsor to offer a short explanation statement on the bill, and the sponsor shall comply. But therefore, Mr. Speaker, I was asking him, because in his budget statement, he said he's abolishing 10% withholding tax on lotteries winning, which has never been implemented anyway. So
that
is it
why,
different from
Honorable Habib, that is why I am engaging you to the effect that the standing order is giving the authority to a member to ask the minister after the presentation to give explanatory statement, which you did. and the minister has given you the explanatory statement. That ends it. Honourable members, I said severally that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure that will follow in exercising the right. The very order that you stood on was very clear to the effect that if a member is desirous, can ask the minister upon presentation to give explanatory statement. And when that right has been exercised and the minister has given the explanatory statement, it doesn't open it up for questions. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know you have a superior understanding of the law, and I appreciate it. What I think the member wanted to know was that the explanatory memorandum and the explanatory statement should have taken root from what the minister himself said in his budget statement. Mr. Speaker, yes, he has a right to give an explanatory statement, but that shouldn't be something unbeknown to this House. All that the Deputy Minority Whip is saying is that in your own budget statement, you made some commitment, and true to it, you have come under item F, Income Tax Amendment Bill. So in giving us an explanatory statement, his legitimate expectation is to the effect is that what you have said in the budget statement will be the basis for that explanation. You can't come to this House and tell us something new. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, Dr. Forson was once a leader in this House, and he knows that when we were working together, there was no way I said anything outside of the records. He said he didn't say so. Let me refer him to his statement. Paragraph 141. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of debate. Please, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of debate. A member must patiently listen, so that if you are opposed to my views, you rise in your seat. You know, from your seat where you belong, then you oppose me, Mr. Speaker. So the minority whip is not asking for a question. He's not asking the minister a question. Neither is he demanding something from the minister outside of what the minister has said. When we are enacting a law, we bring a bill. There is always this memorandum that gives a background to the bill. Mr. Speaker, what is the background to this item F? The background to it is that there was a certain tax by the previous government, which tax was implemented Mr. Speaker, we can do the propaganda out there, understand. As politicians, we can do what we want to do. But when it comes to the facts, we cannot depart from them. The question is, Honorable Minister, this particular tax that you are seeking to amend, was it ever implemented? The very tax, the very one that you put in your budget statement, I want to know. So the deputy whip is only asking you to explain, and in explaining, you cannot go outside of what you have already told this House. That is his contention.
Honorable Minority Leader, you see, I will plead with the House, particularly the senior members of the House, that because of the attrition rate, we have a lot of new members, and there is a need for us to carry them along procedurally. We know as a fact that upon presentation of the bill or the paper, if the member or the minister presenting the paper is desirous of giving a brief explanation, he can do so. Or a member may request that explanation in line with Standing Order 163. Honorable Deputy Whip has exercised the option to request the minister to give that brief explanation. Honorable members, there is a difference between that explanation and a debate of the bill at second reading. When a bill is introduced and referred to the committee, just like what we have done, the committee will look at it, consider the bill, write a report. They will program the bill for second reading. It is at the second reading stage that the memorandum accompanying the bill, setting out the principle, the rationale behind the bill, the mischief that the bill is seeking to cure, it is at that stage that the bill will be debated. It is not at the introduction of the bill that we do what we are seeking to do. At that particular level, you can raise all the necessary issues, but this one is just on introduction. So whatever brief explanation that the minister has given, I so rule that it satisfies the requirement under Section 163 of our own standing orders. Honorable members, let's make progress. Honorable members, let's come back to item number 7, statement. We have admitted statement on Ramadan fasting by Professor Hamza Adam, Member of Parliament for Kumbugu. Honorable Habib, you can go ahead and accuse me for doing the beat of the front bench of the majority.
Mr. Speaker, you know I have utmost respect for you. I will never say that. I will not say that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member for Kumbugu, you have the floor. Honorable Member for Kumbugu, you have the floor. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to make this important statement.
Honorable Kumbugu, hold it. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. Normally, when you rule, a member is supposed to rise to extend courtesy. He was on his feet to extend courtesy. But Mr. Speaker, all you have are the 5 of us on both sides. All you have are the 5 of us on both sides. So please, we give a smile. Let's exchange pleasantries. There is no way Habib would undermine you. Mr. Speaker, if you say that, oh, he should go ahead and accuse you, he was getting up to thank you, that as the chair pleases. As the chair pleases. Because he wasn't coming to attack you. Mr. Speaker, we are in this together. And if he's your leader, and then there are backbenchers both sides, and then it's like, go ahead and accuse me, Mr. Speaker. That's, Mr. Speaker, that's one I would plead with you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Member for Kumbugu, you have the floor. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to read this important statement. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's with great pleasure
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the practice has always been that the member must share his statement. Once the Speaker ruled on this matter, that when the statement is admitted, he must share sufficient copies with colleagues. Mr. Speaker, let's not be departing from our practices and conventions. He is now sharing, and we don't have copies. How do we make meaningful comment on this? Mr. Speaker, second, the majority side of this House, Mr. Speaker, if you count them now, all their seats are empty. Yes, this is a house of record. We want to constantly remind you that you are making this a ceremonial chamber. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You only come into this chamber on ceremonial days. Look, count, you are less than 30 in this chamber. Currently, you are less than 30. You cannot be using the Jubilee House as your office. This is the Chamber of Parliament. You are always moving to the Jubilee House. The time has come for you to respect your whips. No, Mr. Speaker, you always want your chief whip to be chasing you before you come to the chamber. You always want your leaders to chase you. Why are you at the Jubilee House? You were first elected as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the majority side must come into this chamber. We are going to raise quorum. You must come and work. Yes, because you want to go home. Because you want to go home. You want to go home. Look at all your empty seats. Mr. Speaker, you don't come here claiming that you are 187, yet you enter this chamber with 30-40. Mr. Speaker, on today is Thursday. On Tuesday, I observed something very disappointing. Honorable Doyo had to be chasing people to sign. Why do you make the work of your leaders difficult? You don't come to work. You must always be whipped before you enter the chamber to do your parliamentary work. Mr. Speaker, You currently are 41. You are not even up to 50. 41 of 187.
Well, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. Our rules and the Constitution must be respected. Mr. Speaker, they came into office promising jobs. Yet, they are not giving jobs. Mr. Speaker, there is a net freeze on employment. 3, Mr. Speaker, their own so-called 24-hour economy policy did not find space in the budget. These are matters that must engage the attention.
Leader, please, let me listen, I'll come back to you.
Let me conclude so that he comes in.
Okay.
Let me conclude so that he comes in. Mr. Speaker, besides, they don't come into this chamber. They are chasing for board appointment. The board appointments are for non-MPs. Those who didn't get MP, those who didn't get opportunity. You want to be a board chairman. They are chasing for boards. When you are in opposition, Mr. Speaker, no MP should be on a board. Yeah, that is MPP.
Honorable members, please, we must at any point in time listen to one person. So you let him talk. After, I'll give the opportunity to somebody.
The chief whip. After that, your chief whip will also talk. Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, they criticized MPs serving on boards. Today, as a member of parliament on the majority side, your job is to come to the chamber and work, not to be at the Jubilee House chasing, saying that if you didn't get ministerial, they should consider you for a board. You are not going to serve on a board. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 more deputy ministerial nominees to be done. 4 more. Meanwhile, we have prominent women in this chamber who have been denied the opportunity to serve in government.
Leader.
What has happened to the affirmative action?
Leader. Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, I'm concluding.
Conclude.
What has happened to the affirmative action? You only appointed 10% women into government. Mr. Speaker, I can mention names of honorable members who worked so hard and today they've been left dejected, depressed and frustrated.
Leader, thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chief whip, if he so desires, can respond to me. If he responds to me and there's a right of reply, I would exercise that right.
Honorable Majority Whip, can I beg you to, well, I don't know, I'm just saying, I want to beg him so that I can listen to Professor Hamza. Other than that, I'll give the floor to him. Fine. Honorable Dafiamopo, the floor is yours.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, this House, as leaders, we assist you to manage the House. And that management of the House also goes to the numbers. Yes. As we speak, committees have just been established, subject to some 1 or 2 further amendments. The leadership of the committees are proactive. They are meeting to consider programs for the session and the meeting. About 6 committees met today. Some are still in session. 2. So I deny the allegation that this side do not attend to proceedings. Indeed, we do. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that the minority leader is also depleted in terms of, yes, minority leader, please, may you listen to me in some silence. Speaker, so because his cliche is that this house is a house of records, so he wants everything to be borne by the records. Let the records bear that today, as we speak, 63 of his members have attended onto proceedings today and have signed the attendance sheet. 63. On our side, 165. They've attended to proceedings and have signed it. But some committees are as many as 25. Some committees, some are 17 on the average. So, Speaker, if you have 5 or 6 of those committees meeting, you speak of about 70 members who may not be present on the floor. So it's important that as leader, he is leader, it's important that some of these matters, it should go slow on them. This is about the 3rd time that he's raised the matter since appearing on the floor. He's been away for some time. For the greater part of today, he was not here. But as soon as he came, it's the politics of the numbers. I can grant him that. But he's done enough, so he should leave it. Then 2, Speaker, 2, we are not a ceremonial attendance to parliaments of the proceedings. We attend to do business. So it's also not true that my side, that my back, my members are trooping to the Flagstaff House for appointments or board appointments. It's also not correct. So let the record not reflect that my members are not here because they are looking for appointments onto boards or opportunity to chair boards. We deny that. Mr. Speaker, it's also not accurate that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has appointed only 10% of women onto his government. That too is not accurate. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it's also not accurate that the 4 outstanding ministers of state who are supposed to be appointed is suffering some delay because of some other matter. It's not true. The power to appoint is inherent in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He may do so with alacrity, and he will do it, Mr. Speaker. With these words, Mr. Speaker, may I urge my brother to allow us to take the 2 statements that we have agreed to take. And Mr. Speaker, let the record also reflect that the current minority leader was a famous board chairman of 2 very important state institutions. Very famous. Very famous. So we want to urge him that he should allow sometimes these matters to lie low. I thank you for the opportunity. Let's hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this important statement.
Honourable Member, having yielded the floor to you, you can now take the floor.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Right, Honourable Speaker, it's with great honor, gratitude, and pleasure to be given this opportunity to make this important statement on the sacred month of Ramadan, fasting. Fasting is one of the 5 pillars of Islam and occurs in the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, Islamic lunar calendar. It entails abstaining from food, drink, and sexual relations from before light of dawn until sunset. It is an obligation on all Muslims to fast during the fasting month, Ramadan. And those who are unable to fast due to ill health should give charity or fast to make up after Ramadan. Allah the Most High says in the Holy Quran, quote and unquote, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. O you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you, that you may have God consciousness. Mr. Speaker, fasting during the month of Ramadan is obligatory upon every Muslim, male or female, who fulfills the following conditions: to be mentally and physically fit, to have obtained the age of puberty and discretion, which is normally about 14, to have obtained the age of puberty and discretion, which is normally about 14. However, children under this age should be encouraged to practice, to be resident, not to be traveling on a journey up to 50 miles or more. In the case of women, to be free from menses or post-birth bleeding. Mr. Speaker, those who are exempted from fasting include the insane, children under the age of puberty, the elderly, and chronically ill person. For those, fasting is unbearable. A person in this category is required to feed one poor person for every day he does not fast in Ramadan. Pregnant women and nursing mothers who fear that fasting may endanger the lives or health of those of their fetus or babies. However, they are required to make up after the Ramadan. People in the course of traveling, but should make up for the days they do not fast later. Women during the period of menstruation or post-childbirth confinement, they should make up for the days they do not fast later. Mr. Speaker, fasting is done in accordance with the practices of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet, may peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, strongly recommended the following: to make ninth meal close to the time of dawn prayer as possible, to break the fast as soon as one is sure that the sun has set, to say the prayer that the Prophet, may peace be upon him, used to say at the time of breaking his fast, to avoid any act that is contradictory to fasting, to do good deeds, especially observing special night prayers immediately after Isha prayers, Quran recitation, remembering of Allah via his beautiful attributes and names, giving of charity, among others, abstaining from food, drink, smoking, and sexual intercourse with one's wife from dawn till sunset, abstaining from evil tongue and actions. On the authority of Abu Huraira, the Messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, said, whoever does not give up forged speech and evil actions, Allah will not accept his fasting. Mr. Speaker, charity is one of the key things our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may peace be upon him, said. May peace be upon him, employed to create a balance between the able and less privileged. Therefore, Muslims are encouraged to intensify giving of charity during Ramadan. Prophet says the best charity is given in Ramadan. Mr. Speaker, seeking blessings from the night of power, Laylatul Qadr, in Ramadan is the most virtuous night in the year. Almighty Allah says in the Quran, quote and unquote, Inna anzalnahu fi laylatul qadr, wama adraka ma laylatul qadr, laylatul qadr khayrun min alf shahr. We have indeed revealed this message in the night of power, and what will explain to thee what the night of power is. The night of power is better than 1,000 months. It was narrated by Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, whoever stays up and prays during Laylatul Qadr with faith, out of faith, and in the hope of reward in his previous sins will be forgiven. To this end, every Muslim should strive and not to miss the opportunity of obtaining multiple rewards in these days. It is highly recommended that all Muslims should draw nearer to Allah to get blessings of Laylatul Qadr in the last third of Ramadan. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I call on all Ghanaians to extend supporting hand to our Muslims engaged in fasting by showing kindness, understanding, tolerance, and solidarity. May the Almighty Allah accept our Ramadan and grant all of us our heart desires. I wish all Muslims a blessed Ramadan. May Allah bless us all. I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me go to Ejula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and let me use this opportunity to wish all our Muslim brothers Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan, or fasting, is one of the pillars of Islam. Usually, it's always carried out in the 9th lunar month of every year, which is the Ramadan. As eloquently narrated by the maker of the statement, Allah enjoins us in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 18 to 3, verse 1 to 3, to fast in the month of Ramadan. And Ramadan has both spiritual and health benefits. Spiritual benefits in the sense that it's a time that one gets closer to Allah. It's a time that every day of the month, one is supposed to fast from dawn to night, and also to be self-disciplined. Because if you set out and you fast, there's nobody to check whether you are fasting or not. But you yourself, you have to be self-disciplined and ensure that at least you abide by the dictates of their religion. There's no compulsion when you are not in a position to fast. There are avenues or there are ways that you can atone for not being able to fast, like if you are on a serious journey. But these days, in this modern age, I don't think those things still exist now. Because in this modern age, we travel on cars and in aeroplanes. And it was during the previous era that if people are not able to journey on let's say automobiles, that you are exempted from fasting. But even with that, you pay up immediately Ramadan finishes. Also, lactating mothers and then also pregnant women are exempted from fasting. This is to ensure that at least it doesn't go against their health. Let me emphasize on the need for, on the significance of the last 10 days of Ramadan. It is in the last 10 days that it is believed that we have the night of power. which is the Laylatul Qadr, where it is said that it is as important more than the rest of the nights in the year all round. And that's the day that is found in the last 10 days. So because no one knows the exact date, but at least it's between the odd days, between either the 21st, the 23rd, the 25th, or the 27th night. And so we are enjoying that at least in the last 10 days, we intensify our prayers and also ensure that at least we stay throughout the night and pray so that we get the benefits of the night of power. And it is also a month where every Muslim is enjoined to do a lot of good deeds and to also give to charity. And Islam is such that at least at the end of the fasting, which is when we were having our the Eid al-Fitr. Before the Eid al-Fitr, it is enjoined that at least a day or at the dawn of Eid al-Fitr, when we perform the Zakat al-Fitr, which is giving out of food to the needy, so that at least on the day of the Eid, they can also have something to also feed on.
Thank you.
So if you look at the
thank you. Yes.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that Islam is not a religion of compulsion. It's a very flexible religion. It is not. It is as and when you are fit to do fasting that Allah enjoins you to do it. If you are not fit, there are prescriptions where you can atone for the days that you have not been able to fast. And let me use this opportunity to once again wish our fellow Muslims the best of the season, which is Ramadan. May Allah accept our fasts and may Allah forgive us our shortcomings.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, please, it's just an indulgence I'm creating from you. Let's keep the comment quite brief so that we can indulge other members. We equally have a lot of statements here. So once I give you the floor, please try and keep it safe. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting me to contribute to the beautiful statement by Professor Hamza. Mr. Speaker, as Professor rightly said, fasting in the month of Ramadan is observed by Muslims all over the world. And it is compulsory to get involved. But Allah does not burden any soul beyond its capacity. And that is why Allah gave some exemptions to pregnant women, old age, and children under puberty age. Mr. Speaker, the significance of this fasting, as my brother rightly said, has some spiritual and health benefits. The spiritual benefits include connecting to your Creator. If you can all observe that during the month of Ramadan, we normally do away with the social vices that we engage in, only to do good deeds. And Mr. Speaker, it is gratifying to note that in the month of Ramadan, Allah enjoins believers. That's why there's a word he used in the Holy Quran, that Ya ayyuha lazina amanu. Allah talks to believers to observe the fast. The fast is observed for a fixed number of days, either 29 or 30, depending on the sighting of the moon, and then ending it with a sighting of the moon in one's country. The health benefits are a lot, but if you read the whole Quran, you come to a point that Allah says you should fast, and if only you know that there are benefits at the end of the fasting. The health benefits include reduction in cholesterol, weight loss, it lowers your sugar level, and a whole lot. It even takes off the risk of getting cancer, according to the whole Quran and the commentary that goes with it. So, we enjoin every Muslim all over the world to try as much as possible to do some fasting, take part in the fasting in the month of Ramadan, so that the benefits that are accrued and highlighted by the whole Quran, you all enjoy that benefits. Mr. Speaker, it is also gratifying to note that as we exempt ourselves from food and drinks and sexual relations, we normally know the impact of exempting yourself from food and drinks. And for that matter, it permits us, and then Mr. Speaker, it permits us to embark on charity so that Allah gives us the blessings that goes with it. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the fasting, the whole fasting month, at the end, we get righteousness. The underlying fact is that we fast to become righteous. So we enjoy everybody to be involved so that he will attain righteousness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Once again, my appeal to you to be very brief. Yes, my brother. Adam, you are not a Muslim. Let me give it.
Thank you,
yes,
Speaker.
My brother, yes.
Let me comment the maker of the statement. I will move away from the religious obligation that imposes us to fast for a period of 30 days. Islam, as it means total submission to the will of Allah. During the month of Ramadan, one critical observation that is often observed across the globe, most especially Muslim-dominated communities or Muslim countries or Islamic countries, is the respect for social norms, laws, and reduction in crime rates. Because we intend to be holy for a period of 1 month. So at that stage, you won't be seeing stealing, killings, and all other social vices. So I think that it's a reflection we must observe as Muslims to know that this is the purpose of our creation. That is how God wants us to be. It shouldn't just end when fasting is over. And we must redefine the notion out there or the perception about Muslim youth in terms of radicalism, in terms of most criminal activities. So I think that Islam affords us the opportunity in periods like this to show the other side of ourselves.
It's also good in terms of economic welfare redistribution or income redistribution. That is the only time you see levels of inequality reducing, because it's the best period for charity. Last year, I observed Umrah in Mecca. And what I observed was that on your way from Maghreb to your hotel, you see people sharing food, clothes, money. That is a period where income really flows from the rich to the poor in order to fulfill the Islamic order. And finally, I also want to join call on every well-meaning Ghanaian, not necessarily Muslims, to show love, solidarity, as we also do in periods of Easter, Christmas, and also the traditional religion performances. On that note, I once again thank the maker of the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also want to associate myself with the...
He's fasted.
fast at dawn, and also to break our fast in the evening. In our diversity as a country lies our unity. And I must say that we continue to pray, even as we are in this month of Ramadan, that God will continue to bless this our homeland, Ghana, and make every Ghanaian, irrespective of religion, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of the region where we are all coming from, for us to understand that we are all human beings, we are all Ghanaians, and we must all work together for that better Ghana we are all looking for. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that in Ramadan, even though it's 30 days, it's usually divided into 10 days. So for the first 10 days, we have always prayed for what? Blessings. We have prayed for the blessings of this very country of ours. Ghana is blessed. In this month of Ramadan, Ghana is blessed. The second 10 days is for forgiveness of sin. We pray, all of us in here. We are humans. We are fallible. We pray to God for forgiveness of our sins. And the last 10 days is for us to pray against the hellfire. They tell us that this earth we are on, we are in transit. We are traveling. Our final destination is somewhere else. And we pray that on that day that we start our final journey, we'll be found all in heaven. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I would want to remind all of us that fasting is not all about just the spiritual well-being of us, but also the health aspect of it. Mr. Speaker, I was amazed when I heard one Dr. Suburu from the Tamale Teaching Hospital say that last year, 2024, we had about 100 cases of heart-related conditions reporting to the Tamale Teaching Hospital. Actually, worldwide, heart conditions claim about 90 million lives every year. What are the common conditions that predispose to us to have cardiovascular problems? One of the common things that has to do with our high levels of cholesterol. It has to do with our high levels of diabetes and hypertension. It is known by literature that once you are able to control your levels of cholesterol, then you will also control your risk of getting what we call the coronary heart disease. And fasting has been shown to decrease your levels of those cholesterols and triglycerides. There's an amazing thing that's coming up again, and it has been reported in the American College of Cancer, that in animals, what they are noticing is that intermittent fasting is increasing their susceptibility to the chemotherapy that has been given to these particular animals. So in essence, what it means is that if we try humans in the future. It is possible that with intermittent fasting, if you are a cancer patient, your risk or the toxicity that's related with you taking chemotherapy may come down. Again, for those of us who want to lose weight, the literature is suggesting that if you have about 12 hours of intermittent fasting, in about 3 months, you can lose about 9% of your weight. So I would say all in one, that Ramadan Kareem to everyone. Fasting is for the spiritual well-being of all of us. It is also for our health well-being. We wish all Muslims around the globe Ramadan Kareem. We also want to solidarize with our people in Palestine, that in fasting, we are with them. Allah be with us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'll take the last one, because we have other statements. So let me look at this side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But John Darko, you are not a Muslim. Let me give it to Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, there are lots of Muslims in my constituency.
Come again.
The regional imam resides in my constituency.
Then almost everybody here will have something to say. Dr. Kabiru, let's hear you. The last person.
My brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I was in committee meeting, Mr. Speaker, but I went to my office and I realized that this topic was being discussed, and I decided to run in. I do it in solemn belief that fasting is prescribed by the religion, and if you read the Quran, chapter 2, verse 183, it clearly says that fasting is prescribed for you, so that you may give thought. You may give thought and remember Allah. Mr. Speaker, previous contributors have highlighted the importance of fasting, which scientifically has been proven, and that irrespective of your faith, once in a while it is important you fast for your own, the health of your body, mind, and soul. Mr. Speaker, but the spirituality of fasting is not just to fast to go hungry or to starve yourself. You are also required to starve yourself of your sight, to starve yourself of your hearing, and to starve yourself of your thoughts. Mr. Speaker, during Ramadan, there are restrictions as to what you can watch. There are restrictions as to what you can hear, and there are restrictions as to what you can think of, because it all goes into the quality of your fasting. So Muslims or those who don't fast only think of fasting as though we go hungry for the whole day, but it's not just the hunger and the thirst, but what you see, what you hear, and what you watch they all go into the quality of your fasting. And I am actually urging all of us that during this month, in fact, it's a month of compassion. In other words, you learn to be tolerant, show empathy towards one another, and that it is a month that we are required to give more alms. Alms giving is actually an important part of this month. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, it shows sacrifice. Sacrifice is a virtue not just for the individual, but for your nation. The value or virtue of being sacrificial in your life. Mr. Speaker, these are the virtues of fasting. And we can go on and on with the thesis of the importance, spiritual importance, health importance, economic importance of fasting. Mr. Speaker, but what is important we need to know, even if you don't fast, if you don't have the wherewithal to fast, if you don't have the strength and health, if like your health conditions are not so strong for you to fast, there are ways you can atone for it. And I listened to my senior brother mention some of the ways. But more important, those of you who have people who are not so well to do in your communities, this is a month you need to extend hands of support to those areas. And I'll join my colleague to say, Eid Mubarak. Happy Ramadan to the people of Wale Wale and to the people of Ghana and the world at large. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
One other thing, Mr. Speaker, I have not been addressed by my tat. I'm also Al-Haji. And I want, of course, it's a title. And the Hansas has been capturing it. Mr. Speaker, it's a title I will want to equally be acknowledged. These people, some of you have not gone to Hajj, so you don't know what it means to sacrifice, to go to Hajj. So Alhaji Dr. Kabiru is the right title to call me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members. No, I'm not. Deputy Whip. Let me take the second statement, and the statement is coming from Honourable Collins Adumaku Mensah, and the statement is on the celebration of World Kidney Day. Today marks the day.
Yes, please.
So we shouldn't allow this day pass without talking about kidney. So, Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Before I make my statement, let me congratulate Parliament. This morning, Parliament held a forum to mark the World Kidney Day. It brought together experts from the Ghana Kidney Association and other medical experts. Our deputy clerk was there to support the program. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank Parliament for bringing the very, very important topic of kidney to the fore. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you once again for the opportunity to deliver a statement in this House on as the world celebrates World Kidney Day today, 13th March 2025. World Kidney Day is celebrated globally to raise awareness of the importance of the kidneys to our overall health and to reduce the frequency and impact of kidney diseases and its associated health problems worldwide on us. The theme for this year's celebration is, "Are your kidneys okay? Detect early. Protect kidney health." Mr. Speaker, normally, everyone is born with 2 kidneys, except in certain situations where people are born with just 1. The kidney is a bean-shaped organ located just below the rib cage, with 1 on each side of our spine. The primary function of the kidneys is to remove toxins and waste products from the blood through the formation of urine. Additionally, the kidneys control blood pressure, activate vitamin D from the sun in the body, regulates water and electrolyte balance, and produces a hormone called, I think the doctors will help me, Dr. Sangari. Dr. Sangari will help me with that particular word, which is important in the formation of red blood cells in the body. The kidneys are extremely essential to our overall health. Any deviation from their functions causes serious problems for the individual. Kidney diseases, especially chronic kidney diseases, is one of the leading causes of death and disability in the world. More than 10% of the global population are affected by chronic kidney disease. The prevalence rates of chronic kidney disease in Ghana is about 13%. This means that 13 people out of every 100 Ghanaian we sample have chronic kidney disease. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that kidney disease is preventable. Hypertension, which is high blood pressure, and diabetes are the 2 main causes of chronic kidney disease. These 2 diseases account for about 70% of all chronic kidney diseases cases in the world. Other factors which increase a person's risk for chronic kidney disease include obesity, heart disease, smoking, alcoholism, abuse of certain medications, and herbal concoctions. Severe dehydration and some infections such as HIV, hepatitis B and C. The only treatment options available for people diagnosed with chronic kidney disease are medical management, dialysis, and kidney transplant. Mr. Speaker, there are several challenges healthcare professionals and patients face in the management of chronic kidney diseases in Ghana. High cost of dialysis. Dialysis is the main treatment option for chronic kidney disease patients in Ghana. Unfortunately, many of the people who need dialysis to survive cannot afford, leading to premature death. Majority of such people are young people between the ages of 20 and 50 years. The previous NPP government, under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, through the National Health Insurance Authority, introduced free dialysis treatment for Ghanaians in about 20 dialysis centers. This is commendable and should be sustained. This program should be expanded to include all dialysis centers in the 16 regions of the country. Inequitable distribution of dialysis centers. Mr. Speaker, nearly half of the 16 regions in Ghana do not have dialysis centers. Even in regions with dialysis centers, majority of them belong to private people and are located in regional capitals. This situation forces the patient to travel longer distances to access dialysis. Uncontrolled advertisement and sale of certain herbal concoctions. The proliferation and advertisement of herbal concoctions on our mainstream media and social media platforms is of great concern. The use of herbal concoctions is said to account for about 30 to 35% of cases of acute kidney failure in Africa. High cost of kidney transplant and legislature. The expensive nature of kidney transplant in Ghana serves as a hindrance to many who may be willing to have this treatment. The average cost of transplant is about $25,000. In addition, a lack of a legislation on organ transplants is the reason why very few kidney transplant cases have been done in Ghana. Inadequate number of trained nephrologists and nephrology nurses across the country. There needs to be an improvement in the number of nephrologists and nephrology nurses in Ghana. Apart from the teaching hospital, most of our health facilities do not have specialists to take care of people with chronic kidney disease. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, let me share the following recommendations. The current government should continue the free dialysis program the previous government started. The program should be expanded to include all patients receiving dialysis in all NHIS accredited centers. In addition, the NHIE should increase the amount they pay per session because the current 491 Ghana cedis per session is not adequate to pay for the consumables as well as maintain the machines. Parliament should facilitate the drafting and passage of a legislation for organ transplantation in Ghana. This will enable the kidney surgeons to do more transplants in Ghana. There should be a conscious effort to increase the number of dialysis centers and dialysis machines in Ghana. Every region and district hospital must have a functional dialysis center with qualified doctors and nurses. This will bring dialysis treatment closer to the patient and save them from the long travels which worsens their plight. The Food and Drugs Authority should pay attention to the proliferation of herbal concoctions and their advertisement on radio and TV. Government, through the Scholarship Secretariat, should provide funding for doctors, nurses, and other health professionals to train and specialize in kidney cases so that we will have qualified specialists to attend to our citizens. We must take regular medical checkup very seriously. Kidney function check should be added to the list of routine medical checkups we do every year. Finally, health education on the prevention of kidney disease should be intensified, especially as the world celebrates World Kidney Day today. Education on simple steps, such as drinking enough water, exercise, eating healthy, reducing salt intake, controlling blood pressure and diabetes, among others, will go a long way to save many. Mr. Speaker, all of us are at risk of kidney disease. I therefore call upon the entire House to join the world in celebrating World Kidney Day 2025 and encourage us all to take good care of our kidneys. The theme once again is our kidneys. Are your kidneys okay? Detect early, protect kidney health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, the tie. So if you go beyond 5 minutes, I will cut you. So let me begin with Honorable Dr. Santari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Collins Adumako Mensah, for making this statement on this very important day, the World Kidney Day, with the theme, "Are your kidneys okay?" Detect early, protect kidney health. Mr. Speaker, every year, the second Thursday of March is celebrated to create awareness on the need for us to take very good care of our kidneys, as stated by the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, in Africa, in Ghana, we are more at risk. And the disease affects more of the youth between 20 to 50, which is the productive age, meaning that we have to really work hard to intervene to save our youth as compared to the elderly, maybe more than 60 years in the developed world. Mr. Speaker, I will just emphasize on one factor and leave for others to contribute. Because all of us are at risk, individually, we should ensure that we check on our health. At least every year, you can check your health status, your kidney status, once. Once you celebrate your birthday, also check your kidney health. And I want to commend, Parliament, the staff, the medical director, because this morning they organized, a program, a presentation that brought together the Kidney Association of Ghana, professors and whatever. And we are grateful to them for being here, and the whole week they'll be checking, on the kidney status of members of Parliament and the staff. What was stressed was that as parliamentarians, we should ensure that there is legislation that will look at organ transplant in this country, which will help us, in managing, kidney failures for those suffering from chronic kidney failure. So, in conclusion, let's intensify education. Let's check on our health status, our kidney status, and ensure that we detect, problems early so that we can protect the health of our kidneys. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me go to Juabin. New Juabin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the maker of this wonderful statement for a very thorough and well-researched statement. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to note that kidney disease is becoming a very serious disease in this country, and now it is also becoming one of the diseases that is becoming so fearful in society. Why am I saying that? A lot of people are being diagnosed of kidney diseases now, and one of the key things that I suspect we are not doing right when we go for checkups is conventionally we only focus on the normal checkups that we do at the hospitals without focusing so much attention on kidney checkups. Specifically, we're doing what we call the split kidney functioning test. I don't know, but I stand to be corrected. I don't know whether we have a machine like that in this country, but I would like to encourage as many MPs here seated this afternoon to take interest in split kidney functioning test, not the normal kidney functioning test. Because when we go to the hospital, we do the normal creatinine test, which will give you the function in numbers. But there's a need for us also to look out for the split kidney function test to know the percentages of our kidneys, how they function, so that you know whether the right kidney is giving or supporting you well or is killing you. That is one of the things that we are not doing over time, because our interest now is only about the numbers, creatinine test, which is not enough. So we have to also go further by looking at the functioning in percentages, whether your right kidney is giving you maybe 30% or 50%. This will help you to be able to know whether you are developing a kidney problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that there's the need for us to take our checkups seriously, especially the kidney functioning checkups. Also, I also want to reiterate the fact that there's a need for us to have a lot of dialysis centers. But because we don't have money, or government doesn't have enough funds to purchase dialysis machines, most of the medical facilities in the country don't have dialysis machines. But the good news is in now. The good news is that there are certain companies that are refurbishing slightly used dialysis machines to also take care of other facilities like referral hospitals in the regions. I guess there's the need for us to take interest in that. So I want to push and maybe for you to direct that the Ministry of Health should take interest in trying to acquire slightly used dialysis machines that can easily be refurbished, so that we can take these machines to the small medical centers and even the regional referral hospitals to also cater for those who have kidney problems. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say without any fear of doubt that there's a need for us to take our kidneys seriously. It is killing a lot of people in this country, especially young men and women. Young men who believe that they cannot function well sexually unless they take concussions. And it has become a convention, I don't know whether a practice in this country, where people think, not people like me, because we are already fit. We don't need concussions to perform. But a lot of young people in this country have resorted to the usage of concussions, and these concussions are killing us, are giving us kidney problems. So please, those in the minority, especially the minority deputy, the majority, those in the excuse me, those in the majority, the Bia East MP, the majority. Speaker, the majority deputy chief whip had to caution him to stop using concussions to be able to perform his duties right. On this note, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. First of all, I want to commend my colleague, honorable member for a wonderful statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rate at which kidney diseases is becoming a problem makes it so scary. But then we have to look at other factors. This is a country where vegetable cultivation is normally close to sewage areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is only in this country that you get to see such things. I have always wondered where we learned that as a nation from. That where we have gutters and sewage drains, that is where we cultivate vegetables. And that is why mostly when you're eating cabbage, you get to bite in stones and even a smell of it. So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, we must have a way to educate people to understand that it is just not right. It is just not right. I can say for a fact that most of these companies in the upstream sector mostly purchase their vegetables from Cote d'Ivoire because of this practice. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, we are in a country where this farmer can just walk into a chemical shop and just buy any pesticide, insecticide, and apply it anyhow. It's so scary. It's just like giving an ammunition to somebody to spray and kill people. So the need for us to sensitize Ghanaians to understand that you can't just be applying a fertilizer and insecticide and pesticide just anyhow. And lastly, but not the least, has to do with, to add to what my colleague said, herbal products. We have people just mixing stuffs and then promoting it. We have herbal sellers who can sit on the radio and speak for hours, more than even medical doctors that have been trained for 7 hours. They come up with concoctions which they advertise to solve all problems without better research and investigations. And all these things, Mr. Speaker, is a contributing factor to the rise of kidney diseases. So, Honorable Member, there's a wake-up call to all of us. Because when you watch TV and you see young people full of life, and it's a disease that once you get it, you're like dead. I've been sponsoring one student from our constituency who's in a nursing college. She went to the hospital and she was told that she had issues with a kidney disease, with kidney. From scratch, she was virtually dying because she knows where she's heading to. So, Honorable Member, this is a wake-up call for all of us because there are a lot of factors which is contributing to this rise in kidney diseases. If we don't, it will be a problem. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, once again for that.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me go to the pharmacist. Yeah, Dr. Fred.
Honorable Speaker,
Samoa.
thank you very much. And let me also thank the maker of the statement that deals with kidney and its prevention. Right, Honorable Speaker, kidney is an issue that we don't want to joke with, every single one of us. Because if we don't take care, it will determine how much you can drink and how much you can take in. One of the issues one wants to talk about is prevention. Because in the pharmacy setting, Honorable Speaker, one of the miserable patients that you will see when you are taking care of are kidney patients. Because sometimes they will come and you see that their veins are protruded. And they are so miserable. The number of drugs they have to take within a day to survive. And even when it gets to transplant, the amount of drugs they need to take in order to prevent rejection of organ is serious. So one wants to focus on prevention, prevention, prevention. And you can only prevent if you can have a good education for kidney issues. Why? Because we know alcohol can cause kidney issues. We know exercise can cause kidney issues. And we know drugs can also lead to kidney diseases.
Honorable Speaker, we are in a country
Did
that...
I hear that exercise also leads to...
exercise, yeah. Lack of exercise. Lack of exercise.
Oh, we said lack of exercise.
Lack of exercise.
Oh, okay.
Honorable Speaker, we have notable drugs like what we call NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Typical among them is ibuprofen, diclofenac, and people can just walk into any pharmacy and buy them. And we are in a country that we are not paying much attention to the work of pharmacists. We have a lot of pharmacists that have been trained, but we are not employing them. So any person can walk into a pharmacy, buy any drug, and take them. Not taking care of or not taking into paying attention to the end side effects that will happen. We have a lot of people buying antibiotics anytime, but a lot of antibiotics can also lead to kidney disease. We have a lot of our young ones abusing opioids, and typical among them is the one that we talked about in this house that is coming on our market, whether licensed or unlicensed, that we have our young ones patronizing them without any caution. These are things that are leading to kidney disease that we are not paying attention to. But it does happen anyway. But when it happens, what are we doing as a country to make sure we take care of those who have kidney disease? Honorable Speaker, per Abuja Declaration, and we will keep repeating it in this hollow chamber, that we are supposed to allocate 15% of our national budget towards health, because we need to have enough centers. My proposal of the statement talked about regional centers. But Honorable Speaker, I will go further to district centers, because we need to bring healthcare closer to the people so that people can have access to treatment. Honorable Speaker, Ghana, if we are looking at our statistics, is about 0.44 per a million as far as nephrologists are concerned, as compared to the international average of 1.6 for low-income countries. So if Ghana is 0.44%, then it's woefully inadequate. That means we have to spend enough resources to train as many to support the healthcare system so that we can take care of our kidney patients. And not only that, in conclusion, I want to add,
Let him continue.
We need to expand infrastructure. And in expanding infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, we have to support the local pharmaceutical industry to start producing dialysis fluids within our country, because we are importing them. But if we can start producing dialysis fluids within our country, it can reduce the cost, it can make it available for treatment. And not only that, there are different types of dialysis. We have what we call the peritoneal dialysis and the hemodialysis, or the machine-based dialysis. It's very expensive, but we as a country can't invest so much in what we call the peritoneal dialysis, so we can make it available to kidney patients.
Thank you.
In conclusion.
Let him conclude.
In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we've had loved ones that have passed on due to kidney disease. It can happen to you, it can happen to me. So I'm asking that this hollow chamber make it one of our main objectives to allocate enough funds to support kidney treatment and its prevention in the country. Thank you.
Professor Bayo, is glaucoma also falling today, or that one is meant for the week? Because I've seen your statement here. So,
Mr. Speaker, it ends tomorrow.
It's for tomorrow.
It ends tomorrow. It
ends tomorrow.
Yes, please.
Then you resume your seat. I'll give you that floor to read the statement. So,
thank you.
So let me give it to Dr. Mark.
I'm not contributing to the statement. Oh, Doc, just a minute. Just to draw your attention that we also have one that stands in the name of the late Honorable AEA Amwa, former Member of Parliament for Paul constituency, was passed on to glory. And the statement will be presented by Honorable Kwabna Ochredako.
Incidentally, I don't have that one.
So
I don't have it.
It was ferried to your office. With pleadings, he has copies here. So just for us to be guided in terms
no
of
problem, but
I
don't have it. So no problem. So let me take Dr. Mark.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the maker of the statement. The statement is very, very timely. And the theme for this year, as stated, is, are your kidneys okay? Detect early, protect kidney health. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the prevalence in Ghana here as compared to the global population stands at 10%, and that of Ghana is 13%, etc. They all contribute their predisposing factors, etc. They all contribute their predisposing factors. And so if we manage these sicknesses well, we should be able to reduce the incidence of chronic kidney disease. Now I want to just go straight. Recently, there has been some controversy over the funding of the dialysis. I must say that for we those who have been here for some time, we know that the funding for dialysis have been chaotic, erratic, and knee-jerk. When I say this, I mean to say that when those who provide the services say that they need some money, the government just tries to look around. There was one time they paid $4 million and they started working again. And after some time, they stopped again and they have to look for money somewhere else. And they later on tried to say that they've added the treatment of chronic renal disease to NHIS. Let me ask all of you, Mr. Speaker, when you go to hospital, do you pay something? My good friend sitting to my right, do you pay something when you go to the hospital? What about those to the left? Do you pay something when you go to the hospital? That tells us that the NHIA fund is not enough. And if we continue to make those statements that we are adding it, without looking for extra resources, we are only deceiving ourselves. And that is why President Mahama has established the Medical Care Trust Fund. to bring in extra resources for the non-communicable disease. That fund, also known as Mahama Cares, is extra resources. It's going to be enough because it's going to bring in extra income, and it's being budgeted for, apart from the NHIA. Everything NHIA, everything, let's add it. When you go to the hospital, you pay, and that tells you that NHIA funds is simply not enough for the current medical care. And so let us understand that issue, and let us thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for thinking beyond the box, out of the box, and thinking of setting up this fund that is not only going to help patients with kidney disease, but cancer, patients who need operations, that is cardiac operations, diabetes, hypertension, and other sicknesses. And I believe that that is going to be the solution to this problem of dialysis. So let us not deceive ourselves that we can just add anything to NHIA without adding any resources to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kwabena, are you ready? You are not ready? Okay, then let me take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement to commemorate World Glaucoma Day. Glaucoma.
No.
I should contribute.
No, I thought you were contributing.
Mr. Speaker, then let me make a
Glaucoma Day.
Yes.
I'll take that one tomorrow.
Oh,
so leadership, bear in mind.
Then let me just make my
I'll take that one.
Okay.
As well as chicken pox.
Okay.
From Chirepone.
Mr. Speaker, then
Chirepone, and I'll take those two tomorrow. So.
Okay, contribution, Mr. Speaker. Less than 5 minutes. I beg you, Mr. Speaker. You asked me to sit down earlier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Let me commend the maker of the statement for bringing such an important discussion to this House and bringing it into national focus. Mr. Speaker, the prevalence of chronic kidney diseases in this country, as mentioned earlier by the chairman of our health committee, is higher than the global average. And I'm going to call for intensive research for us to identify why we have such a high prevalence compared to other countries. Diabetes, hypertension are playing a significant role, but we cannot forget that the poisoning of our waters, food, fish, yam, from the galamsey activities with heavy metals may play a role. So this should be a wake-up call for all of us. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis on Kidney Day should really be prevention and early detection, because in our part of the world, a diagnosis with end-stage kidney failure is almost a death sentence. And when it comes to prevention, Mr. Speaker, I think we in this House must set an example. I have been in the House for a little over about 2 months, Mr. Speaker, and I see that our very arrangement does not permit members to take in adequate water. We sit in here for 5 hours, sometimes more. We do not have any means of bringing in water here because it's not permitted. There are no water dispensers around for people to drink in between the time that we are sitting here. So I'll call on the House Committee and leadership of the House to consider making it easy for members of Parliament to be able to take enough water while in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I want to also, on this occasion, commend the good hope that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has brought by the introduction of the Mahama Care, that's the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund. As though it was coincidence, yesterday the task force was launched, and this task force is charged with operationalizing the fund that is going to make sure that we can support non-communicable diseases, including the kidney diseases. But the emphasis really should be on prevention rather than treatment. So I commend His Excellency and commend the Health Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I can't take any anyway, you are a leader. You are a leader, let me. No, lady. Oh. Leader, let me give the lady 2 minutes, then I come to you.
It wasn't on it. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my very good brother, Adomako Collins. Indeed, today is International Kidney Awareness Day. And the question here is, are your kidneys okay? Members of Parliament, are your kidneys okay? How often do we go and check? Parliamentary staff, are your kidneys okay? How often do we make time to go and check? I think that we must begin to prioritize some of these things. Mr. Speaker, our lifestyles has contributed mostly to kidney diseases in this country. Intake of alcohol, excessive alcohol, some medication, unprescribed medications. People just walk into our pharmacies and then purchase medicines on reasons that sometimes you do not understand. And our pharmaceutical services are also giving out medication without requesting for prescriptions from doctors. I think they will do us a lot of good, because the young generation now, when you watch them on the social media, Mr. Speaker, it's very disturbing. We need to ask ourselves, what generation are we bringing up? What education are we giving out to our people? I would like to urge members of Parliament that we should take time off our busy schedules to engage in sensitization exercise in our various communities. For instance, I had one recently in my community. I have a place called Vegas in Okaikwe North. Yes, and there are a lot of things that happened around there. They are human beings. They are kids who have left their homes to just relocate. And they need guidance. We cannot only go to them when we need their votes. We need to also mentor them. We need to also be a source of inspiration to them. We need to guide them to stay away from some of these things that will create problems.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion,
yes,
I would like to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for his foresightness. His 24-hour economy vision is bringing about the Mahama Care that would support dialysis and people who cannot afford. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge members to stay hydrated, eating balanced diets, exercising regularly, managing stress, especially members of Parliament. We know the kind of stress that we go through in our various constituencies. But it is my prayer that we manage the stress, getting regular checkups, and also checking on our diabetic status and also hypertensive status. It is very important because sicknesses don't just happen. It starts from a point. And I believe with regular checkups, we'll be able to detect early and get early treatment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Honorable Susu, pardon me. Tomorrow I'll give you opportunity. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, today being World Kidney Day, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank, most importantly, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, for his vision. Mr. Speaker, I've acted as board chair of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I stand here on authority to let you know that, but for President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we will not have a urology and nephrology center in Kolebu. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, people don't travel to India and London to go and have treatment for all manner of diseases, especially dialysis treatment. When it has to do with dialysis treatment, Mr. Speaker, we have a 31-bed station, new, fresh, ultra-modern. Wow. Mr. Speaker, just in October last year, that urology and nephrology center was commissioned. So if you are a man and you are in this parliament and you are intending to go and have kidney transplants or you are going to have dialysis treatment, don't waste your time and money and go and look for euros and pounds and dollars. Walk to Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, you have the best of care. Kind courtesy, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Oya dear oye. Mr. Speaker, you know, besides all of this, what we have not also considered is the contribution that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got National Health Insurance Authority to take care of. Anybody suffering from kidney issues and having dialysis treatment was given free dialysis care. And as at last year, 200 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, and that is the problem with my friends.
Honorable
here.
member
They
for
never want to
Southton.
hear anything correct.
Honorable member for Southton, please, please. Central Town, please. Please, 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 please.
Resume your seat. You don't know. Mr. Speaker, last year NHI had to disburse 200 million cedis just for free dialysis treatment. If you are here and you are indicating, and I can show you, and I can show you, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for each and every one of us to understand that.
Honorable Professor Bayo, please. No, I'm not giving you the floor. I'm not giving you the floor. Central Town, please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, it is critical for us to know that
Madam,
if you want
Ness, please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for each and every one of us here to know that if you want to challenge the figures, you can do so properly, but do so with the genuine heart. I have come here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I was once an acting board chair of Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and I know what I am saying. Mr. Speaker, besides all of this, I need to advise all of us that the ABC of kidney prevention, as in having issues with dialysis, is also well spelled out. Most of my colleagues have said so already. Let me just rehash. We need to get tested for kidney disease. We need to monitor our blood pressure.
Thank you.
We need to exercise regularly. We need to manage blood sugar and do all the things that matter. Don't buy medicine over the counter without prescription. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to say thank you very much. And thank you very much to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Honorable Champion, Professor Bayo had just come there to ask you to speak.
Mr. Speaker, I thought after giving the opportunity to Honorable Awuni, you went to a minority side, so it's the turn of the majority side. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Judge shouldn't worry himself. Very soon, the estimate will come. Yeah. Health insurance will come and come to us where they disburse that 200 million from. So don't worry. Don't worry. We'll not respond to it today. The right time will come. So, we said 200 million.
Honorable Champion. Honorable members, please.
So, Mr. Speaker,
this is a statement that should not degenerate into debate.
That's what I don't want to engage in.
Please.
So, Mr. Speaker, I will give our opportunity to Honorable Charles Agbeve to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell Honorable Jerry, listen to the figures, the real figures. Mr. Speaker, first I want to commend Honorable Adumako for that wonderful statement, well researched and documented. In fact, his figures are apt. But I want to tell the House today that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's budget, heavily read by the finance minister, quoted 9.93 billion cedis, billion or not million, billion cedis, and included in what it's supposed to do is to take care of what? Mahama cares. It's supposed to take care of the chronic diseases, dialysis, cancers, and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the reason Honorable Jerry said they built a new nephrology unit to treat at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital today. Annual cost is 62,400 cedis to 148,200 cedis. That's the annual cost of dialysis. For dialysis, a year. Yes, these are figures from Kolebu. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's for this reason most families can never afford this. And that's why His Excellency saw that vision. And yesterday, the Minister of Health inaugurated the task force to initiate Ghana Medical Care Fund.
Thank you.
Speaker, finally, to land.
Thank you.
In conclusion, we need to talk about the role of the private sector. Mr. Speaker, a company called First Sky has been paying for chronic diseases, payment of those suffering from chronic diseases in Kolebu. Last year, they spent 50 million cedis. And for the past 8 years, they've been doing this. I think this is why the government of the day is partnering these institutions to make funds available for families suffering.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Speaker, for this opportunity.
Let me now invite Honorable Member for Takoradi, the former regional minister, to pay a tribute to his predecessor, who was also a regional minister and a member of this House. Honorable members, please, let's give respect to our own. A member who was here has passed on, and we are going to listen to the tribute. So, Honorable former regional minister, you have the floor now.
Tribute to Honorable Anthony Evans Amwa by Honorable Kobna Ochoda Comensa. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, and the bereaved family, today we rise in solemn tribute to Honorable Anthony Evans Amwa, popularly called A.E. Amwa, in the Western region. A distinguished statesman, a man of integrity, and a dedicated servant of Ghana, who passed away on the 2nd of November 2018. 2024. His passing is not just a loss to his family and constituents, but to his entire house and the nation at large. Honorable A.E. Amwa served Ghana with unwavering dedication. A member of Parliament for Impoho Wasa East, 2005 to 2013. He was a strong advocate for the development of his constituency in the Western region. His contribution to parliamentary discourse, particularly on communication, gender and children, employment, social welfare, and state enterprises, were measured, insightful, and always driven by a deep sense of duty to the people. When I entered Parliament in 2009, Honorable Amwa's advice tremendously helped in my development. His advice not only centered on our parliamentary life, but our private lives as well. I know that there are members in Parliament today on the majority side who benefited from his advice. Members such as Ahmed Ibrahim, now Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and Joseph Bukari Nikpe can all testify to Honorable Amwa's willingness to help in the growth and development of young MPs. As a man who loved his culture, Honorable A.E. Amwa from 2011 to 2013, when he exited Parliament, always wore kente cloth. Mr. Speaker, I believe that what might also have inspired the usage of the kente cloth and other Ghanaian attire in this chamber. His leadership extended beyond Parliament. As Western Regional Minister from 2006 to 2009, under the administration of President John Agyekum Kufuor, Honorable Amwa championed infrastructural development, improved educational opportunities, and prioritized economic empowerment for the people of the region. Even outside government, he remained an elder statesman, serving as the chairman of the Western Regional Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party from 2014 to 2020, when he played a key role in fostering unity and progress. Beyond politics, he was a man of wisdom, humility, and immense generosity. His contributions to journalism, education, and rural development demonstrated his passion for truth, knowledge, and national growth. He was an exemplary public servant who upheld the principles of fairness, objectivity, and accountability. Honorable Amwa's life remains as that public service is not about power, but about the impact we leave behind. His legacy will live on through the policies he helped shape, the young leaders he mentored, and the communities he uplifted. As the minority in Parliament, we recognize his service, his sacrifices, and his contributions to our democracy. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all who mourn this great loss. Farewell, Honorable Anthony Evans Amwa. May your service to the nation and Western region never be forgotten. May your soul rest in eternal peace. The year, Honorable colleague. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Zefia.
No.
Kwesimentin.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the chiefs and people of Kwesimintim constituency to join in condoling the family of the late Amwa, and also to say that we are solidly behind them and behind the former regional minister in this. Mr. Speaker, whatever has been said about the late Honorable Amwa is true and sacrosanct. Some of us had the opportunity to interact with him. He was a true statesman, a man who did not just show power, but a man who was compassionate, a man who was not discriminating, irrespective of whichever political party or status you occupied. I must say, in addition to whatever has been already said, that it is not just enough to eulogize such a great man or just to have a plaque at the regional administration where his name would be written that from this year to that year, to just show that I was here some. Men like this, Communications Group Limited. Before entering politics, he worked as a journalist and an advertiser. He held a master's degree in philosophy, in sociology in 1995, and a master of business administration in 2000 from the University of Ghana. As a matter of fact, he saw to the Ark Gate with his flag on the wall at 2BN. In fact, the almighty 2nd Infantry Battalion in Kwesimintim constituency. I would want to say that today we celebrate him. We celebrate him. We celebrate him, and we join the family to say that he did his best for his nation and needs to be celebrated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, now from Kwesimintim, let him go to Efia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to pay glowing tribute to the legendary Anthony Amwa of blessed memory. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Amwa has paid his dues for the Western region and this country. It will interest you to know, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Amwa played a very crucial role in supervising the construction of the Isipon Sports Stadium in the Western region during the CAN 2008. And when you have people like this who have served this country very well and the Western region well, it's befitting on us as a house to celebrate him today. As earlier speakers have indicated, he was a true statesman. In fact, in the Western region, he served also as a chairman of our Council of Elders. And he was very instrumental in preaching discipline and oneness in the Western region, which has brought us thus far. On this note, on behalf of the good people of Ifeanyi constituency, Western Region NPP, chaired by Chairman Ndedesian, we will all be going to celebrate the life of Honorable Amoah, and I pray that the good Lord keeps him well for us. Honorable Anthony Amoah, Western Region is proud of you. NPP is proud of you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the tribute read by our Honorable Kwabena Ochodako, the former Western Regional Minister and a former colleague, a former minister, a former great politician of the Western Region, Honorable A.E. Amoah. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this world is just a stage, and we are mere actors. And that when the time comes when we are called to exit, but our Maker would have no choice. But the good news is that we as a people must always strive to leave legacies. And that's exactly what our just past senior, who was also in this house, did. Mr. Speaker, growing up as a young man in Axim, I remember him when he was the regional minister, and he was such a gentleman, somebody that inspired most of us. And Mr. Speaker, the Western region is a place where we don't kowtow to partisan politics. When you stand out as a leader in the region, we all come to you and also take clues from you. So on this day, I, Kofi Akunoku, the MP of Evalua Jomojura, the only constituency with 5 paramount chiefs, on their behalf, I also want to join in the family to sympathize with the family and to assure them that they are not on their own. We are together in this. And then members from my caucus, the Western Regional Caucus, to whom 50 members will be there to join you, to sympathize with the family, to celebrate a hero, because we are all one in this. We pray that his soul rest in sustained perfected peace until we meet again. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Kobidaku for sharing this tribute with the House. Mr. Speaker, I personally met Honorable A.E. Amoah about 2 years ago when it was time for us to have our primaries. Mr. Speaker, I went with one of his daughters called Linda Amoah. Mr. Speaker, at that meeting, Mr. Speaker, at that meeting, I found a father, I found a mentor, I found a friend in Honorable A.E. Amoah. Mr. Speaker, when I got back home, Honorable A.E. Amoah had written a whole passage as to how I was to prosecute my campaign. Mr. Speaker, when the results were announced and I was elected as the parliamentary candidate for my constituency, Wejagbawe, I had to call Honorable A.E. Amoah to show my esteemed gratitude to him. Mr. Speaker, I just have these few words for him, and I pray and know that his wife and children will take this in great peace. God knows how much we need them, and so it takes but few to make the land of heaven more beautiful to view. Believing this is difficult. Still, somehow, we must try. The saddest word mankind knows will always be goodbye. So when a little child departs, We who are also left behind must realize God loves children. He was not a child, but God loves him. They should have him in their prayers all the time, and we wish him the best of everything wherever he finds himself. May he rest in perfect peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
It's okay. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Well, honorable members, may we rise and give our departed brother a minute of silence. May the soul of our brother, Honorable Anthony Ivan Samoa, and the soul of all faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Members, the time is just 10 minutes to 6. Obviously, you are in my hands. We are not going to take any other statement. I will proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I know we are all exhausted, and we commend ourselves for having stayed through. Speaker, particularly you. We commend you. Late hour, we nudge you on the statement, yet you indulge us. We want to commend you highly. Speaker, whilst you are about to adjourn the House, I want to plead with my colleagues. Majority front bench. I see the Honorable Echampo in a very relaxed mood. I hope this relaxation is indicative of something. Speaker, appropriation cannot go beyond 31st of this month. We don't want the situation that will say, the minority is sabotaging. They should get the estimate. I'm saying this because I'm quite experienced, not so much experienced, but quite experienced, because today is 13th. The weekend, we have very limited days. Speaker, we want to help them. We want to support and be supportive of the passage of the appropriation. Get the estimate, Honorable. I've already related to the Honorable Doyo on inherent conditions and what we have to do for the extended sitting. That one, she has rarely cancelled, and we will walk that path. I am reminding you again on the estimate. Honorable Echampo, don't look at me with that eye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the Chief Whip keep... No, don't worry yourself, because we are more than experienced government, which we are going to work with time. Very serious government. And let me tell you, committees have started sitting. So we have over 40 committees where members will go and do their committee work. So the minority should know that once committees have started sitting during working hours, which means we will not have a full house. The estimate will come on time. All we need is for you not to even disturb the House. Because all you do now is to disturb the House. Mr. Speaker, okay, I withdraw it.
Withdraw that one, I beg you.
I withdraw it.
Have you withdrawn?
I withdraw it.
So now I apologize.
Oh, no.
If you have withdrawn, apologize.
I say I withdraw it. Why I apologize? But it's a fact that you disturb the House. You disturb the House. So even you always put Jerry into trouble. Always pushing Jerry into trouble. But he's a fine gentleman. Don't be doing that to him, because this young man is now coming and he's learning. And you keep pushing unnecessary things to him to champion. And you are always putting him into trouble. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Just end the House so that we close for tomorrow. Did I lie? In Ghana, yeah, everybody knows that Doyo doesn't lie. Doyo says the facts. The way it is, I will say it the way it is. I say you are disturbing Jerry, Honorable Jerry. You are disturbing him. Allow him to be himself. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. Me, I don't lie. The organ, everybody knows that I don't lie. The way it is, I will say it the way it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable, the leadership has spoken. I can't give the floor to you. Honorable members, let me thank you. We've gone beyond the time, but your cooperation has been excellent. On that note, as I said, we are adjourning to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, the House accordingly is adjourned to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to urge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
August 2023, launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today, our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today, our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden.
Able to clear all the slave traders from the country, including the Portuguese, the Dutch itself, the Danish, the French, the Germans. They were all trading slavery in our country.
But when the British came the second time,
yeah, they were able to drive all of them out of the country
and became the only slave traders.
Not at all. We see them make a woman and they're tough.
Wuse is a small town along the Atlantic Ocean of Ghana, but that's not the most striking thing about this very small town in the central region of Ghana. It is also home to one of the highest forts in Ghana, and that's our story here on Ghana Month on GhanaWeb TV, as we bring you a chronicle of some of the forgotten forts along the coastlines of Ghana. My name is Echi Atisu. I want to get you into the story right away. Come along.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Joseph. How you doing?
I'm strong like the Bible.
Oh, that's really good to hear.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. This is Fort Amsterdam.
Yes, of course.
In Abanze.
Yeah.
We're here to hear all the stories.
Right. The only fort you can see on the highway in this country.
Very, very striking, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So I guess we'll get in.
Yeah.
And then we'll start. Oh, what do you think?
All right. Let's be in the shade.
Okay. So that we can start a conversation from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Fort Amsterdam.
Of course.
I want to hear the history. Thank you once again. Has this been the name of this place all along?
Not at all.
Okay.
All right. Actually, the fort over here was built by the British.
Okay.
It is their first fort in Africa.
Oh, okay.
The British first fort in Africa.
The first?
Yes.
Interesting.
I mean, the first British fort
in Africa. Africa. The entire of Africa.
Right. It's what we are standing in front of it right now. And it was built in 1631.
Okay.
Which was named Fort Comantine.
Comantine.
C-O-R-M-A-N-T-I-N-E.
Okay. What did that mean?
Right. That is their word.
Okay. We don't know what it means actually.
Right, of course, because you may not know all the names in this country.
That's true.
Some are Ewe, some are Fanti, some are Santi, and it's all Ghana.
Yeah.
So when we say British word, it's all British.
Okay.
Right. But, people suggest that it is the name Cromanti.
But it isn't.
But it isn't, not at all. Cromanti, when we talk about Cromanti, spellings maybe start with K. That is fancy.
Well, could there not be some truth in there, because we know in those days there were some adulterations in terms of the spellings and pronunciations.
Of course, it's true, but this one isn't.
Okay. All right.
It's real their own name that they give it to a fort.
So possibly a name of someone to remember something.
Yeah.
Okay.
As today, when we say Fort Amsterdam, what does it mean? It's a name from Holland.
Okay.
We can't understand it unless they themselves.
So we still don't even know why the name moved from Comantine.
That's what I'm coming to tell you.
Okay.
Right? So the British were here doing that. Do you know something? This is the only fort which was not built for slavery. Actually.
So it never had slaves?
Let me
leave you to prepare the soup then.
Right. So.
Okay. Okay.
So, these British people put up the fort here purposely for merchants. Okay. I mean for gold. So they built this fort as a warehouse. As compared to the other forts we have in the country, this is the smallest one. This is the smallest and the least one.
When you say small, is it in terms of the rooms, the interior?
I mean the whole.
The whole thing?
The whole building.
Smallest fort?
The smallest fort we have among all.
Okay. I was under the impression the fort we visited at SIGA was small. But you said this is the smallest?
This is the smallest one.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get in and I'll get to appreciate it better. Yeah. Okay.
So, these British people put up the fort here for their business. I mean the gold business. So there's no dungeon here. And there is no door of no return here. They had only one exit, which is where we are standing.
Okay.
Right. On their business, after 33 years, they had a war with the Dutch. That was 1664.
Okay.
Then the Dutch defeated the British and took the fort from their hand.
Oh.
There they changed the name Fort Comantine to Fort Amsterdam.
So ultimately it became the fort of the Dutch. They were the ones who were here eventually.
Yeah, they took it from the British and then occupied here, and rather used the place of the fort for slavery.
So they changed it from
Comantine
Yes.
to Amsterdam.
So from the usual business of the gold business, they rather started bringing in slaves.
And you can see the fort is very small. So the slaves they got here is very low population.
Joseph, I think that it's time for us to get in.
Right.
Let's get in. Since you're talking about the size of the place, I want us to see
something before we enter.
We can walk and then you can tell me.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to hear it whilst we're walking. So let's be walking,
right.
so that you tell me.
Here,
sorry.
Excuse me.
That's
here
fine.
is the main entrance.
Okay.
You have first entrance over there.
The first. Oh, okay.
The first entrance is there, not this one. You see, there is a first courtyard. In front of us here is a first courtyard.
Okay.
There was a walls around the courtyard which has all collapsed down by the British. That's what I want to tell you, but you say let's get in. So don't worry. You hear about that.
So you mean there was a wall here outside?
Yeah. Yes. A wall which goes to the other end and to the other where the cannon is.
Yes.
And straight cross to the other end over here.
So it was all around the fort?
Yes.
But where is it now?
It has collapsed.
Was it an act of natural justice?
That's why you're supposed to hear before you enter.
Joseph, now tell me. I was under the impression we had captured some of the story outside. Yeah. So now that you are giving me that detail, let's stay a little longer. So what happened to the wall?
All right, thank you. You know, the Dutch take over.
Okay.
And use the fort for slavery. In fact, they used it over 200 years.
Okay.
For slavery.
But the British were here for only, 33
years. And then the Dutch used the fort more than 200 years for slavery after the British came again. And when the British came, that one, I would like if you can see vis-a-vis how these British people were able to clear all the slave traders from the country, including the Portuguese, the Dutch itself, the Danish, the French, the Germans. They were all trading slavery in our country.
But when the British came the second time,
yeah, they were able to drive all of them out of the country.
And became the only slave traders?
Not at all.
I really want to appreciate the story. It's the reason because when you say when they came back, they sacked took over.
Yeah.
That's what I want to understand. How was that?
You will understand. You just let me land.
Okay. Be patient.
Good.
Be patient.
Good. So these British were able to drive all these people out of the country.
Okay.
And after they abandoned all the forts because they collapsed most of their forts. You know, they were almost having 80 forts and castles in the country, which are all using for the slavery. From Keta right down to Elibo.
80?
Yes, of course. So these British were able to collapse most of the forts.
Wow.
So that they may be able to sack all of them from the country. So after, they stayed in the castles and then colonized the whole country. Those days, we don't have any name for the country. You see? So they brought us together and then give a name, Gold Coast, in 1874. But
so
it was the British
before that
collapsed.
Time, the wars.
Yes.
Before that time, just because you mentioned the name, before that time, so how were we known? Some parts in Africa, how were we identified?
Oh yeah, that's how you know we are in empires.
Oh yes, okay, all right.
Asante Empire, Fanti, Ewe,
okay,
all of them then.
All right. Okay, so it was until they came and put us together,
right?
And they started calling
they brought
us.
Their school, and through the school they were able to colonize us. That's why we became an English-speaking country. Yeah, and do you know who started drawing the map of Ghana?
No, you have to tell me.
Yeah.
The British?
No, a Ghanaian.
Oh, okay.
I learned it from school class 4.
My class 4 teacher didn't teach me that.
It's George Ekam Ferguson.
George Ferguson. Okay. Is it a fancy man?
George Ekam Ferguson.
Okay.
You see, yeah, the name will deceive us because it's a British name.
Okay.
Ferguson is a British name. Ekam, George. Why? Because these people married our mothers, got babies with them, and give their own names to the babies. That's how we got so. That's
why there are a lot of such similar names
Mulattoes.
within. Yes, the people will call mulattoes.
You get it? So if I'm called Joseph,
Joseph is a descendant of one of those. That's very
that's
interesting.
why I like Kofi, but people don't want to call me Kofi.
Well, I'll call you Kofi.
All right, Kofi Kakaba.
Yes. Well, from this moment onwards, we are speaking with Kofi, no longer Joseph.
That's me.
Kofi, have we captured much of the story from outside here?
Yeah,
I'm really
yeah.
itching to get in there.
Right, yeah, let's go inside.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Come along. Kofi is still with us, telling us the story of...
So, at the main entrance over here,
okay,
you will be waiting till the door will be open. So whilst you are here waiting, then the soldiers were up there watching you through this hole.
Ooh.
When we got up there, I will open it.
How do you not mention? I didn't realize there was this there.
And you may not even think about that, because all your concentration is here for the door to be open.
Wow.
So when they see you, when the soldiers are there, when they see you here, I mean preparing for any nonsense,
okay,
they will rather drop a gun through and then give you some small bullets, small one. Yeah, they put that on top of your head so that you go sell them. If you get somebody to buy it, then you come for another one. Yes, I mean that they will shoot you.
Yes, that's a very smart.
So they use it as what? Camera.
First camera. Yeah. In the ancient days.
Yeah, at Fort Amsterdam.
Like a pinhole camera.
Right.
Okay, now we are within the very compound. Kofi, this is. Oh wow. Can you say this is the smallest?
This is the smallest.
But this has a big compound.
Yeah, it can be.
Okay. Wow.
The place wasn't like that before until I came here.
When you say it wasn't,
the whole place like this.
So how was it?
It was bad.
As in the state of the fort?
You see, I was brought here 2018 July.
Okay.
I was working with the sticks.
You were working what you?
Yeah, I'm an assistant patient. I was working with the stick when I was brought here.
Okay.
And through the hard working, look at me now. Right. Okay, let's go continue.
Okay.
Inside of the fort, part of it has collapsed. As I told you, by the British at the last time they fought, I mean, they drive everybody from the country. And they abolished the slave trade. Right. So, this side here, it was a store garden, which the soldiers were living up there.
Okay.
And the down were kept handed slaves of men.
So you mean this side?
Yeah, this side. This side.
Okay, so that's the wall?
Yeah, that's the wall from here to end there.
And there was a story building?
Yes, it was a story building.
Up to that level?
Yeah.
That's the length
floor.
Wooden floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see that there are some holes in there.
So the soldiers were living up there.
Okay.
And then the slaves were kept down here. Men, 100. Only men. Right.
So we can call this the male cells.
Male cells.
Okay. Male cells was here. Yes. About 100 of them.
100.
Okay.
Men only. Right? And this side you can see something like this over here. It is a pond. They brought the geese from the Holland to the courtyard over here.
They brought what?
Geese.
Oh, so you mean
So they have their pond here. That's where they give their water or food.
So they brought their own geese,
right? And you know what they use them for?
No.
Right. These geese were in the courtyard here, but they were able to sense from the forest. If anybody around the forest, they will make noise for the soldier to alert.
Is that a natural feature of geese? Oh, I need to read more about them. Okay. So it was strategic for them to bring the geese.
Right.
Because they could sense people.
Their security purpose.
These are the British?
The Dutch.
The Dutch?
The Dutch.
Wow.
And they are still using the geese in Holland. They are very smart and wilder than the dogs.
Kofi, should I replace my dogs with some geese?
Oh yes. if you Google or you ask some of people from Holland, they will tell you.
Okay. Maybe I'll consider.
They can be able to beat you.
You mean
with their wings? Yeah, they have heavy. You know, they are heavy than that.
Yes, they are.
And their mouth, that
the beak.
Hey.
Oh. So this was their pond?
This is not their pond. See, at times people thought that it is a down brew. No. What kind of down brew have this steps?
This is small. This is for animals.
Yes.
I want to believe, because I also imagine I actually even thought maybe it was just for maybe kids or something. But it's still very small.
They have two. One is in front of them, but just covered, filled with dust.
Okay.
So that place is also as I told you, it's a first courtyard. And before here.
Wow.
You see, God.
Fort Amsterdam.
This fort is very small, but it has a very big history.
I'll be honest with you. I was just going to mention that I didn't anticipate that this place carried so much history. Even this alone, we've not moved past 100 meters from the entrance, but you share with me so much, the kinds of things I want to hear, the kinds of things I haven't even heard from anywhere else. I'm expecting more.
And you hear more as we are moving from door to door.
So what are we going to next?
Right? We are going this side.
This way?
Yeah.
What is here?
Now the first door is here.
Okay.
When you reach there, you hear what is there. You see where we have entered?
Okay.
Right? It's another story building which the floor has collapsed. I think you can see it.
Yes, I can see that there's some remnants
over there, right?
Yes.
That's the floor.
Okay.
That's how they built the whole floors in all the forts and castles. Good. Here is another story building which the top and the upstairs was used as church. Why you say
You know, let me allow you to.
Right.
I asked a question in one of the forts.
Let me finish giving you
then
the
I'll ask you.
And after you ask
I would ask you.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, as a teacher in the class, you have let me to, give you everything,
and then I
give you
will
explanation after you ask me a question.
You see, I'm a very curious man.
Yes, of course.
So I have a lot of questions in my head.
Don't worry, you have more answers from here.
All right.
Thank you.
So tell me about the church.
So they built the church with their Bible upset there. And that is what it was done in all the forts and castles, which are using for the slavery. Good. I don't want to talk much about that. So that is what up there.
Okay.
And down here were kept another 100 slaves of men. So they were up there worshiping God, and people were here suffering, dying, and they don't bother at all.
Is the reason I was going to ask you that question. I was wondering, was it just business for them as usual?
Yes, of course, they came for business. They came for business.
But
to get some people as laborers to work for them.
But they still kept their faith. They had their Bible.
Well, man, if somebody wants to take your idea and he disturb you, can you share your idea with him? Yeah, he has to cool you down. You see, whenever you see somebody in a gun, like a cassock, you know that person is a peace man. So you be relaxed and then listen to him. But if you see a soldier with a gun,
with a camouflage,
you won't take it easy at all. So they came in that way, so that we may listen to them. Inner them are very like wolves, as Jesus Christ said. Yeah, they have already planned
what they were about to do.
Yes. So that's why they built such forts and castles. Look at how they built it, so that when they are in, you can't attack them. So they will preach the gospel to you, and after they will capture you as a slave. So you can imagine, when you got inside the fort or the castle, you can't go out.
That's all.
And complain that there's something going on. So those outside there
didn't know what was
going on. They know what is going on. Plus, even some of them dead, and they threw them to the sea.
Kofi, this was another room that housed men.
100 men.
Did they have women here?
Yeah, they have women.
So we'll get to see that.
Right? Okay.
Now we've seen this.
Thank you.
Now more and more, I think that this place perhaps carries the richest.
You just watch the walls. I want you to watch the walls. What do you see? Look at it very carefully. What do you see in the walls?
Those are shells.
Very good. Very good. You see it clear. That's shells.
Okay.
All the forts and castles in the country were not built by cement or iron rod. I can tell you. In those days, there's no any cement or iron rod factory anywhere.
So this is shell?
They use the shells, palm oil, sand with water.
Palm oil? Was that to paint or what?
Oh,
mix
it. They mix all of them and it becomes a mortar, which they use it to put up every stone you can see.
Just out of curiosity, did they build it themselves? Or they had the locals?
They had the locals as their laborers, giving them sardines and tinapa to working for them, you know? Those days there's no any currency. So if you come to work, maybe they give you one sardine.
Just feed you.
You'll be very happy because you have not tasted soup before. And when you go and share it with your brother, he will also follow you the next time. And in those days, our people are very strong. The things that they were able to carry, I and you cannot carry. You see, that's how they were able to get them, to help them to put up all these forts and castles. And after, when they have finished it, then
they use them against them.
Then they will tell you something different.
Kofi, where are we going to next?
Right, you can see the two colors of the bricks inside the building.
Yes.
You have come to my classroom, so you have to exercise patience.
And you're a good teacher, I must admit. Two colors.
Right.
Why are they different?
Good. The red ones is clay,
okay.
And it is from British.
Okay.
And the yellow one is stones that they cut. It's also from Holland, the Dutch.
The stones are from here?
Not at all.
They brought them?
The ordinary stones were here, from here, from this land particularly.
Yes, but they were cut?
Yeah. No, this one is not from here. It's from Holland, I told you. This is a brick. This is a brick. You can see them.
So these ones
the
came
bricks
from
Holland.
Okay.
And this one from Britain. You see, when the ships are coming in empty, it used to balance. So when they loaded this, what do we call
bricks?
it? The bricks inside the ship, it will not balance.
So we just stabilize it.
That's it, and bring it safely. Because that time it's a wooden ship.
Yes.
And it don't have an engine. See, and when the ship is returning back,
it goes with human beings.
That's it, full loaded. You can imagine how they pack the sardine. It's okay.
In general, can you estimate how many slaves went through this particular fort within its time of existence?
Actually, I cannot.
Okay, even rough estimates?
Even I cannot do it because, you see, if I have something like that here, that information here, that I can be able to give it. I want to give information.
I really appreciate that.
Whenever you say you are a child of God, always you should be faithful. Your yes should be yes, and your no should be no. So that people will also learn from you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I see small system.
Right.
Is this our next stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's more information about this system. All right. What is inside?
That's a well.
It's a water.
Okay.
It's not a well. That's what they say system. It's a tank. They store the rainwater here.
Okay.
They collect it from up there. They collect it from up there. They have prepared a place up there. And then it comes through the pipe and get inside the tank. So inside here, in the hole, was filled with white pure stones. Small white pure stones was packaged inside there as a filter.
To filter the rainwater?
Yes. Watch it. It is very clean.
Very clean. Very clean.
Although there is dirty amber.
Yes.
and are about to come and clean it before the rain season will start. You see, yes, educating from this the tank is that now in this country we are, how much do you pay for your water bill? Is it going down or coming up?
Always going up.
It's going up. Why? Because you buy very, more water.
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you have a tank, either plastic tank, somewhere in your house, and then collect the rainwater, direct it to it, so that you may use that rainwater for washing in your house? That can reduce about 50 or 60% of your water
drastically cuts down a lot of the cost.
Yeah. Look at these people, they don't pay anything. And this rainwater in our country, when it started, it used to fall on people's farm, destroying houses.
And
we are leaving this rainwater in this country to go free like that. And we are buying water with big bills. So, my brother, I suggest in the country, every house is supposed to have some tank, at least, whether big or small.
To be able to harvest.
To collect, yes, the rainwater and use it for washings, so that the water bills may be reduced. You see this small tank, when it is full, they didn't finish it until another rain season.
Is it the entire floor?
Not at all. Just
from point.
Yeah. Just from here to here. And you can imagine, when there's no pipe bomb in this community, this is where they collect water.
You mean till date?
No. When the pipe bomb came, they stopped collecting it. And when I came here, it was filled with dirties. You can imagine. So I have to go inside there and bring all these dirties out.
You've done a good job, yeah, admittedly. If everything you're telling me is what it is, from how the place looked till now.
Don't worry, I will show you on the banner. I'll show you the pictures.
Good. Now we've seen the system, but there's a room behind it.
Let's go.
What's in this room? Again, we've not moved 100 meters past the main entrance. Okay.
Welcome to my office.
Thank you.
Of Ghana Museums and Women Board.
Thank you.
I'm a security over here.
Okay.
At the same time, tour guide. At the same time, labor.
You're all in all.
That's all.
Is it that you don't have hands here? There's no one to help you?
Not at all.
You're the only one.
I was brought here alone.
Is it that the museum's board doesn't want to send people here, or there are no people? What's
well, for that one, unless you meet my directors.
But have you requested before?
Oh, why should I request? As they know the work over here.
They've been here several times?
At times.
Okay. All right. We'll leave that conversation for some other day.
Very good. I like that.
Thank you.
If you meet my boss, then you continue with me. Yeah. All right. Maybe you ask about this woman over here.
You want to tell me about her?
She's one of our directors from the head office.
Okay.
And honestly, she's the one taking care of the forts and castles, the environment and other things, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, this woman is very good. I will say it and say it again. I will say it and say it again.
Would you want to mention her
She's able to come here at least by 6 times in a year from Accra. Yes.
6 times?
In a year.
Oh, wow.
Yes, to inspect the place.
Maybe we should mention her name and give her some accolades.
Madam Oye.
Oye.
Yes.
All right. Then your flowers. Thank you for the good work, and I appreciate that you are acknowledging.
And she's very good for the work. She's helping this place to become a good place.
Madam Oye, thank you very much.
Right.
So these are what pictures from the.
I told you, I'm a graphic designer. Do you know that?
You design as well. You are a one-man thousand.
Graphic designer and photographer.
You are a one-man thousand. You know the famous 1,000.
Yeah. Oh, with God, all things are possible.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So, That's the first time I came in 2018 July. Look at the place. It was all covered with bush. Yes. You can see it yourself. So I have a pathway. And even today you can see the difference in the pathway. As we are coming, you can see some flowers at the side inside.
Yes.
Right.
So you cut the...
So I clear every bush. You can see it.
Yes.
And I clear everything. And I used to sweep on this staircase every week. Yes, because actually we love our nation and we love the world which God has given us. So we have to at least maintain it very well. You see, my secret is Genesis chapter 2 verse 15 and Colossians chapter 3 verse 23. That's my secret. May God bless you.
So we're still here with Kofi Joseph. He is the caretaker of the Fort Amsterdam here at Abanze. I'm sure that you are still glued to the set because the story gets better and better with every minute. And we are currently in his office. He's taking us to some of the photographs that have captured your time here. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Since 2018.
Almost 7 years now. 2018 July. Right. And you see, we're supposed to have a year of restoration in 2019.
Okay.
But that COVID didn't allow us, you see. And that is when they get all this saw cutting day in the place. So here is our executive director himself from our head office. Thank you. So you can see me all around in the pictures. So actually, this room was used as a storeroom where they store their ammunitions.
Okay. So it's like an armory.
Armory.
Okay.
This one and the other one that I'm living in there.
Okay.
Right. But today, I'm using it as an office for Ghana Museum Ceremony. Only that I don't have a fan here, so I think you will come and bring me a fan.
We'll bring you a fan. Yes, we'll bring you a fan.
And you see my new box. See, you can see the boxes.
Okay.
In fact, I spent.
These are personal investments, I want to believe.
Of course.
Okay.
So I'm living here.
Okay, so this is where you live?
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of part 1 of our journey through Fort Amsterdam in Abanze. We've explored the fort's historical significance from its strategic role during the colonial era to its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. The fort's architecture and the stories behind its walls are a testament to the complexities of history that shaped this region. Join us next time as we bring you part 2 of Fort Amsterdam.
The audiovisual gallery. So